see this here? I don't know that I was ever really in love with the man. Now somebody might try to argue, some of you desperate people who try to argue that, oh, that's speculative. No, it's not. But let's just say that's speculation, that she's not really sure. Well, I don't know if I was ever really in love with him, but I was in love with the idea of being married to the man I had a family with. Yeah, I don't know if I love you, but I do know that I love the idea of marriage. How many men say today that women don't want the marriage, they just want the wedding? I was in love with the idea of building a life together that focuses on you, all right? I truly did enjoy spending time with him. NBA road trips gave me a chance to be with my husband and experience the NBA life for a little while. Folks, don't tell me a damn thing. Okay, let me finish reading this. Henderson explained in the book's introduction that O'Neill tried to be the best husband and father he could to her and their children while navigating fame and receiving a lot of attention from women. He was trying to be a world-famous 30-something multimillionaire with thousands of women throwing themselves at him, and people in general begging just to be in his presence, while being a husband and a father at the same time, she wrote. How could anyone possibly know how to do that? Folks, let's stop the bull crap. Women have known about professional athletes now for my entire adult life, which is going on 5 decades now. Let's just cut past the bull jive. If you are a female ever since Wilt Chamberlain.
Nigga, please.
Wilt Chamberlain. We have known the deal about professional athletes and how they get down. Forget Joe DiMaggio and Marilyn Monroe. I'm going to fast forward you to Wilt the Stilt Chamberlain. We've been known about that. This isn't breaking news since the 70s. This is not new. Professional boxers. That's always been the way since Jack Johnson and before Jack Johnson. Jack Johnson was just trying to outdo the white men that he was beating up on. Professional boxers, professional wrestlers, every sport, basketball, football, golf, hockey. Groupies come standard. That's standard with the package. There's not a female on this planet who thinks that professional athletes are celibate or monogamous. You trying to carve off your piece of the pie. If you want celibate and monogamous, take your ass down to MIT or your local college. Go find the kid with the glasses and the pocket protector. He'll give you celibacy and monogamy for the rest of your damn life. The females run from that like you're spraying Raid directly in their faces. Then they go get a pro athlete and want to sit up here and lie their ass off about, he was looking at other women. That's what they do. I'm a guy, and I know that's what they do. So if you're a female, you damn sure know that's what you met Shaquille O'Neal with other women standing around him and all his teammates and everybody else. But they ignore all that, and then they come back later. It's, oh, well, I thought you was going to do different from me. Lying ass. You came to get your cut. You said the rest of them trying to lay up. Let me see if I can get him to prenup. And then I can make off. Now we made a whole industry of it where these females come back after they do the bait and switch, because now I got to divorce you. I can't wait for you to leave. I got to divorce you so I can see if I can hop off and go grab another simp-ass nigga and then cash out all the way. If I'm telling y'all the damn truth here tonight, give me the basketball emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. It's over 2,000 people in here live in just the first 20 minutes. If I'm telling y'all the truth tonight, give me the basketball emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. If folks don't like the program here tonight, I'll go ahead and wrap it up early. That's fine too. I just thought there were some levels we should touch on here. So if folks don't like the program, let me go ahead and just wrap it up. This man, these women sit up here and play that game when she coming in to grab what she can get. She already had one kid when she met him. This chick is she is no stranger to just doing what you got to do. They come back later and try to rewrite it as if they're Mother Teresa. Chicks with crazy sexual histories, all of a sudden they Mother Teresa. Birds of a feather flock together. You ain't fooling me. So she sat up here and said that. Boy, I'm telling you, let's just see how much mileage we can get. Let's see how much mileage we can get. Now it says, Henderson made it clear that O'Neal never tried to hide her. He would blow kisses to her from the court at NBA games and was so proud of their life together. Quote, it was not hard to fall for his charm, Henderson wrote of their meeting in 1999 when she was working in the marketing department at 20th Century Fox. All right, let me go ahead and just leave that there. So, yeah, boy, I'm telling you. Shaquille O'Neal, after all these years, she writes a book, and she can't just focus on her life or anything. We're going to write a book so we can sit up here and say, by the way, yeah, not sure I ever really loved him. And why would she say something like that? Why would she say something like that? Well, that's because there's a new sheriff, or shall I say simpish, in town. No disrespect to Pastor Keon. I actually think of all the modern day preachers I see and whatnot, this guy actually has an air of competence about him. He's not a Creflo Dollar type as far as being strictly by the book about show me the money. I give this guy a little bit, do not overstate my words, I give him a little bit more credit than I do the bottom of the barrel typical televangelist. I give this cat a little bit more credibility. Well, I've already done a program about him before. However, this is an opportunistic marriage here. This is a marriage of opportunism. Now, you all have heard a lot of things out there. You've heard some things and whatnot. And if you've been following this story and everything, you've heard some things. However, just a few days ago, Shawnee was on Tamron Hall's program. And she was talking to Tamron Hall. And I want you all to hear how this interview went.
Took a difficult turn. She carved a whole new lane for herself, becoming a trailblazing executive producer, creator of one of the most talked about reality show franchises. Before social media and the Real Housewives were around, Shawnee Henderson created Basketball Wives, taking us behind the scenes from the court into the lives of women who had married, divorced, and...
Okay, let's go ahead and discuss that Basketball Wives thing here for a moment. Let's discuss that. Because I think that's an interesting thing to note there. That Basketball Wives thing. Now, I Googled it, and the first season of Basketball Wives I'm showing aired in 2010. Okay. When you go to People magazine, this is what you see. No, folks. I did not bring receipts. I brought invoices. I didn't come to tell you what you paid. I tell you what you owe. Basketball Wives aired in 2010, but you probably were filming in 2009. They were probably, especially to set the show up and everything else, it could have been 2 years before time. But you know what? I'll be generous and simply say, okay, they scheduled the show, set it up, and had everything arranged and organized and everything in 2009. And the show was ready to go in 2010. According to People magazine, and this is the story I was just reading, about here, it said over the course of their relationship, talking about Shaquille O'Neal and Shawnee, which began in the late 90s and ultimately ended in 2009. What? When Henderson filed for separation. So she filed for separation in 2009. The same year that you ostensibly she would have been organizing to set up that show Basketball Wives. So she's setting up the show Basketball Wives while she's at the same time she getting ready to divorce you. She's made the decision to divorce him, and she says, let me go ahead and see if I can organize this, get this program produced on my way out the door. So in other words, she had that deal with VH1 on her way out the door. By the way, VH1 has decided to pick up my show. Now I can divorce you. I didn't bring receipts, I brought invoices. I'm not telling you what somebody else told me. I'm telling you exactly what occurred, and that's why I told you all before. Remember that 2011 when they said that their divorce was finalized? Yeah, but I want to bring you back. The 2009, she files for separation. 2010, Basketball Wives hits the air. 2011, we're divorced. That's what I'm trying to tell you. 2009, 2008, she's talking to VH1 about producing a television show. 2009, they pick up the show and she files for separation. 2010, her show hits the air. 2011, divorce finalized. And Basketball Wives, now she can capitalize on being married to you and nothing else. You call that an equitable arrangement? You call that fair and equitable? This man is out there doing everything he can. He's trying to take care of his whole family. She living lavish. While he's doing that, she's like, yeah, by the way. But old Scammering Hall didn't mention any of this. This woman didn't have nothing. If it weren't for Shaquille O'Neal, she wouldn't have had Basketball Wives. She wouldn't have gotten that show if it wasn't for him. If she was Shawnee Henderson, whatever her name was before marrying him, what would she have today? Where would she be today? By her own admission, where were you? I ain't beating up on her. By her own admission, she was, quote, working in the marketing department at 20th Century Fox. Working in the marketing department? What the hell is that? She wasn't an executive. Here, you're a secretary in the marketing department. That man transformed your life. That man transformed your life. He adopted your kid by another dude. And you whining because, well, I want more. Can't we talk about me? Fellas need to be very careful because in the modern era, you all have been indoctrinated to think that the female going on and on, droning on and on endlessly about herself and her value and what she needs to get, and the relationship needs to be all about her. You've been gaslit into thinking that's normal. And that's exploitative as hell. She's sitting at home and whatnot. She's supposed to be all about you, not the other way around. She's not supposed to be giving you no problems and no headaches, especially now that she got mansions. Mansions, plural, luxury cars. You sitting up here paying for all these stupid ass Christmas parties she wants to throw, and she got complaints. And she still got complaints. You ain't bringing home STDs, you ain't bringing home side babies. And she's got complaints, non-stop complaints. If this man allowed her to meet people she could never meet in her life, was she grateful? Hell no. She was like, by the way, I can chuck you off. And Scammering Hall gonna sit there and just lie her ass off, so we already know that she's just angry as she can be, but she's sitting there lying her ass off about it.
And the Real Housewives were around. Shawnee Henderson created Basketball Wives, taking us behind the scenes from the court into the lives of women who had married, divorced, and dated NBA players. The show became a huge kid. Everybody was watching it, of course, the drama unfolding in their lives. But here's what was interesting. When it came time to submit a first draft of her real life and her memoir, giving a glimpse of her story, Shawnee's publishers told her that she wasn't being honest enough. Shawnee has revealed she was most nervous to write about her 7-year marriage and divorce from our friend, NBA Hall of Famer Shaquille O'Neal. In her new book, Undefeated, Changing the Rules and Winning on My Own Terms.
If you took the money from your damn ex-husband, how the hell is that you winning? Shaquille is undefeated. Who are you? No, I'm not dissing nobody. Who are you? Shaquille O'Neal is undefeated. You are a tag-along to this very day. By the way.
Love that title. Shawnee.
You know what? Let me stop bull-jiving around here. Let me go ahead and take this a little bit further. I want to go to Black Sports Online. This is all relevant. I want to go to Black Sports Online. How Shaquille O'Neal avoided paying a potential $200 million divorce settlement due to a specific Florida law. Let me show y'all what Shawnee O'Neal tried to do, and Scammon Hall over here is leaving out as if this woman is self-built. She's not self-built. She built by Shaq. BBS. In 2007, Shawnee O'Neal and Shaquille O'Neal filed for divorce after 5 years of marriage and the birth of their children. The following year, he first dropped the action, but the pair ultimately restarted the divorce procedure, which was finalized in 2011. In many cases involving, well, by the way, what does that tell you? So 2007, remember, does this line up with the math I gave you perfectly or what? Because I told you 2009 would be too soon for her to try to organize and set up and pitch a television show. It'd be too soon to do that. So that's what I was telling y'all before. It probably would have been 2008. So 2007, she wants to go for the exits, but then she says, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. She backs off until she can get something else going. And then 2 years later, okay, let me go ahead and drop this bomb on his ass now. So the divorce was finalized in 2011. First year basketball-wise was 2010. If the second season was 2011, she wanted to make sure they got renewed and picked up for another year. She's like, now I can leave your ass. Now I can leave you. I can get all the benefits of being with you and still roam these streets. Ain't that right, loose cannon? In any case, in many cases involving well-known athletes going through a divorce, the former spouse frequently ends up giving their ex-partner access to 50% of their financial assets. I'll be damned. Shaquille O'Neal was fortunate to have a prenuptial agreement in place that safeguarded the majority of his assets, although there was a chance that the legality of the prenup would have been contested. It was nonetheless enforceable in Florida. Now, folks, listen carefully to this next damn part. Shaq might have been required to distribute half of his assets if Shawnee and their kids had been living in California at the time due to state laws. However, because the divorce proceedings were started in Florida, while he was a member of the Miami Heat, his $400 million net worth wasn't equally divided. Shawnee received $10,000 a month in child support from Shaq for each of his 4 children. That's $40,000, although if we're counting the 5th kid she had by the other dude, if we're counting all 5 of the kids, $40,000 for the biological children, and if he got to pay $10,000 for the kid she had by another dude, that's $50,000 a month. And then she got $10,000 a month in alimony. And please remember here, folks are saying she wanted to try to do a switcheroo and whatnot and try to do it in California instead of Florida. It's like, okay, he got lucky. You got to do it in Florida. But it wasn't because she wasn't trying. This woman here was living lavish. This woman living lavish and didn't do a damn thing except marry him. And Cameron Hall ain't mentioning none of this. Yeah, that puts in a different damn light. She didn't earn nothing. It was given to her by Shaquille O'Neal. A brand new life. 20th Century Fox wasn't paying their receptionist in the marketing department $50,000 a year. Over $50,000 a month, over $500,000 a year. They weren't paying you that. And she comes back all these years later to rewrite the whole damn thing.
Writes about life, being married to one of the biggest basketball greats, and finding new love and becoming the first lady of a church. Here's a clip of the audio.
I'm a leader, an entrepreneur, and a first lady of a church. The self-knowledge and...
What does she lead? I'm a leader? What are you talking about? What do you lead? I'm a leader. What the hell kind of narcissistic, egomaniacal garbage? What are you leading?
Growth that's made those roles possible has come from sleepless nights, dark depression, anger over self-inflicted denial and dependency, and disgust at compromises I've made along the way. In other words, I have scars, but those scars have made me who I am.
Okay, is Shaquille O'Neal a scar? Is Shaquille O'Neal a scar? Because Shaquille O'Neal made you who you are today. We wouldn't know you existed had you not married that man. If you married Keon Henderson, we wouldn't know who the hell you are. No disrespect. We would have no idea who you are. We'd be talking about him. No one would know you existed. No disrespect. But put some respect in that man's name.
Wow. Fam, please welcome back to our show.
Y'all gonna think I'm wrong for this? Y'all gonna think I'm wrong for this? Here's the audience. It's clapping right now. That clapping you just heard, here's the audience. Here's the audience. There might be one metrosexual male back here in the back, at the very back. Everybody else, okay. All right. Y'all gonna say I'm wrong for it, but I'm just reporting the news.
Please welcome back to our show in person, Shawnee Henderson. Oh, boy.
Folks, this sign back here by the video screen behind them, let's get lit. What? These women are going in 50s. I mean, it's... All right.
I know, it's a lot.
It's a lot. And then to hear you say it, I was like, oh God, I didn't do that.
I mean, people don't realize because they think of the show that you created and it being about what happens in someone's home. You live in a privacy bubble. That's what you called it. You said, my bubble is a state of mind. It's an attitude that says when it comes to my personal life and my family, people are untrustworthy until proven otherwise.
Now, folks, she just wrote a damn book and is going on a press tour to air the dirty laundry about her ex-husband. She's going back in the crates to spew dirt and gossip on her ex-husband. And Tamron is sitting here talking about, and you're a very private person. What? While she's literally refuting every word of this simply by her presence on this stage, she's here to air all her dirty laundry. And you talking about, by the way, you're a very private person. You have a privacy bubble. I mean, this is insanity. This is like talking to the Mad Queen, the Queen of Hearts in Alice in Wonderland. It is completely irrational.
So you hit a lot, because you couldn't always trust everybody with your story.
Yes, absolutely. And in my book, I talk about that so much because, you know, even my husband now, I had to explain to him my privacy bubble because it might not be normal.
She had to explain to him her new husband now. Talking about Keon here. To the new husband, she has to explain to him the way things gonna be. About her privacy bubble so that he understands what the get down is. All right, dudes. Fellas stood up here and signed their lives away to some of the craziest stuff. Like they're professional alphas. You see them on the stage at their church. You see them at the doctor's office. You see them in the executive suite. You see them as entrepreneurs. They're professional alphas. You put a chick in front of them and they sign their lives away.
You know, it's so interesting because you created a show based on people telling their business.
Right.
And you were like, you could tell yours, but I'm not telling mine.
Exactly. And
Okay, did you all hear that? You made a whole show about people telling their business, and you're like, you can tell your business, I'm not telling mine. Well, doesn't that sound like manipulation to anyone? There's somebody saying, hey, I want you to go ahead and tell all your business, I'm not saying any of mine. Well, that if Shaquille were up there laughing while saying that, Tamara would be like, isn't that manipulative of you? Isn't that very manipulative of you to do that? But with her, like, hey, it's my privacy bubble. Respect her bubble. For the men, well, you're a manipulative bastard, aren't you? Now, that's what they'd be saying if it was a man.
The show based on people telling their business.
Right.
And you were like, you could tell yours, but I'm not telling mine.
Exactly. And I protected my space.
Yeah.
I shared what I wanted to share specifically. I grew up in a house where my mother was like, what goes on in our house stays in this house. So that's...
Oh, really?
Good book.
Says the woman who's writing a memoir to tell everything that happened in her house with her first husband. Oh, really? And by the way, Pastor Keon, I hope you're paying attention, dude. I hope you're paying attention to how she's handling things with her last husband. Because you're probably sitting there telling yourself, don't worry, Jesus got me and I'm going to be okay. I hope you're paying attention to what she did with her last husband, dude. I hope you're paying attention to that. Because you're probably sitting there telling yourself, oh, don't worry, I'll be different. Because that's the game they sell you. Oh, don't worry, you're different. Okay. All right. By the way, folks not liking the program here tonight, so I'm probably going to wrap it up here a little bit early. I thought you all would want to see some of the details of it, but that's perfectly fine. We can go ahead and wrap things up. I'm going to cover one or two more things here before we do that.
literally how I lived my life. Even in my book now, writing about it, I was not comfortable telling my story because my story involves my mom, my story involves my dad, my story involves my ex-husband, and it's not their decision to write a book, right? It was mine. So it was like I was shielding everything to protect everybody.
You know, I've said on the show, I'm typically not a fan of memoirs because people reinvent stories, and then they would come on our show and I'd say on page 99, and then they'd say, I didn't say that. I'm like, it's in page 99.
Right.
I love that your publisher said to you, you're not being honest enough. You got to go back at it. I'm getting emotional because you go deep in this.
I'm getting emotional. Really, Tamron? Really? Mm-hmm. What have we heard so far that's worth getting emotional over? Really?
Yeah. And it's why it's a beautiful book. You talk about your parents, and they were married 54 years prior to your dad's passing in March 2022. You wrote, growing up as a child, there was infidelity on your dad's part, mm-hmm. and your mom could not forgive him for what he'd done, but stayed in the marriage.
That big fellas, when the female tells you something like that, that means the paper ain't long enough. That's what that means. That's what she's trying to tell you. You don't make enough money to cheat on me.
Yes. That leads you to a pattern, which you write about in your own marriage, mm-hmm. in your marriage to Shaq for 7 years. You wrote, I'm not proud of the fact that I spent so many years in denial. It shows how easy it is to slip into patterns and become comfortable with them, even when they're toxic.
Is there anybody out here who is dog-ass stupid enough to sit up here and think that this woman, by the way, this is one of the promotional pictures for Basketball Wives. So yes, this looks like a woman right here. I'm talking about, boy, aren't most of y'all glad you don't have mamas who got pictures like this available for the world to see? Aren't you all happy that you don't have mamas who got pictures like this available for the world, that this is your mama somewhere? By the way. Yeah. Can you all imagine this right here? By the way, can you think about your mama somewhere looking like this and in front of the world, by the way? And this was on her way to separation, remember? This is for basketball wise. This is on her way out the door for separation. She got young kids. By the way, let me throw these cups out here. Let me throw this up out here. Okay. Yeah. Does this look like a woman who is naive? Because she's trying to sell us to believe that she's naive. I married Shaquille O'Neal, but I have no idea that professional athletes keep more than one woman. No, I thought Shaq was different. Really? Now she's trying to tell us that she was ignorant and silly. I was just a naive maiden. Come on, folks. Is she the dumb one or are you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And no one writes this manual, right, of how to do life. I wish. But and I own my space. I own my decisions. I own the fact that I was in complete denial and saw things right in front of me. But just like I was protecting myself, I was protecting my kids. I had this family, right? I didn't want to be a failure. To me, losing my marriage was failing.
You wrote about that specifically.
Yeah.
You talked about first.
Losing my marriage was failure. I didn't want to be failure. My marriage. Okay, can you figure out why Shaquille O'Neal got to go lay up with somebody else? That man got too much going on. He can't make you his only option with this damn narcissistic egomania fest going on. This man got to have a chick who's gonna give him some peace for a minute. Yeah, she didn't have all the kids and everything. She kind of got me there, but I ain't gonna divorce her, but I gotta get somebody else, man. It's Shack Attack. Icy hot. I do a lot. I gotta go somewhere else. Yeah, Shaquille got to find a chick who's gonna give him some peace for a few minutes before he come back home to this narcissistic roller coaster ride.
So I'll leave it to Shaq. When your book was announced, he tweeted out, nah. And then he said, I'm playing, congrats. He said he was just playing. But you said about the marriage, you said, looking back, I don't know that I was ever really in love with the man. It made me want to cry.
Yeah.
But I was in love with the idea of being married to the man I had a family with.
Now, here's the part that I'm not going to joke about and I'm not going to play about. Folks, all things remaining equal. Can you imagine some woman telling this to your kids? Now let's put the garbage to the side for a minute here. Can you imagine some woman telling this to your children? Really? Now you think about that for just a few moments. You done gave this woman an unparalleled lifestyle. She's now one of the most well-known women on the planet here. And can you understand? Can you imagine that? You done did all this for her. And this is what your kids have to see. That she's kept a, quote, privacy bubble all this time. And she jumps up to go write a book through Simon & Schuster to go broadcast to the world. By the way, I don't think I was ever in love with your father. You tell me that this is not a criminally narcissistic individual? Do you tell me this isn't going to be damaging? I don't think I was ever really in love with your father. Really? Forget the adults, folk. What I'm talking about is who in the hell cheerleads this on and promotes this on and applauds this for the effect it's going to have on the kids. I don't care if they're grown. Y'all got parents. Could you imagine your mama jumping up when you 19 years old and writing a book to the world, telling the world, by the way, I don't think I was ever really in love with your father. And somebody taking her on a television program and congratulating her. Now you think about that for a few moments. That you could do something like that and they're bringing you on Oh, tell your truth, queen. Speak your truth. Congratulations, applause. And if Shaquille O'Neal got up there and said, you know, looking back, I don't think I was ever really in love with Shawnee. I was in love with the idea of being married to the woman I had a family with. I was in love with the idea of building a life and a career. But they would be eviscerating him. Look it up. They would be ritually disemboweling him. Why, how dare you deceive her? Think about your kids. What are you doing to them? That's what they'd be saying. They wouldn't be asking him to explore his feelings. How you feel about it, they wouldn't be saying that garbage. They would drag his big 7-foot ass off that damn stage and be beating the hell out of him with their high heel shoes. Except for the fat chicks who can't fit their feet in them. No, other than that, what are you talking about? Nobody would be doing this. Nobody would be saying that. That's my point. No one. Boy, it must be nice to have your own misandrist media. Don't worry, folks. It gets worse.
I was in love with the idea of building a life together.
Absolutely. I was in love with the partnership that I never got. I didn't experience partnership in a relationship until now. But
now, I didn't experience partnership in a relationship until now. Lie. What she's saying right now is strictly for the consumption of her new husband. This is, I'm telling y'all, part of this, a big part of this is to set this man's heart and mind at ease. Can you imagine following in the shoes of Shaquille O'Neal? Can you imagine that? Knowing that your woman gave her best years, her younger years, her best years, to none other than Shaquille. And you can't even hate on Shaq. You know you was a fan. You can't hate on Shaq. I'm from Louisiana. He was what, LSU? You can't hate on Shaq. How you gonna do that? And your chick was married to Shaquille at the height of his abilities while she was at the height of hers. And you getting Shaquille's leftovers for a minute here. How you gonna do this? Tell me one part of your life, Pastor Keon, that anybody would trade in. Trade out shacks, exchange shacks for yours. No disrespect. No disrespect to the man. But I'm just saying, bruh, name one part of your life that anybody would, one part of Shaquille O'Neal's life that anybody would give up so they could have yours. Show me. Well, we have Wednesday Bible study. Shaquille be playing them games at the Staples Center and whatnot, but we gonna have revival next. They gonna have the NBA playoffs, and we gonna have revival. Bruh, no disrespect. But tell me what party Shaquille O'Neal's life that anybody gonna trade in so they can join you at Bible study, happy Bible hour, jolly Bible time, summer Bible school. Tell me, sir, you tell me. Tell me what part of your life that they would rather have. You know, Shaquille, he famous with all that money and all them women and all them stars and all them TV contracts and whatnot, but I would rather be in Pastor Keenan's life. I'd rather have that. Man. All right. So what I'm saying is when you get your woman, and by the way, the hairline, when you get your woman after all these years and you know she done lived a high life with Shaquille, and here you are following up, she got to soothe your ego. Y'all know full damn well. It's like, oh, wait a minute. What part of your life did Shaquille O'Neal not have 3 times, 10 times better better when he had her. The Spanx people didn't have to send out no free samples. I mean, I'm just saying, tell me what part Shaquille didn't get better. So she got to do something to reassure him. Oh, don't worry. I mean, just because back in the day, things were sitting up nice and perky and, I didn't have some of these laugh lines and, the traction alopecia didn't start doing this thing just yet. And, but don't worry about all that. I brought the best to you. Folks, ladies, I gotta talk to the ladies here for a minute. Ladies, can we have a brief sidebar? I know I'm in front of everybody here right now, but can you and I have you and me ladies, can we have a brief sidebar for a moment? Thank you. Ladies, yeah. You know how it is that you meet men in their 40s and their money is finally straight and all that stuff you were wishing for in their 20s, they finally have it now. And then you find out that, for most of them, you are not their sunny delight. They're really not looking at you like that. And obviously, well, I'm pretty sure you have a good suspicion why that is. So you kind of wind up having to play this psychological mind trick on men. You have to, Jedi mind trick is sitting below your level. You're going to have to convince the men that that even though you are 20 years older and you have given multiple births, and you're showing all the road miles and skid marks and stretch marks, that the man you're with today is getting a better deal than the one you were with 20 years ago. You are still trying to convince the guy who came along 20 years later that as you streak through your 40s on your way to 50, like an out of control mop bucket going down the poultry aisle at Aldi with no way to stop it, you're trying to convince that man that he's getting a better deal today than the man who was gripping them thighs 20 years ago. Ladies, what I'm going to say here is, does that make mathematical sense to you? Tell me what part of that makes mathematical sense. That's the part I want you to think about for a few moments. And I know you in a bind. I know you need a sponsor. I get that. But what I'm saying is, can we just, just do basic math? And I'm just saying, you're in a tough ass bind trying to debate this. That's a hell of you should all be a lawyer. That's a hell of an argument to have to make. Hey, I just want you to know, I'm a better woman at 50 than I was at 30. And it's just like, did she say that mess out loud? And you going back taking a look at the pictures of her at 30, and you like, this a damn different woman. You like, hey, you was a bad little broad back then. And now it's like, okay, now you looking to see if things line up. Like, wait a minute, okay, how was that sitting up back then? Oh, wait a minute, no. Newtonian physics has taken over with that. Newtonian physics has taken over with that bra. Yeah, buddy. Yes, sir. It's a whole new wardrobe Whole new wardrobe. Yeah. So, ladies, all I'm saying is it's an unenviable position, is what I'm trying to tell you here. It's an unenviable position, and you know, you gotta think about this. Think about it from the men's perspective. I mean, how square of a deal is this? Because as men, our money stays new. That's the thing I want you to understand. Our money stays new. Shaquille O'Neal is making new money today. Every day he get up and make it pop, he making new money. New money. And an old broad don't mix.
And deal with it, nigga.
I'm just saying, baby, you gonna find some down and out fella who's down on his luck and he just beat down. Ain't nobody checking for him. Ain't no competition for him. Okay, carve you off one. You need a sponsor. So most women out here today are having survival sex. I ain't hating on y'all. Just, hey, baby, look here. You trying to keep from under that freeway overpass. I get it. But let's just keep it real. As men get older, our money don't. Our money stays new. The woman is getting older, but we keep making new money every month. The money stayed 21 years old. Our money stays 21 years old. You stick with that broad for a decade or two. It's like, oh, wait a minute. All right. The money back there, but she way over here somewhere. So, Shawnee said that line there. I have a partner now. That's supposed to reassure Pastor Keon that you got something that Shaquille don't have. Oh, I have a partner. Will someone please, let me tell y'all where the scam is in this. Can someone explain to me, how do you measure? No, don't give me your opinion. To the fellas listening here and the females who try to run this mind game on folks. Hey, fellas, how do you measure that the man she's with or you are a better partner than the man she was with? How do you measure it? Are you a 20% better partner? 35%? 52%? How do you measure this? Because the only person saying that, well, you're a better partner, tell me where the office is you go to that verifies that, number one, verifies you're a better partner, and number two, measures the extent to which you're a better partner, you know, so we can verify and validate what she's saying. Because we can measure if you make more money, and we can measure if you have more status. But how she's saying that the thing that makes, well, the reason I married you is because, well, you're a better partner. Can you measure that? She's feeding you a line that's supposed to satisfy you and supposed to stroke your ego, and yet, can you explain it? You're a better partner. How do you measure that? What does that even mean? So you're supposed to ignore the fact that, by the way, you papered up and you got a few females looking at you, and you're a safe place for her to land, a soft place for her to land. Yeah, you're a downgrade, but you're not the guy working at, Fogo de Chao, which is where she needs to be. And so to take your mind off of that, you ask yourself, well, what do I got? Wait a minute, why are you marrying me? I mean, what do I have that Shaq didn't have? Because it looked like he got it all times 10. Oh, you're a better partner. Oh, well, oh, that's great. Oh, yeah, I'm a better partner than he is. Yeah, he got all that money and fame and height and notoriety and historic image and everything. Yeah, but he got that, but I'm the better partner for the woman that's 20 years older. And by the way, yeah, you're a better partner for me. You're more useful to me. Why, you're more valuable for me where I am right now. Do y'all think that this woman gave a damn about a pastor when she was at them NBA games trying to get Shaquille O'Neal to notice her thighs? When she was trying to seduce Shaquille O'Neal back in '99, do you all think that she gave a damn about any of that? About church? Okay. All right.
I was in love with the partnership that I never got. I didn't experience partnership in a relationship until now. But you know, Shaquille and I have a great relationship now.
And beautiful children.
And beautiful children. I would not change any part of my story, not one part of my story, no matter how depressed, how sad, how much at the bottom I felt. I would not change one part of it because I feel like my reward is now. Like I am.
She wouldn't change no part of it because you was a struggle bunny before you met Shaquille O'Neal. You were a struggle bunny and anonymous. You were a nobody. You had no name. You had no status. You hadn't seen anything. You hadn't gone anywhere, and you weren't on your way. There were a bunch of females, a lot more fly, a lot more well-known that Shaquille O'Neal could have chosen. He chose you because he must have felt you were more down to earth and found out the hard damn way that was a scam. She was most scammy than the other ones were. I wouldn't change anything. Hell no, you wouldn't change nothing. $600,000 a year? Sitting on your rump? Hell, what do you have to change? What do you have that you would want to change? You came up. I wouldn't change anything about my come up. Well, hell no, you wouldn't. Oh, y'all gonna say I'm wrong for this. Y'all gonna say I'm wrong for this, but oh boy.
Word is now. Like I am, you know, I part of my story, not one part of my story, no matter how depressed, how sad, how much at the bottom I felt. I would not change one part of it because I feel like my reward is now. Like I am,
Cookie! Nom, 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 oh, nom, 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 nom. Y'all, is it just me or is this audience sketchy as hell? I would be scared to leave my truck alone around them. Oh no, I'm not leaving lunch nowhere, but I'm scared to leave my truck alone. Is it just me? Am I wrong, y'all? Am I making things up again? Is it Jason is Jason sitting here fabricating the copy? Or do y'all see what I see? Because it looks damn uniform to me, but Jason, you wrong. I'm wrong? Okay, I'm wrong then. All right, I'm just wrong. Okay. And it's not that many people in the audience either, but they're loud. And I'm like, okay, I wonder how the hell were y'all so damn loud? And it's not that many people in the audience. And then I saw the size of them hands. So I saw the size of them hands. I said, oh, that's how y'all so loud up in there. Oh, okay. I saw them hands. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm surprised we ain't like the Hulk clapping. It's like, all right.
I know this book is a memoir, but it's honestly a manual, Tamron.
I see it. Yeah.
It is me encouraging. It is me uplifting.
I mean, you talk about finding financial independence. I mean, you talk about in the book and
oh, here's the part right here that sent my blood boiling. Now, I've already explained in detail to all of you how she came up financially. I explained that to all of you, and we already covered over what she got from the damn divorce. First, she got some money because Shaquille had to give her a payout. Then he got to give her monthly alimony on top of that. But listen to how she details what happened. And Tamron, who supposedly worked for NBC, supposed to be a reporter, supposed to be not letting lies get through here, Tamron just lets her sit here and make up a bald-faced lie, and Tamron just sits there and co-signs it. Now, you heard about her financial situation. You know how she was living with Shaquille. Y'all know how them divorces go. So even if the articles don't talk about the multi-million-dollar payout, she gotta get something. And then you see how much she was getting after the fact. $60,000 a month every year. But listen to what she tells you about her finances.
I see it.
It is me encouraging. It is me
I mean, you talk about
uplifting.
finding financial independence. I mean,
Yeah.
you talk about in the book, and to that point, I was like, how much should we talk about Shaq? Because your whole new husband is right there.
Right.
I played with it in my head too.
Comfortable, right?
I played in my head too with it. But to your point, it's not about a rehashing. I'm telling you how I got to where I am, including this determination to be financially independent and have a legacy of your own, because you looked up and there's this beautiful house, this beautiful man, but it all was somebody else's money.
It was all somebody else's.
And you said,
Yeah.
I've got to create my own, not just so I can buy my own, but so I can show my kids, my daughters, my...
I've got to create my own. I live in this beautiful house and beautiful cars and this beautiful life, but I've got to have my own. Now, here's where you, and I'm going to say it just like this, here's where you sorry sap sucker ass simps last week. I mean, you look ultra stupid now. You all would sit up here and say, well, there is no mine or yours in a marriage, it's ours. Even though Shaquille O'Neal's the one doing all the work and providing all of it, she's sitting here telling you years later, by the way,
hello, it's property
I
closed.
don't own this. In other words, I don't have the ability to take it from him.
Thank
I
you.
want to be in control. I don't want my husband to be in
Try to come to
control.
me
I
tell
want to
me.
be in control.
something because they're gonna want to.
So you named off
Shaquille.
Shaquille O'Neal did things she could never in her life do, and she can't do it now. She
Please
wasn't doing it
don't
before
do
she
that.
met him. Only time she had it was when she was with him.
Try to be
She's
so
divorced from him,
kind.
and she's never been able to replicate it, not even close. And yet, take a look at the contempt that she
Y'all go back
has
there and get hurt.
for a man who did something that most of the
Anything
females
else.
in here, you would run over your best friend and your mama in a John Deere to have the life she had, and you would be totally thrilled and content. And she's sitting there telling you,
No.
yeah, well, that belonged to him. So what I'm saying is, now you see what I mean. It wasn't no joke when she said, I never really loved him. I never really loved you. I didn't ever really love you. I wanted the status of being a basketball wife, because wasn't nothing popping for me as the receptionist at 20th Century Fox in the marketing department. Wasn't nothing popping for me. And I didn't see no other way. So I didn't ever really love you. I love to come up, so I give myself credit for getting up the social ladder. This is the very definition of hypergamy. This is just hypergamy. And all these years later, she's finally letting the real thing come out. I never really loved you. You were just the means to me ingratiate, because I always felt that I was underappreciated and I could do better. Well, she never did. The problem is she never did. Everything she's ever done ever since has been sponging off of Shaquille O'Neal. And by the way, if Shaquille O'Neal had been an NBA bust, would any of us know who Shawnee Henderson is today? If Shaquille O'Neal had been like all the other folks, I'm not going to say Stromile Swift because I got to represent Shreveport better than that, but there's a bunch of others you all can name. If Shaquille O'Neal had been the typical NBA bust and had not been one of the greatest basketball players to ever strut onto a hard court, would anybody know who the hell she was today? She'd be just another chick who married an NBA guy who went off in obscurity, and nobody would care what she got to say. If Shaquille O'Neal did not sustain himself across multiple seasons, multiple years, multiple decades, and multiple teams, who the hell would know who she was? Who would care? Hell, the only reason they're having an interview with you is so you can just discuss Shaquille. They're not having an interview with her about her. They want to have an interview with her about Shaquille. She wrote a whole damn book. Nobody wants to talk about anything except for the paragraph in there talking about Shaquille. But what they don't want to talk about is you, the phony entrepreneur, phony leader. Obviously, nobody thinks very much of your entrepreneurship or your leadership because they ain't asking you about either. That's my point. And I want folks to recognize that's a dirty ass game to play. This man has extended himself and put himself at the full liability of the state and allowed her to clean him out after 5 damn years. And she's sitting here admitting, yeah, by the way, I never really loved him. I was looking to see how I could come up on my own. And he was going to be a stepping stone for me to come up. And that's the only damn reason we did this. Fellas, the biggest lie out here, this is why, yes, I understand you have been misled for so damn long. Let me go ahead and take this as a moment to get you to update your files.
Join me, and I will complete your training.
If you are fruit booty sensitive about me simply explaining the obvious, that it's time to upgrade your files, you've been misinformed. Let me go ahead and take this moment to do that. A man should discuss marriage as a business. A female should never discuss marriage as a business. A female is supposed to discuss marriage as being a fan of the man that she is with, that she wants to join his program. When you got a female who is talking about marrying you as a business, as an enterprise, she's adding up numbers and divvying up assets, man, you in the jaws of danger. You're in the jaws of danger. You're in the jaws of danger, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're in a bad spot. She's sizing you up and gonna be telling you the whole damn time that that's not what it is. Gonna tell you the whole damn time that that's not what it is. Until she gets together with her attorneys. Then she gonna let the real thing come out. And years later, when she explains it to other people, she gonna lie like she's doing here and claim it's not what it is. No, it's about you. Now she's gonna sit up here and make up a new lie and act like it's something it wasn't. Like she's built something, like she built Sylvia's or something, and no, she hasn't.
All was somebody else's money.
It was all somebody else's.
And you said,
Yeah.
I've got to create my own, not just so I can buy my own, but so I can show my kids, my
Exactly.
daughters, my sons.
Yeah, I wanted to be able to leave a legacy. And again, in my book,
Did you all hear that? I wanted to be able to leave a legacy. Will someone please explain to me or tell me what in the hell Shawnee Henderson is ever going to do that is going to outstrip Shaquille O'Neal's legacy? Do you see how idiotic these statements are? I need to build a legacy. What the hell you gonna do? What is she going to do that's going to outweigh Shaquille O'Neal? Do you realize how narcissistic you have to be to even say something like that? Her only accomplishment is marrying Shaquille O'Neal. All these decades later, she's married to a new man. Ain't nobody brought her on to talk to her about her new man. They still want to talk about one of the greatest centers of all time. That's your evidence, baby. Your damn ego trip hit the rocks. But I want fellas to understand, those are not innocuous, look it up. Those are not harmless statements. When a female is talking to you about her ego, about what she wants to do, when you have outstripped anything she could possibly think of, and yet she's still demanding you, I want to be important. I want to be important too. Understand, she is going to gather a war chest to challenge you and to try to destroy you. Because the more, remember, I've taught you all this for years, and shout out to Dame Dash, I explained that years ago. Your ability to do better than she isn't making her grateful. Your ability to do better than her is making her resentful. She's not grateful to be the wife of a man who's changing the world. She's actually resentful because in her eyes, she's supposed to be doing that. And being so close to you and realizing that the more every day that goes by, you're getting further and further away from her in accomplishment, and she's never gonna catch up. Now the only way she can catch up is to sabotage you. That's it. And y'all are sitting next to females thinking that you're knocking it out the park, thrilling her with your accomplishment, and in reality, she is ambitious and she's calculating, and she resents you. She resents you because you're not struggling. She resents you because you're doing well. She resents you because you can afford to take care of 5 or 6 females at the same elevated level. She resents you for it. So this is what men say, I'm damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't. So if I'm a struggling pookie, you resent me because I can't do nothing for you. And if you're an intelligent, calculating, ambitious female, and if you can't be important, you're going to resent me because I'm not failing. Because now you resent me because I'm succeeding. And every morning she looks at you, look at that nigga. You're in the shower trying to get ready for another hectic ass day and ignore her damn bull crap. And she's sitting there scowling. She hates to do it. She hates to look at things. Fellas, listen to me very, very carefully. You can listen to these old brainwashed, handkerchief-haired, beat down, marital whoop niggas if you want to. His life sucks and you'll go along with him. Understand something. If a female does not love what you do to put food on the table, she resents you. You do, especially if you're operating at a high level. If, for example, with me, any female I'm with, if she doesn't watch the program or whatever, it's like, hey, you gotta go. God help you if you used to watch and then you stop. You gotta go. If you resent what I do that provides you with benefits and you resent it, you gotta go. If Shaquille O'Neal is playing them basketball games, his woman needs to know every game. She needs to know every team. She needs to know every away game. She needs to know the whole schedule. Baby, you got mansions off of this. You're supposed to be the #1 Magic fan, the Heat fan, the Jazz fan, Lakers fan. You get mansions. The cheerleaders know the damn schedule better than you, and you get mansions out of it? Fellas, don't you recognize when a chick is sitting next to you and hates you? She doesn't know what your program is. She's supposed to be the #1 advocate, the #1 knowledge base for it. She resents that. I don't know what's going on with you. That means she resents you. And a bunch of you fellas right now, my wife don't know what I do. Man, let me tell you something. The nigga she was with before you, who she was chasing down the hall and trying to get pregnant by, she knew everything he did. She knew all about his job. Shows up with your damn simp beta bill ass and don't know nothing. And you're sitting there thinking that, okay, well, she doesn't need to. Recognize when a woman does not admire you. Recognize when a woman is resentful of you and does not admire you. And I'm telling you all that what Shawnee O'Neal is showing you all is after all these decades, she resented Shaquille O'Neal because he was successful. And yes, along with success means going to any team you want to go to, living in any state you want to go to, driving any car you want to, having any woman that you want to. Just like Lala Anthony, you thought that was the bee's knees when you met him. Being recognized everywhere you go. Can you all imagine being Shaquille O'Neal walking through an airport? That 7-foot nigga come through down to the baggage claim. Folks are taking pictures. Folks are taking selfies. Females are winking. Men are standing at salute. They're standing at attention, saluting him. Young men are walking up to him saying, you changed my life. I didn't want to play basketball until I saw you. Now I'm getting ready to go. University of Florida, University of California, LSU, Arkansas State. Because I want to be like you, Shaq. Just like when Shaq was young, he said he wanted to be like Dr. J. He's walking through the airport, meeting young cats, coming up to him saying, I want to be like you, Shaq. I don't want to be like Dr. J. I don't want to be like Magic Johnson. I want to be like Shaq. I don't want to be like Jordan. I don't want to be like LeBron. Shaq played different. Shaq was super dominant. Shaq was the big man. Shaq was like a wall out there. He was big, but he could move, and wasn't nobody gonna bully him. And there's certain cats, they like that. They're like, I want to play that type of ball. I ain't trying to dance around the court. Zion Williamson wants to be like that. You see, fellas, they put on extra weight. They ain't trying to be the big man on the court. Charles Barkley was inartful. Cats admired the way that Shaq played. He took over the damn court. Wasn't nobody gonna boss him around. Wasn't nobody gonna boss him around. And yes, if he had to, he could do some head busting. And if Shaq had to, he could do some head busting. And there's young cats who like that kind of play. They're like, yes, that's the kind of thing I want to do. I ain't trying to dance around. I'm not trying to move at 1,000 miles an hour. I want to be known as dominant. Just every footstep I take, I own this thing. And that's what Shaq did. He was unique in that regard. And he is respected because of that. And so you walking through the place there, and imagine a 19-year-old can tell you more about your career than your wife did, and she was sitting right there for it. Damn! You damn right he laying up with somebody else when it is so obvious that you never really loved him. You were there for what you could get. You never really loved him. You damn right he's gonna, any man with half a lick of sense is gonna end up in bed with another woman when you are so obviously laying next to somebody who has contempt for you while you've blessed them. Don't tell me a damn thing about him laying up with other females. This is what the hell was laying next to him. Ungrateful. Sitting there the whole time. The man is beating anything you ever met in your life out of the park times a million, and she's not grateful. She's resentful. How the hell are you going to sit next to some narcissistic sociopath, and she's going to be your only option? So that's why she got to get out here and write a damn book, so she can sit up here and pretend it's about her when in reality it's about him. And yes, this is Jada Pinkett Smith 2.0. It sure is. Yet another female sitting around trying to convince you that she's got accolades that she doesn't, and resents the only person next to her who does, and oh yeah, is sitting next to the new man talking about the old man the whole time. Fellas, most of you dudes listening to me right now, I gotta call it what it is. Most of y'all is cucks. Most of you fellas are getting cucked, man. Y'all got chicks who are with you talking about the other dude. Y'all got chicks who are with you talking to the other dude. What? Y'all got females who are, they online posting about other niggas. And you sitting right there, it's like, wait a minute. This woman's going on a damn book tour about Shaquille O'Neal. Now, Keon, this where I got to pull your coat, my dude. I'd have told her, well, look here, about that book. I thought we were talking about you. Well, we're going to talk about my life and talk about Shaquille's. Yeah, about that. Now, I thought we moving forward. Seemed to me, you got a whole lot to say about where you were. And he's going to sit there and say that because she's brought more attention to his church. So him and Shawnee are both beneficiaries of Shaquille. Let's call it what it is. They're both beneficiaries of it. But fellas, y'all got to watch out. If you need to go take a look at your chick, take a look at who she's talking to, take a look at what she posts, take a look at what she says, and see if she's sitting up here making statements aimed at other men. Some of them try to be slick. They're not talking about him directly. They're mentioning circumstances. And you sitting right there while she's so obviously referencing somebody else while you paying the damn bills and giving her a cushion to do so. That is disrespect on a cosmic level. That's the problem.
And you said, I've got to create my own, not just so I can buy my own, but so I can show my kids, my daughters, my sons.
Yeah, I wanted to be able to leave a legacy. And again, in my book, I talk about that because I want to leave a legacy for my children. I turned around and realized I don't have a career. I don't have my own money coming in from somewhere. I don't have. And it wasn't until reality hit me in my face that I was like, wait a minute. I've been financially dependent on another human being this entire time, and I have nothing to show for it.
Heifer, you had $60,000 a month to show for it, and Scammering Hall didn't stop you to check that lie for a second. She's sitting here lying to you all, talking about I didn't have nothing to show for it, and I just explained to you what the hell she had to show for it. She had millions of dollars to show for it. Sitting here telling the what she's acting like she left the marriage penniless. That Shaquille O'Neal walked off and she had to go get a job at the Waffle House. Sitting up here straight up lying. She made more. Shaquille O'Neal gave her more money after they divorced than most of the women listening to me are going to make in their entire working lives. Shaquille O'Neal gave her more. She got more money out of Shaq after she got divorced than 99.999% of the women listening to me right now will make for the remainder of their lives. Sitting up here on this stage lying, and Scammering isn't checking her or stopping her at all, lying that I didn't have nothing when I left. So when females get together, ladies, you gotta hold this L. When females get together, they sit up here, I had to do it all on my own. When she was with, before Shaquille O'Neal, I do it all on my own. When she was with Shaquille O'Neal, I'm doing it all by myself. After Shaquille O'Neal, I'm doing it all on my own. And I'm talking about lie after lie after lie. And it was disgusting. It's disgusting to hear it. This is why I call tonight's program the Mate and Switch, as we are going into Mother's Day. We're calling it the Mate and Switch. Not bait and switch, but the Mate and Switch, going into Mother's Day. I want folks to understand here that I am not against marriage. I am against stupidity. Stop lying to people and claiming it's something that it's not. Now, I want to give a few thoughts on a few things here about what the problem is. Let's be very, very clear. First of all, the word is that while she doesn't like cheaters and whatnot, the word is that she was cheating before she got with old Pastor Keon. So, okay. But then again, she kind of got, she likes the men. She ain't never had an issue with that. Okay. She marries Shaquille O'Neal and brings him a kid from a previous relationship. So she believes in she was always about handcuffing the dude. Now she's married to a new man and she's coming to him with kids from a previous relationship. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Now, I've explained to you here that I think that the major reason that she's doing this or saying it the way she's saying it right now is because the new man that she's with is living in the shadow of an NBA legend. A legend who's still living, still making the money stack up from here to the sky. His name still opens doors. Both of y'all eating off Shaquille O'Neal's name. His ex-wife and her new husband are both sitting there, knife and fork, eating off his name. And eating good. That's how powerful that man is. Not was, is. And that's gotta do something to you. Fellas, we know what it is. Women know it. That's gonna do something to you. How the hell can you feel like a man and you know that you and your wife are living off another man's name? Now, to make matters worse, I think they thought they were making it better. In reality, they actually made it worse. They actually made the situation worse, because what they attempted to do here was they attempted to they cut to a segment, went to commercial break, cut to a segment, and they come back and they're talking to Shawnee about her husband. Now I'm going to let you all take a look at the video here, but hopefully you two don't strike me for it. Cameron Hall, back up off me. Fair use, Cameron. Fair use.
It's church, you know what I mean?
What was it about him? Of a second marriage, he has a child, the youngest now 11.
Correct.
But you're stepping into the church.
Right. Right. And people think I'm unchurched, you know.
But you are.
I grew up in church. My mother
You wasn't there with Shaquille O'Neal.
was a church pianist. I know church, but to be a first lady is not just church, you know what I mean?
What was it about him?
You know, he's just so amazing. And honestly, he's relatable, right? It wasn't, think being with a pastor, you're like, okay, is he about to...
Did you all get that? Did you see what she just did? Now to my fellas out there who had a chick who stood up here, you had to divorce her or something like that. Do y'all see how she was asked about that man? Well, what about him? Why'd you get with him? And did y'all see how she sidestepped that?
Your first lady is not just church, you know what I mean?
What was it about him?
You know, he's just so amazing. And honestly, he's relatable, right? It wasn't, think being with a pastor, you're like, okay, is he about to...
Like, because you're always thinking you're going to have to go get long skirts all of a sudden.
Yeah, no. And he's not that. He allowed me to be who I am.
Yeah.
Did you all hear that? I want to know, who are all the damn marble brain people out there who didn't hear what the hell you just heard? She was asked, what is it about your new husband? And she's like, oh, he's amazing. I can relate to him. I was asking myself, is he gonna be quoting Bible scriptures all day? What? So in other words, yeah, I want a Christian pastor who doesn't really engage with Christianity. And I'm so glad I have a man of the Bible who doesn't actually bring me the Bible. Yep, that's what I'm looking for. And notice she brings it back to her. Me. I can be me. He lets me be. Well, what's so amazing about him? He lets me be me.
You're always thinking you're going to have to go get long skirts all of a sudden.
Yeah, no. And he's not that. He allowed me to be who I am and to embrace this faith world, right? Because it's like the faith world, the culture world feels like the faith world keeps them out, and then it's like this thing, but he embraces it. He allows me to be who I am in the space. And
now she was asked, what was it about him that she liked? And everything she's naming is, well, he lets me do my thing, and I get to do what I want to, and I get to live how I want to live. Now, there are a lot of fellas out there who don't think critically, and let's just keep it real. You are just so dog-ass desperate. I mean, you're just famished. Cookie!
Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order?
I mean, you just licking your fingers. You can't stand it. Regular sexual access. You're just so desperate to have some regular, convenient sexual access that when you finally did get it, you done sold the farm. You gave up everything. Manhood out the window, principles out the window, self-respect out the window. Finally, I'm not worried about where my next piece of some rump roast gonna come from. Finally. And let's just keep it real. That's where 80% of the male population is today. Truth be told, about 90%, but definitely 80% of the male population. Even if the so-called professional alphas in their personal lives, they're absolutely weak, wimp, beta. They're wondering where their next piece of sex gonna come from. And so they trade in everything and they stop listening. Obvious signs. If it's not related to sex, he's not listening. He's not paying attention. If it's not actually related to sex, you guys aren't listening. If what she's saying doesn't sound like it's going to interfere with your sexual access, you stop listening. When this is the conversation you need to be asking, let me find out, hey, let me ask you about your respect for me. And what she just said there is, I have no problem marrying a pastor so long as he ain't gonna do no pastoring to me. I have no problem with a man of Christ as long as he don't try to bring that Christ stuff to me. That's what she just told you. This culture faith world, and keep them separate. She just sat here and told you, yeah, I'm so glad that he knows the difference between this culture faith world. And what she's saying is, yeah, and he lets me do me, which is keeping them separate. I get to live in the culture world, and he gets to live in that faith world. She's sitting here saying it. And what I'm saying is, by the way, did you even listen? For most guys, it went over your heads. Did you even hear what she's saying when she was asked about him? She was asked what's so great about him, and she said what's great about him is he's a pastor who don't insist on pastoring, and he lets me do what I do. Now it gets worse here, because, and by the way, they thought they were doing a favor. Tamron thought she was doing a favor with this next part, and I'm going to put it on the screen so you all can see it. Tamron thought they were doing a favor. Folks have not talked about this, and this has been going around online. Something happened at his church. This has been going around online. It's kind of gone viral. And I think they thought they were giving shine, but it was exactly the opposite. And I want to put this in its proper context, too. This was a terrible look.
I'm always going to respect him and support him.
Can we meet him?
Oh, I would love to.
All right. Yes. Come on out, campus. Please welcome Pastor Keon Henderson back to
Is he wearing socks this time? Y'all know when I was talking about before, he wasn't wearing no socks. Is he wearing socks this time?
the show. Come on out.
Okay, I think he got socks on. Oh, wait a minute, I might be wrong. No, he's not wearing socks again. What is it about him and socks? He doesn't like socks?
I say welcome back.
Oh, no, those oversized shoes. What is it about him and socks? Him and socks don't get along. So I guess she's like, oh, less laundry for me to have to do.
Back to the show because you were on our show figuring out your faith,
That's
you know,
right.
and I love that Shawnee said you do this great job of merging culture, meaning the world, with what happens within the confines of the church.
Yes, ma'am.
That's your mission. How did you go viral this weekend?
Oh my God. Oh, the noise.
Now, I played that all together so you all could see exactly how it went down without interruption. She brings him out. She says, oh, we were talking about, faith and this, that, and you went viral this weekend. Tell us about that. So we finally got into the segment where we're talking to Shawnee Henderson, about her new husband. Okay? We're finally not talking about Shaquille O'Neal. We're finally talking about your new husband. And, well, this is what happened with the new husband, okay? This is what happened with him. Let me go ahead and play for you all. This is what, he was at the church, and man, oh man, they were upset about that, because, well, I'll let you see.
Yeah, too much.
Hey. Hush.
Oh my God.
Silence in the name of Jesus.
What he about to say is his?
That was him in his church. And one of the females up in there, apparently she's got a long track record of, in the South, we call it getting happy. Well, she wasn't even getting happy. She is just balling and this, that, and the other. And he has finally had enough.
Hush.
Oh my God.
Silence in the name of Jesus.
What he about to say is his?
Okay, so that's what happened at his church. Tamron Hall brings him on after Shawnee has talked about Shaquille O'Neal, and this is what Tamron wants to talk about.
With what happens within the confines of the church.
Yes, ma'am.
That's your mission. How did you go viral this weekend?
Oh my God! Oh, the
Can I
noise.
show it?
Yeah,
Okay.
show it. You can
Before
show
we
it.
talk about how amazing your beautiful first lady is, I'm on my social media. My cousin lives in Houston, and Katie, she says, Pastor Keon is trending. I was like, what happened?
Right.
She said, go on the shade room. I said, the shade room? Let me play this moment.
Yeah, if somebody tells you go in the shade room to see yourself, this never ends well.
Let's play it.
Hey. Stop it. Hush.
So, the backstory was there was a woman, and you could hear her making audible sounds. You turn around, you say, that hush.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, don't ma'am me. I always tell people a snippet of video is not the total story. So tell me what happened there.
Well, social media is into cuts, not context.
Yeah.
And every suggestion that I got from every naysayer, I've already done. This is a 4-year battle, right?
Oh, this is ongoing.
This is ongoing. So I've already talked to her personally. I'd already had ushers go up to her. I've already had prayer warriors. I've had everything. So she did it publicly after being asked not to.
What is she crying? Is an emotional?
Well, as a pastor, I know the difference between disturbance and worship. And what people have to understand is that every time you hear a noise in church, it isn't worship. And so there has to be order. For instance,
Okay. Now, he's doing a very good job of articulating what happened, and he's doing a very good job of explaining why he did what he did. That I don't have any issue with that. Here's my point. You spent all this time previously here, Tamron, talking to this woman. You spent the previous 7 minutes and 46 seconds talking to Shawnee about Shaquille O'Neal. You have another 7 minutes, 46 seconds talking to Keon. You talked to Shawnee about being in the NBA and having a legend and this, that, and the other. You introduce us to her new husband, and the first thing you do is tell us about, now you went viral for telling a woman shush in church and explain yourself, and this is kind of a down thing here, and this, we had a disturbance in the church, and this, it wasn't looking so good, and folks have been criticizing me about it. This is how you, now, she said they had him on before, but I'm just saying, this is how you debut him in with the introduction of her book. So you're not bringing him out to talk about what a great job he's doing. You bring him out, and by the way, I guess Fate just did this. She out here trying to eat off Shaquille's name. It's like Fate said, yeah, let's let your new husband get some shine for a minute. Let's give your new husband some shine for a minute. So your new husband doesn't get to talk about what a great job he's doing at his church. The new husband has to defend his pastoring. He's got to come out and defend it. So even when you were supposed to be talking about, you didn't even get to talk about how much better than Shaquille this guy is. She's supposed to be having this book that talks about she's got a better partner and this, that, and the other. And you can't even, when you bring him out, he doesn't even get to talk about how great he is. He's got to come out and defend himself. Did y'all catch that? The new husband has to defend himself, and this is what she's supposed to have shine over. So it's like, oh, this was just a bad look for him. It just failure to launch. You ain't gonna make it. You're not gonna make it. It's just not gonna happen. None. Now, if you all want to watch the rest of it, you can go to Tamron's YouTube, although why would you? And you can go ahead and check that out. But my point here is there are several lessons I want you to learn.
That was some bullshit, because if he's an average,
Several lessons here.
meaning a person,
I have reminded you all throughout the years that the single most important thing for human beings is not money, nor is it love, it's status.
No way.
Status is the single most important component for human beings. Money is simply a tool to gain status. All those other things are meant to enhance your status. Money that doesn't do anything for your status is just paper. You might as well throw it in the fireplace.
Why the fuck
it is not actually accomplishing its ultimate ability.
Y'all to move out. See, haters, what they do.
And what I'm saying here is that when you are
and they see
Keon Henderson, you've married the wife of an NBA legend who is still very much pertinent today, very much making headlines today, very much in demand today, as famous today as he's ever been. That man's shadow ain't never going nowhere. You're going to spend the rest of your life living in Shaquille O'Neal's shadow. When folks talk to you about your wife and then mention this man's name, you will never get away from Shaquille O'Neal's name for the remainder of your days, Keon. There will be nothing you can do to erase Shaquille O'Neal's name.
Is to stay on code, to get up.
You are nowhere near the time zone of Shaquille O'Neal's status, much less anywhere even remotely close to his level. Shawnee isn't your wife.
Mexicans or whatever can be together.
She's Shaquille O'Neal's ex-wife.
Except black.
She doesn't get any perks being married to you.
That's a problem.
I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm not saying that to be nasty. I'm saying, can we all just be brutally honest and objective? What are the... You all didn't know his ex-wife. Y'all didn't know Pastor Henderson's ex-wife. That's where Shawnee would be today if she wasn't married to Shaquille. Being married to Pastor Henderson is not a come-up.
By some lame duck.
I know he's made some waves on Instagram, but let's be honest, man. Shawnee got to help with that.
Sense to us at all.
But the bottom line is, they didn't bring you on to talk to Shawnee about you. They brought her on to talk about Shaquille, and then they say, "Oh, by the way, your new husband went viral this week for a little bit of an incident in his church." She doesn't get any perks being married to you. There's no valet parking being married to you. There are no young men walking up to y'all in the airport saying, "I want to be like Pastor Keon." No disrespect. But they ain't doing that. And she feels that and she knows that. And guess what? So does he. He's taking the blended family pictures with them too, y'all, by the way. Oh, you didn't know that? He took the blended family pictures with him too, so... Yeah, imagine sitting there next to the dude your wife used to be laying up with, and here y'all are. You gotta sit here and smile with this nigga?
Right.
Where we do that at? Now you gotta sit here and smile with him? Come on now, you don't see a problem? Y'all don't see an issue with that? She is not getting any perks being with you, except that she doesn't fall as far down the socioeconomic ladder as she would if she were dating the guy who worked at Panera Bread. You recognize that a lot of people realized who she was, and you said, "Well, better than nothing, here we go."
I got so good.
And all of her status came from being his woman, Shaq's woman. And that's why people are talking about what she said about him. And they're not breathing a word about what she thinks about you, her current husband. That's the difference. That's the bait and switch. She just rinsing and repeating. She's soaking up a bunch of stuff for herself, not helping him. And when she was asked about him, she turned the subject back to herself again. Don't you see what she's setting up for you, dude? She isn't going to sell books talking about you, Keon. Nobody wrote an article about you. She's not going to sell a single copy of a single book ever discussing her marriage to you. And she's all about herself. You can see that she's got that conceit. She's all about her. She's not going to sell one book talking about you. She's only going to sell books talking about him. That's a problem. Why is what Shawnee is doing so absolutely dastardly? It is dastardly and diabolical because a man cannot live without respect. As men, we require respect. And I want to ask you all a question here tonight for some of the dumb, dopey jackasses who actually got a chick who done got your dumb ass over a barrel and made you fall for the well. What love got to do with it? We can be married and not have love? Now, I've warned you all about that word love, but here's the issue with that. Tell me, how can a woman respect a man if she can look you in your face and tell you, I married you, but I don't think I really love you? I don't care what your debate about the definition of love is. Tell me, how in the hell do you tell yourself that you're a man who is respected in your home and you say the words, my wife has married me, but she does not love me? That's impossible. This woman looking you in your face talking about, I don't love you. Tell me, how does that statement and respect coexist? You paying bills, Shaquille O'Neal's case, he put his life on the line, his health on the line. He's doing damn icy hot commercials because he's still having back issues. And she's sitting up here taking all the money and wealth that she's gained, sponging off of him and telling the world, by the way, this man who gave me everything I got, including my new husband, who I never could have gotten without him. By the way, I wanted to let y'all know, I want to sell a few extra books. So, yeah, I don't really love him. I want to say something right now that's going to disturb a lot of you fellas out there, but somebody's got to tell you the truth about that, and you done messed around and found the right damn one. A lot of you fellas today, you think you're husbands. A lot of you fellas today, you think you are husbands, and you're actually just tricks. And a hoe has no use for a trick. She has use for a trick's money. But eventually the streets are going to win.
Wow.
And I'm not putting a curse on anybody. I'm not talking down anybody. I'm just explaining human nature. A lot of you fellas out here, you don't realize how emotionally needy and weak you are. But women do. A woman must be able to recognize this because a woman's survival, listen to me carefully, a woman's survival depends upon her ability to be able to properly gauge how strong, how stoic, how independent a man is versus how needy and weak and dependent a man is. A woman's survival depends on her ability to be able to distinguish those two things. So if a man is exhibiting weakness, if a man talks about how he needs a woman, oh, I said it. A man can't talk about how he needs a woman. Tell me how much you need a woman, and I will tell you exactly how far in life you'll be able to go. A man cannot sit around talking about he needs a woman. That is a character flaw. That's a character flaw. When you have to sit there and say you need a woman, you're not supposed to be needing nothing like that. She's supposed to need you. You're supposed to be the immovable mountain and the immovable object. If you're telling me about what you cannot get done because that woman is not with you, guess what? You just told us your vulnerability and now you're a liability. That's not a plus. Some of you fellas out here think that you are boyfriends. Some of you fellas think you're husbands, and in reality, you're just tricks. Not dissing you, I'm just reporting the news. The other thing is that you have males who are so tunnel visioned and one-track minded that you're with a female. Let me tell you, the most dangerous thing you can have is a female who is a liar. Of all the things a man could have, there's a reason why as men have such a visceral, volatile reaction to betrayal, particularly from a woman. The woman you're with, there's a reason that men have that volatile reaction, because your DNA is screaming at you that our lives are in danger. Your DNA, the reptilian parts of your brain, your chromosomes are screaming, we're under attack, we're in danger. That's why you're having that reaction. We're being attacked. A woman who is a liar is literally putting your survival at risk. Not metaphorically, literally, physically, your survival is now in question. If she's lying about one thing, she'll lie about killing you. I said that. If she's lying about one thing, she'll lie about killing you. If she's lying about the money, she'll lie about killing you. If she's lying about whether she's sleeping with somebody else, she'll lie about killing you. That's not a minor inconvenience. That's not a minor thing. That is a major issue. Major issue. Particularly when a female does it, because for a female to do it, the deadly part for a man is that a female has access to you. That's the problem that you have there. A female has access to you. Okay, I am not sure what is going on there, but in any case, you are uninvited, unannounced. When a female does that, that requires a man to drop his guard. That requires a man to drop his guard. And if a man has to drop his guard, you can't have somebody like that. You can't have somebody around you who's trying to get you to drop your guard. As a man, you're going to have situations where you are dropping your guard, but if that's the case, that's going to be problematic. Because a man who has to drop his guard is going to find himself in a situation where his life is in danger. That's the issue with dropping your guard, is your life is in danger. A man can't survive and his life is in danger. A man cannot survive and he's looking over his shoulder at the person who's next to him. A man can't survive under those circumstances. A man needs to know. A man needs to know that he can trust the person who's got the most access to him, because by definition, you got to drop your guard. So if the person with the most access to you is the most untrustworthy, hell yeah. Your survival is at risk. Your life is at stake. Not metaphorically, you are literally in danger. And Pastor Keon here, obviously doesn't recognize that. The problem with being with a woman who is a liar is that you are hoping she's going to continue to keep lying to you as long as you need her to. And that's the problem. You're hoping that she'll keep this lie going as long as you need her to. Which for a man is the rest of his life, because that's the only reason that you have her around. Is because of what you think she's going to do for you. That's the only reason. You think that's what you're going to get. You think that's what you're going to have. That's the only reason you trust her. Now you're in danger. I also want to remind you all, beware of a woman who wants to be seen. Beware of a woman who wants to have, quote, her accomplishments acknowledged. This is a woman who is competing against you. She's not telling you this. She done got you down the damn aisle. She done got pregnant by you, and she hates you. She doesn't see you as her mate. She sees you as her competitor, not her mate. She sees herself as in competition against you. Do you understand that? When a woman is sitting up and you are making accomplishments out of this world, and yet she tells you that she feels less than. She feels like a lesser person. We're talking about what you've done, and she's a direct beneficiary of what you've done. And she's telling you, yeah, but what about me? Fellas, that's not some harmless statement. She's telling you, I'm competing against you. All these people giving you adoration for your damn NBA career and all this mess, they need to be clapping for me. They need to acknowledge me. They need to understand that. That's what they need to be doing. Do you understand how dangerous that is? You have a female who is telling you, I'm competing against you. It's not you and me against the world, it's me against you. I'm with you to see if you can help me get a leg up of my own. But it's not you and me against the world, it's you against me and the world. On account of the fact that I will not feel validated until I prove I can do better than you. Until I prove that I can do better than you, we beefing. And when she realizes that she could never do better than you, then she's like, well, let me just undermine you. And I'll tell people that I wasn't happy, but on my way out the door, I'm going to try to wreck you. And then I'll tell people, see, he wasn't as great as you thought he was. Here she is now, over a decade later, back to tell people, by the way, I know I haven't done anything of any real note in my life, which is why you all are asking me about my ex-husband. I wrote a book about me, and you don't want to talk about me, you want to talk about him. But by the way, he's not as great as you all think he is. By the way, just thought I would point it out, he's not as great as you think he is. He really isn't. You're not that great. And I'm here to tell them, you're not that great. No, you're not. I am, not you.
Okay, Jason.
You recognize that?
Fuck on, dude. Damn, you say the same shit.
You recognize what danger that is?
Over and over and over. We get it.
You recognize that? That's something I want you to keep in mind. see that kind of thing occurring? Fellas, you see obvious signs of these kind of things? Obvious signs of contempt, obvious signs of competition, obvious signs that you don't have a teammate, you have a competitor. And poor little old Keon, I see this today. I'm getting ready. I'm going to do a program eventually called Generation Cuck. I'm just waiting for a few more things to happen first. But by the way, I'm going to do a program called Generation Cuck, because we are in the middle of the biggest cuck generation ever. I mean, we really are. I mean, we really are. That's really where we at. We're in the middle of it. And one of those things I want y'all to understand, man. Folks don't get that. Fellas, I'm talking about disrespect tonight. I'm talking about the mate and switch. There is nothing more disrespectful than a man being in a relationship where you have to give your all and you're anchored to a woman who is not. And if she's not 100% invested in you emotionally, why are you 100% obligated to her physically? You gotta get out there and make it happen. You gotta get out there and make things pop off. You gotta get out there and make things crack off. You gotta get out there and make that happen. She's not doing that. She's not doing that. She isn't doing that at all. That's another thing that's got a lot of fellas out here caught up. Nobody's going to tell you that. If the only thing you can do is just sit there and wait and expect for the honor system to kick in, next thing you know, she done jump from one dude to another. Next thing you know, you done jump from one dude to another. What the hell does that tell you? What does that tell you? That should tell you a lot. There are going to be a lot of dudes who get themselves caught up with this, and this is not a Shaquille O'Neal issue. That's my whole point. This is not a Shaquille O'Neal issue. A lot of folks are trying to convince you all of a lot of things here, and you don't have to be an NBA icon or a legend or nothing like that. You ain't gonna have none of that going on, man. There's a whole bunch of folks out here. There's a whole bunch of dudes gonna get themselves caught up for a whole lot less. Let me tell you right now, if you do twice as well as she does, man, is hating.
Oh yeah. It's competitive.
If you're doing twice as well, it's hating.
It's just women, man. Something's fucking wrong with them. I don't know what it is.
Biggest lie you can tell yourself is that this is Shaquille O'Neal's problem.
They competitive by nature.
That's the biggest lie you can tell yourself. That's them dudes over there. And last week you had fellas sitting up here trying to sit up here and talk you into that and tell you, oh, ain't no issues here and whatnot. What I'm saying is, by the way, this woman won't stop talking about a man who said nothing about her. This man ain't on her bumper. This man is not stalking nothing. He's not mentioning her for a damn thing. She's coming back here. Let me go sell some books and eat off you some more. And Shaq gotta sit there and play nice about it. Man, come on. That ain't right. I don't consider that to be cute. I don't consider that to be cute, man. That ain't right. Recognize that. That's not right. When something like that occurs, that's not right. You ignore these things at your own peril. However, you might disagree. Therefore, the telephone lines are now open. And the number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. This is The Biz. Want to go ahead and open the phone lines here for you? Let me also get Zoom up and going here. I'm having a few technical difficulties.
What was that? Keep seeing shit.
Let me go ahead and get Zoom up and going here. While I'm doing that, let me go ahead and jump over to the telephone lines. Zoom is... some of these things are hit or miss, y'all. Some of these things are hit or miss. All right, let me go ahead and get over here. On the phone lines, let me get caller from area code 469. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Thomas calling from Dallas.
All right, Thomas from Dallas, what's on your mind?
Wow. Jason talking about the devil in a blue dress. Man. This is just, I was listening to this, man. It pissed me off because, I mean, here's this woman, man, it doesn't get no better than this. And she's sitting up here talking about you didn't love the guy, okay. But think about this, Jason. She didn't love those kids either. If you didn't love the man, you didn't love the kids. That's even diabolical within itself. So she's sitting up there all the time saying, I got to sit up and have these kids. I got to sit up here and deal with this. I got to, and that's the crazy part about it. And it gets deeper than that. I mean, with this new preacher, this dude is crazy. He got to be out of his mind and sit up there and he don't see the game that's being played on him. And he's supposed to be some type of pastor, some type of leader in his community. This dude is crazy.
I
What she
think
can do with him, man,
I think what it is that he's thinking about his congregation. People recognize her. I don't think he wants to have any more kids. I don't think he has any kids, actually, but he doesn't. I forget from my program, I forget if he had kids or not, but regardless, he doesn't want to have any with her. She done come out of nowhere and dropped in and told him she don't want to have no kids. So that puts them in a bind. And so I think that she knew how to talk to him. She got some notoriety, so he recognized her. So that puts her a little bit above. He's like, okay, she's not anonymous. And he let his defenses down. I think he also told himself that, well, Shaquille O'Neal's $1 billion man. And I'm on the come up. I ain't nowhere near $1 billion, but I'm doing all right. And I think he was saying to himself, oh, well, she knows how to handle herself in that environment. That's the thing.
But she's no different from Steph Curry's wife. Megan Good married a preacher that didn't last. Man, the blueprint that she put out here, man. This woman is evil as you can get, man. You as a preacher, you should have seen this coming. The devil just walk right up in your house and what are you preaching, dude? You don't see the devil coming up in your house. You can't turn a hoe into a housewife. For one, where do these guys learn game from?
Well, look,
these are uncles and
this is what I'm saying. We're in Generation Cuck now because you got dudes who are overlooking. Well, if she got married, that's why. Remember, I was the guy who now the rest of the internet is now catching up. Well, it matters where you get this information from, because if you were listening to me for the last 15 years, you already knew this. When I say single mom, I included divorcees. Because I'm like, you got divorced for a reason. Now, after I was saying it going on 2 decades ago, the rest of the world, they now repackage it and call it the red pill. And then now they want to count divorce stats. Now they want to count the majority of 80% of the divorces filed by women. Now they want to count that. When I was warning about it going on 2 decades ago. And what I'm saying is a lot of these fellas are looking to see if a woman got married, and they're not checking to see she got divorced. They're not checking that. And they're not checking the ex-husband. They ain't nothing. A lot of guys, their egos won't take it. They don't want to. And what I'm saying, I've always taught you all, no. You need to examine the men that your woman been with. Because that's what she wanted. Particularly if she married it. Oh, no, that's what she wants. She wants that there. Now she's telling you that which she had to beat off an army of women around the world to get Shaquille O'Neal, now she's telling you she never really wanted that? Nigga, please. There's no way that's accurate. So who is she trying to fool when she says that? So when you talk about can't turn hoes to housewives, what I'm telling you is actually, you got plenty of hoes who masquerade as housewives. And a lot of fellas are doing simple-minded thinking because at Thomas, they want it to be easy. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
What happens at a certain point, they want it to be simple. They want it to be simple. They want it to be easy. They don't want no trouble. Hey, look, can I go out here and go do this? And when I'm ready for some sex, you ready? And then you're not a bunch of headaches. Can I just do that? And females, no. They know what it is that they're doing that turns men off. Every woman knows she's doing it. It's just like, okay, there's the guys who allow it and the ones who won't, but they know that's what they're doing. So she knows if you need to get a guy to drop his defenses, okay, make it easy for him. Yeah, you can't do that bull crap you want to do. Make it easy for him, defenses down. You got females out here who give fellas defenses down all the way to the altar, all the way to the baby stroller, and ultimately all the way to divorce court and child support. And she just made it easy for him because she saw that's all he wanted. He's being very simple, being very basic. He was starstruck. And she's assuring him, look, I don't want no kids, and I don't want no trouble. And he's like, oh, okay, well, I can go with that. And he's literally overlooking everything else. Everything. Because she knew how to talk to him. And he's telling himself, oh, she knows how to handle this level of money. What I'm doing in my church, this level of money and notoriety, she knows how to handle that. And in reality, it's like, does she know how to handle it? Or does she know how to hustle it?
Another thing, can you imagine this? Going behind Shaquille O'Neal, this brother was size 24 in shoes. No, there ain't no goddamn way I'm fit to try to compete with Shaq. Ain't no way. This dude is like, there's no bottom left. No walls left. It will take God to try to to mend that back together. You ain't even winning in that situation. He's losing in all kind of categories.
Well, my thing is, dude, it's the problem that I have is you have a woman who wants to be seen. That right there sticks out to me more than anything. In the process of wanting to be seen, she's telling you what matters to her most is her adoration and acknowledgement. The number one thing you'll never be able to match Shaquille O'Neal on is status. That's the problem. I don't care if your sex game is Martian. You're never gonna and Shaquille O'Neal was Spud Webb. You're never gonna match that man. You're always going to be in his shadow unless that woman makes it very clear that you got something that's head and shoulders above him and you're not in his shadow. The flaw with this marriage is there's nothing that he said or done that assures anybody that he's done anything better than Shaquille. That's the poison pill. And you have a wife who is demanding fame and notoriety and to be acknowledged. She wants to be high profile. But dude, you're not as high profile as her ex. Which means by definition, she's gonna have to keep bringing him up. Gonna have to.
Yes. That's
You're never gonna get away from him. The real issue for them is not that they get divorced. The real issue for them is if they stay together. Because he knows what's happening, and what little self-respect he has would have to go away. Thomas, and I'll let you have the last word. As men, our survival depends upon our ability to detect a threat. A more dominant male is a threat. At the basic genetic cellular level, if I'm standing here and there's we're talking about lions, bears, eagles, it don't matter what it is. If you are a male and you find yourself in the presence of a more dominant male, your survival is at stake. Your survival is in danger. Females are the ultimate barometer of who the more dominant male is. If the female points to him, that's the more dominant male. And if the female has let you know that this man's impression on her, you all have to expand it. I've been talking about this for a while, but this is another thing you all are going to have to expand on. When a female lets you know that, you all talk about imprinting. Those red pill guys taught you about imprinting. I don't like to use that word. I use impression. But it's not about your impression on her. It's your impression on her life. You'll notice the red pill guys, which is why I don't talk about dating. I talk about power dynamics. I told you, by the way, don't just take a look at her. Did you see the impression you left on her family? You will get a higher rate of return raising her status in front of her family than you will buying her a handbag. Show her siblings and show her kinfolk that she came all the way up and she's head and shoulders above them. Oh, that's it. You're the best thing ever. And what I'm saying is, buddy, you ain't gonna top Shaquille O'Neal. You can't top the Christmas parties. Forget any of that. The thing I said about the airport, that's it, you're dead. She is used to walking places and being a showstopper because her husband was. Now she's with you and she's hoping somebody recognizes you. Only now the females are kind of wilding out because of that thing at the church with him telling the woman hush. So now they start internally. Maybe it'll work out for him, maybe it won't. But my point is, you're not going to get away from that. She's letting you know what she really values. She values status. She values attention. She values shine. And if her ex-husband can give her more of that than you, then you're just the sap paying the bills. That's all you are. I'll let you have the last word.
I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, this guy's in for a hell of a ride. I mean, she set up and said that she's trying to leave her kids a legacy. Something she'll never be able to do. Shaq is going to leave them kids a legacy. And she's talking like she don't have money at all. Like he didn't put her on a status. It's the most evil thing man, that dude, if he don't back up out that relationship right now,
but here's the thing. When she talked about leaving a legacy, and thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight, Thomas. When she talked about leaving a legacy, what the hell kind of legacy is she talking about? The kids are going to live the rest of their life off of their father. He took care of that decades ago. So what exactly is the alleged legacy you trying to leave? They don't need money. All the money they could want, all the fame they could want comes from their father. You don't have a legacy, a financial legacy to give them. You know what finances will do for Shawnee O'Neal? Give her the ability to challenge her new husband. Now, that's what finances can do. I've warned you fellas now for over 2 decades, and I will continue to do so here. To the men listening, you can play stupid about this if you want to. Yes, you want the woman who is not lazy. Yes, you want the woman who's not a financial burden. But fellas, if you are the bag, notice I didn't say you making the bag. If I said you are the bag, and you got a female who is, hell-bent for leather, that she must go to school, she must work, and she must get another degree. That woman, the only thing a woman can do with a new degree, with a man who is the bag, the only thing she can do with that new degree is attempt to raise her socioeconomic status some so she can challenge you. She's telling you she does not, I don't want to have to depend on you financially. fellas, if she doesn't depend on you financially, if you're okay with this financial situation y'all got, and she's expressing resentment at, quote, depending on it, I thought it was taking care of you. Well, when you got with me, it was taking care of you. Now it's I don't want to be dependent. When a woman changes her tune from I want to be taken care of to I don't want to be dependent, she is telling you, I'm getting ready to challenge you. I'm getting ready to come at you. I'm getting ready to tear apart this relationship, tear apart this house, tear apart this family. I'm coming for your neck. And I need to get some paper and some backing under me because I'm going to have to start flying solo again. But yeah, I'm coming for you. That's the only reason she wants that. Call from area code 412. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Good evening, Jason. My name is Robert. I'm calling from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Enjoy tonight your broadcast. Shawnee is the flag bearer for the need to definitely have a prenuptial consideration. You warned us, Jason. Men definitely need to think with the correct head. Never trust a woman who wears false eyelashes. My mother told me that. What we have here is a hot mess. Number one, if he professes to be a pastor / minister of the Bible and mentioning Jesus, it is scripturally written that he is not supposed to marry a divorced woman, especially a narcissistic Jezebel like Shawnee. Whatever happened to strengthening the family? And it's really sad because what we see here is a destruction of a family. And I hate to see, it's sad to see there's going to be a lot of women who's trying to mimic her dysfunction.
Well, you make a very good point there, Robert. You actually make a very good point there. This reminds me of Russell Wilson. And, when you think about it for a few moments here, these parallels kind of show you something. Ciara jumped from Future to Russell. Shawnee jumped from Shaquille to Keon. And what I'm saying here is that you got two guys who claim to be devout Christians much more than the women who came to them. These women are calculating much more than the women who came to them. So what does that tell you? Especially when you got that kind of strategizing going on. These fellas want an honorable hoe. What? I'm saying it. What I'm saying is that these guys are too square. I mean, Keon, if you saw his previous wife, he wanted to I'll let that speak for itself. You can see we already did a program about that, but you can go see his previous wife. That speaks for itself. Russell Wilson, by the way, parallels there, huh? You take a look at the previous wives, parallels there, huh? These guys were never that dude. They were never the cool guy in the room. They were never the street dude. They don't have any, swag to them. I'm not beating up on Keon. He's an intelligent dude. I think he knows his Bible more than a lot of these other shuckster pastors out there and whatnot. But I'm just keeping it real. I'm just saying he doesn't have that type of swag to him. And I'm telling you that's what these guys want. They want a chick with one foot in the club and another foot in the church because he's never had it. Russell Wilson is mind blown because Ciara showed him how a real hoe can throw it down. Not some little square chick and not some oddball ass, want to be chasing black men dude. She showed him how a chick who know what to do with it, throw it down. But that was Future's woman. And Shawnee had to outcompete world-class hoes from the NBA. She know what to do. And what I'm saying is, dude finally got a chick who, he's like, okay, she checks all the other boxes, but she got that nasty thing too. So in his mind, with that being the priority, he's overlooking these other warning flags because this thing he's wanting to indulge in, he's like, finally, she was married, so he's like, she ain't in the streets like that. I'm like, you didn't read all the paperwork. And he's like, well, she got one foot in the club and one foot in church, and she can get down and dirty, and he's disregarding the others, completely disregarding the rest, thinking that finally I found that chimera, the one the females want. I want a thug with compassion, and I want a hard dude with an MBA, and I want a gangster, who likes soap operas. And he was okay. I got a corporate chick who likes that club thing, and she can compete with them hoes. And yeah, I want a Nicki Minaj and a Coretta Scott King.
Can't combine them. The body, especially when it's on a good-looking woman like Shawnee, and let's face it, she is attractive in a way like that. But we have to, as men, we have to start judging a woman by the content of her character as opposed to the eye candy. Because if you think about it, going from a religious foundation like this pastor is, the so-called devil was beautiful. And so we can't just put a woman on that type of a level only, because it has to be, is she drug free? Is she a good mother? Is she chaste about her appearance out in the public? All these things are very important. And when we start accept a woman for that at that level,
yeah, but that's not what he wants. The problem is that's not what he wants. Because here's where he's gotten messed up. He's at his age in life. He doesn't want a woman to have kids with. So a lot of the vetting that would need to be done, as far as he's concerned, we can just skip that part. Because that's not what I want from her. Long as she can keep her mouth closed and isn't embarrassing me in front of the church, that's all she really needs to do. So a lot of those other conditions and factors you're mentioning, he's taking her because he's like, I don't actually need those, so I can just focus on these one or two things over here, and everything else goes by the wayside. I'll let you have the last word.
He need to keep in mind that Shaquille O'Neal wore size 24 shoes. I land my plane there.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Like I say here, fellas, I don't know. A lot of fellas here talking about shoe size. Fellas, if that was the end all be all, every porn star in the world right now would have females digging them like that. So it's that's not really where it's at. If that's the primary attribute you bring, it's gonna be easy to knock you off. Call America 415. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is Marcus from San Francisco.
Okay, if whoever it is here, if you're on Bluetooth or speaker, you're gonna want to take it off. We can barely hear you.
This is Marcus from San Francisco.
Okay, Marcus from San Francisco. What's on your mind?
Oh no, I'm a truck driver. I was driving, so I just pulled over really quick. I have a question. You said about Dame Dash that a woman's having contempt for you because you're able to basically do something for them, but they cannot do for themselves.
Well, no, that's not what Dame said exactly. What he was talking about though was that when you're able to help people, you being able to help people actually makes them resent you. So you kind of it seems paradoxical because you came to help them. You would think they'd be grateful. And in reality, a lot of the time, people who you help, they're actually resentful because of your ability to help them. So that's what Dane was talking about. In this case here, what I'm doing is translating that to success. You're successful, other people are beneficiaries of your success, and they actually resent you for it. Who that nigga think he is, sitting on all that money? Yeah, but you benefited from it. Like when your car was broke down, he bought you a new car. Yeah, but that nigga big head about it. Okay, well, you was gonna lose your job and your house. They've just that quickly, they've gone from grateful to resentful. And that's a real thing. And you can be married to that dynamic.
Oh no, I understood that. I think I understood that part well, because it kind of happened to me. What you just said exactly, but it happened to me in my marriage. The question I wanted to ask you is first of all, why? Well, I guess we know why, but how could you have recognized it at first, and how could I have prevented it? And if it did happen, what should I do about it in the middle of the marriage? You know, because like I took her to get her car done, for example. She wasn't appreciative. Now before we got married, it was all good. It was thank you, I love you, and all this. It was, nigga, you can afford it. It's only $200.
Okay, listen, fellas, let me give you the test right now. It's just a few questions. I'm pretty sure it's 4 questions. Fellas, we can really break this down easy. Number 1, how old were you two when you got married?
I was 29, and she was 31.
Okay. She was a little bit older than you. That should be a warning sign. But okay, we'll leave that alone. Number 2, how long were you dating her before you married her?
About close to 5 years.
Okay.
About 4 years and some change.
Did either of you have any kids before you got married?
No.
That no came real hesitant and weak. You sure?
Well, the only reason I say that is because I thought I did at the time. No. I thought I did at the time, and the no. So when we got married, I thought I did. The DNA test came back, it was no. So we had another broad thought. Yeah, she tried to put it off on me.
Okay, so in other words, females see you as a softie they can push up on. All right. Just thought I'd take a moment to say that. He knew her for 5 years. He was in his 20s. She was at 31. He gave it 5 years, he says, before he married her. Now, here's the question. Why did it take you 5 years to decide that you wanted to marry her? Whose idea was marriage after 5 years? Because she would have been, 26 and you were 24?
Yeah, it was her idea, yeah. And she had been pushing marriage for so ever since the second year of dating. But it just took me longer. I gave them most. Yeah, you're right.
Fellas, did I call it or did I call it? It's the same thing. Folks, maybe I'm just going to have this be a basic questionnaire. I'm thinking of making a questionnaire of it so you all can understand. I mean, it really is just a checklist of things. If you fail this checklist, that's probably the reason why we're sitting where we are. When a female is pushing you for marriage, brother, your reptile senses, the reptile part of your brain, if it's taking you more than 6 months to see her as wife material, your brain is telling you she's not it. As men, our survival depends upon our ability to make those decisive decisions. If a woman's marriage material, 6 months, that's all you need. That's it. This is the one. I found what I'm looking for. Now, you still don't marry her. You still give it another 2 or 3 years. Because number one, if she's being fake, she can be fake for 6 months. She can't be fake for 24. So you give it enough time to make sure she's not being fake. And number 2, now that you see what the real thing is, you need to decide, can you put up with that for the rest of your days? And what happens is a lot of you fellas, you sitting in a good spot. You gave her exactly what she needs to be. She's a girlfriend. And you put her in a position that you felt she could maintain. The girlfriend position. Because you're like, without this, I'm not going to be around you. And instead, let's just keep it real. He said you're a truck driver. How long you been a truck driver, brother?
I've been a truck driver now for about 7 years.
Folks, did I call it or did I call it? By the way, how long you been married now?
Oh no, we're no longer married. We're no longer married.
Okay,
that was the reason I was calling in, because
all
these years I couldn't figure out.
Okay, well, slow down. You say y'all are divorced.
Oh yeah, we're done.
Okay, well, how long were you married?
Also her idea. 3 years.
Okay, they were dating longer than they were married. And by the way, yeah, she was the one who initiated the marriage, and she's the one who initiated the divorce. While he's a truck driver. Jason, why did he give into it so easily? Because he drives, you probably drive coast to coast. At least regional, because you're out there now. be out there this late at night, he's used to driving coast to coast. Correct?
That's right.
Okay. He's one of these fellas out here. Y'all see them truck drivers weaving on the road because they sitting up here texting to somebody. She's sitting back there in Michigan somewhere, messing around, and he's somewhere stuck down in New Mexico, mad as hell, while she's giving him problems. And what I'm saying is, yeah, that's the way that happens. So y'all be on the road. Once again, folks, I'm calling it here. You all get so concerned with locking down some reliable sexual access so that you can say, okay, let me take care of that so I can focus my energies in another direction. Let me get that resolved so that I don't have to use bandwidth on lining up my next female to be with. If I just get one, okay, now I can just focus on chasing the money. And what I'm saying is, yeah, you can, only if you have the right one. If you don't, if you made a decision out of desperation or out of anxiety, then you're going to pick up whatever you got in your hands, even if it's not something you need to be keeping, because it is what's closest at hand. By definition, it is most convenient. You have a most convenient doesn't mean best for you. McDonald's is the most convenient place to eat. It's also the most unhealthy. So convenience does not determine whether something is what's our choice. You are in a situation, you at your job and stuff like that, you focused on that, and away we go. And that made you vulnerable and susceptible to these kind of changes. The age thing today, you know what I tell fellas today? You need to wait till you're in your late 30s and if you make over $100,000 a year, preferably, those two things will put in very stark relief what type of female you need to be with. Fellas, if you've been dating a female longer than 2 years, she ain't the one. The reptilian part of your brain is telling you, this ain't the wife. This is the girlfriend. And that's cool. Leave her at that. She don't like it, she can bounce. But you do not sit up here and allow somebody that you have, quote, history with, and you let them use that against you as some nostalgic bludgeon to get you to agree to a bad arrangement. She is the girlfriend. That's only thing she gonna maintain, and if you give her more leverage, it gets terrible from here because you're betting that she's gonna change her ways. You can't marry somebody hoping they change their ways. You marry somebody hoping things stay exactly the way it is. And you were, in this modern age, you were too young to be doing that. Fellas, y'all gotta wait till you're in your 30s and that you've had a number of girlfriends. A man who's had 7 or 8 girlfriends, he ain't gonna be able to get gotten over alone like that. He's had too many experiences. He sees exactly what they'll do. He sees the bait and switch. And he's in his late 30s. You done seen it all. Now you have enough seasoning, and you ain't gonna just take any old chicken head come by. It's like, yeah, they can't threaten you or pressure you either because you ain't sitting there desperate to get married. The females are supposed to be desperate to get married, not you. This is the cut generation right now. This is the hard to make and switch. The women are out here running around like chickens with their heads cut off, and the males are running around with them, acting worse than the females. Dog ass desperate to get married. And the real problem is that as you get older, the less pressure and rationality there is to get married. It's like, hey, wait a minute, hold on. Why do I have to do that? You're in the driver's seat. So you all are allowing females to turn their crises and their anxiety into your crisis and anxiety. Now y'all responding like them. We gotta get married. We gotta get married. No, heifer, you have to get married. I don't. I'm cool right where I am. I can get married anytime I want to pull this trigger. You're the one with a limited number of eggs, not me. Well, we need to. Well, no, we don't need to do nothing. I need to do exactly what I'm doing on account of the fact you've already demonstrated I can't trust you. You're girlfriend material. You're not wife material. A man sits up here and signs the line to you, and he's going to get disrespected, emasculated, used, exploited. That's what he's going to get. And life is too short to have that going on. Now you're locked into it. Now I got to divorce your ridiculous ass. Or worse, she makes all this trouble, or you're okay with the marriage and then she drops a divorce on you. So you had a choice in getting married. You have no choice in whether or not you get divorced. Nobody can make you get married, but nobody can force somebody to stay married to you either. So you can get married by choice, but you can get divorced without you saying a word. Now you're like, well, I'll be damned. I wasted that 3 years. So fellas, in 2024, to infinity at this point, unless there's some major societal change, and even then I don't know if I want to go backwards. Fellas, y'all need to wait till your late 30s. Wait till your money is super tight. Wait till you've made a mark in this world and you got something up under you and that you've dealt with a number of different women. So you have seen exactly what they will do. They will look you in your face and lie to you. They will come from another dude's house, won't even wash up, and be kissing you.
Definitely.
Yes, they will do that. They will tell you that the biggest lie of all, that money don't matter. And then when you ask them about, well, what they like about you, I think it turns financial. You need to know how cutthroat, dishonest, skullduggerous, ridiculously deceptive they'll be. Once you see that that can actually happen, you've now had the veil taken from your eyes, and now, yeah, you've had your naivete ruined. Naivete is beautiful in childhood, but it's embarrassing in adulthood. Adults cannot afford to be naive. You need to know they really will do this to you. That they will sit there, look you in your eye, tell you, baby, 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 marry you and trash you.
Definitely.
And then all that goes out the window. You're like, who's this damn alien I'm married to here? You're not the person I met. Fellas, you gotta play a harder defense.
You play that game with them women.
You have to play harder defense, and from here on in, wait till your late 30s. Wait till you dealt with a number of different females with your money. Don't get none pregnant. Don't get none married. See how you deal with a girlfriend with your money where it is. And I don't care how nice one is. You need to have some other, more than one female.
Definitely.
Even because one might be faking and fronting. You need to get a selection of them so you can make sure you got some who gonna do some dirty stuff. So just so you can find out, oh yeah, they really will do this. Yeah, I really do need to be on my guard because this really will happen. They really will try this. And I can't afford to be vulnerable and defenseless. So if you want to know what happened with your marriage, that's what happened. You were too young to be doing that. And you let her pressure you into a decision you did not want to make. And you were a softie and you were trying to be a nice guy. Probably one of y'all's parents was chipping in. But your survival instincts were telling you, this heifer's a problem. 5 years, your survival instincts, yeah, getting married to her is a big risk. And then you let her pressure you under. And it became a decision that she wanted. And then 36 months later, she unwinds the decision. That tells you how seriously she takes marriage. Did you have any kids?
No.
Well, at least you got to
walk. I was the only one that had a potential kid.
At least you got to walk away.
I'm just glad to get her pregnant.
Could have been much worse. Yeah, imagine that one. That would be much worse. So at least you got to walk away. But if you want to know the game plan going forward, now you do.
I just have one more thing because it was very hard for me to reckon because while we were dating, like I said, she was the coolest person. But you're right, some did tell me not to marry her. But at the same time, she was the coolest person because she was interested in stuff I was interested in. She would watch the shows that I wanted to watch. She would go to places I wanted to do and all that stuff. So, but then the only thing I can figure is when she got comfortable in the marriage, when she figured that she had legal access or whatever to my thing and she didn't have to do it, and tell me if I'm wrong, then she said, you know, fuck that. I don't want to do it. So, because she was never, to come to find out later, she was never interested in that stuff, but she did it for years, man.
Yes, I mean, here's the difference here. Females have been conditioned to test men. Their fathers will tell them to test a man. You want to that's why they put men in dangerous ass situations, and that's why you need to get away from one if that happens. But females are taught to test men. They call it crack testing and whatnot. Men are out here marrying chicks, never put her through one test. You never tested that female to see how she handled power. You never tested that. Then you gave her power over you, and then you immediately saw the claws come out.
Not playing.
You never tested her to see how she handles power. And I'm pretty sure that there were actually a number of different things along the way that you did see that you either disregarded, but you must have noticed something because you didn't marry her for 5 years. So obviously there were some things there that told you, I got some trepidation here. So obviously you did have that. What you did, though, was that you did what a lot of men do. You let her use the praying mantis strategy. I have had a number of females who have tried the praying mantis strategy on me. It actually works on most men because they are a burden that is familiar. For those of you who don't know, a female praying mantis jumps on your damn back and will jumps on the back of another mantis until they weigh them down. And then they kill them. So they just hang on their back until they're so fatigued and so tired that they can't fight anymore. And then she's like, all right, nigga, so glad. Chop, chop, chop. And for most men, that's how you all ended up being married. You had some chick nagging you until eventually you gave in. Or she stayed on your back for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 years until eventually you gave in. But she wore you down. And instead of you realizing, by the way, it took this long because I've had reservations. You should listen to your reservations. Because here's the other thing. She's not going to be grateful that she got married to you. She's going to be resentful that you made her wait 5 years. Because she's counting all the years she didn't have kids and this, that, and the other. So now you've got somebody who's actually angry with you and hostile. That's why you're saying all this stuff. Oh, she dropped all that later. It's like, yeah, she's been waiting a while to slide this knife between your ribs. Y'all fellas don't understand. We talk about this with men, but we really need to talk about this with women. Now, there's a couple of things you did not mention. By the way, what size does she wear? And be honest, because I'm going, if you lie, I know what size she is. If you lie, I'm going to ask for a picture.
The size, you talking about the size right now or the size when we got married? Which one?
What size does she wear right this minute?
Oh, shit. Oh, she can't. Oh, yeah. You're right. Yeah, she's like a 14, 16, man.
Okay. And y'all been divorced?
Something like that.
Y'all been divorced now for how many years?
Going on 3.
Okay, nigga, that means that she was about size 8 or 10 then.
Yes, she was.
There you go.
That's why I asked you which one do you want to.
So she was already on that hefty side to begin with. She was a strong 6, maybe a 4, but she was what you could get, and she was what you had access to, and so you took it. What I'm saying here is that's why a man needs to have his options available and his abilities available, so he has a number of females to choose from, so he ain't just stuck with one and telling himself this is the best he can do. If he's competitive, you got one and then you want one who's badder than she is. Then that's when you find out what you can really get. Y'all just grab the first piece of low-hanging fruit and then say, let's make it work. Instead of saying, no, let me get the baddest I can get so I can find out what my value really is. That way, if you got a 4, if you actually have the ability to get an 8 and you got a 4 in your hand, you're like, oh, it's a good thing I didn't make nothing permanent to you. I could have done a lot better. And fellas don't want to do that. So I'm saying is in this case right here, yeah, here you go again. Here you go again. You have a situation like that and stuff, and the standards just plummet. You don't realize that's what you're doing. You're grabbing something that's familiar. She doesn't really rate that high. She ain't happy with you. You made her wait all that damn time, and she's like, oh, I'm just getting bigger and fatter along the damn way here and whatnot, and this nigga ain't dropping off nothing. No, by the time you get done, she's angry now. And all she's thinking about is how she's going to pay you back. And we talk about men having sex and it not meaning nothing. Fellas, if you got a chick who's having survival sex, we talk about how men can lay up with women and not get emotionally attached. Fellas, y'all got to understand a heifer will sit there and hate your damn guts. If she need a place to stay, that's it. She's Vanessa Del Rio for a while she needs to be. As soon as she hop out that bed with you, this old deadbeat ass nigga got me waiting around. That's what's going on. Because women understand something. I've taught you about this. I had a program I did about this a few months ago here. Men don't understand. Women know that sex turns a man's brain off. Women know that if all you really are sexually motivated, all she got to do is throw some draws and she just turned your brain off. The threat is sitting right there All she gotta do is start wiggling them butt cheeks and click, your brain turned off. You're disregarding everything you were thinking and feeling right before you saw them wiggling and jiggling. Now she's got you totally distracted, and when she's done having sex with you, now you're saying all is well. Females understand that. They can see that's the male sexual reaction. Have sex with him, it's a reset button. Females think that as long as a man's paying the bills, everything in the relationship is fine. And men think that as long as the woman's having sex with you, everything in the relationship is fine. Or should I say, women think that as long as a man comes home, everything is fine. And men think that as long as she's having sex with you, everything in the relationship is fine. And women know this. He thinks everything's fine. This will keep him undetecting and unsuspecting while I dismantle our marriage. And it's not until it becomes unbearable that men start waking up and realizing, damn, things have changed. Dude, it changed a while ago. But women know sex is how you conceal treachery. They've known that throughout time. And they know that if you have sex with a dude, he's going to stop thinking. And they do. And men do. So you're size 10, 12. She saw what you were doing and stuff like that, and she'd been waiting a while. She probably was carrying resentment before then. You need to think about her parents, because take a look at her mom. That's what you're going to end up with. If her mom was vindictive, greedy, doesn't matter if they're from a poor neighborhood and never got out. Some of the greediest people in the world live in poverty. So if mama was like that, daughter like that. If she got siblings like that, yeah, she like that. Now you've let her finally wear you down and marry you. Now she's got you where you want. Fellas, I need y'all to understand, in a lot of situations, women don't want to marry you for money. They want to marry you for control. They want to marry you because they want somebody they can punish. A lot of you guys don't understand that. A lot of females want to marry you not because they want money from you. Well, they do want that, but they want someone they can punish. They want someone they can get you in a position where if you do something she don't like, I can go in on you. And a lot of you all underestimate that, yeah, she just wants to marry you so she has somebody to beat up on. She's like, oh, I got you overpowered. You're powerless. A lot of y'all underestimate that. And she's like, let me keep sexing him and everything else until I get him where I want him. Now I can start pummeling him. And you're saying that's what happened. No, I paid for the car and stuff, and she's ungrateful. Where the hell did this come from? Nigga, it's been there. She just didn't feel comfortable enough or safe enough to express it before. Once a person gets in a position where they think they're safe to do it, or they think they don't have nothing to lose, here the claws come out. But you could have seen that earlier if you had more females to choose from and more time and more experience and a stronger backbone. And I think if you had more females, you would have convinced yourself, yeah, if she does leave, that's an inconvenience, but I can replace her. Instead of you making her desperation yours. Because we see how that turned out. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna say you're right. The only thing because like I said, the only reason I know so much right now about her is she's so now that we're divorced, now she did everything her way. Now she wants to get back together. You know, I kept on doing what I do, as you can see, and she's trying to meet the other men, and basically she wants to see. How do you put it? You said that the other men have to pick up where I left off, or something like that. And
the unspoken female assumption is that the next man is going to take up where the last one left off.
And that's her problem. She can't find that.
Yeah,
that's why she's unhappy.
If you are paying for her car repairs, she expects the next fella she expects to give him about 6 months, and then he needs to start doing that. If you bought her a Toyota Camry, she expects the next man to get her an Avalon. But that's the unspoken female assumption. So yeah, she expects the next fella to take up where you left off at. And if she can't, well, she's just going to do a bunch of jumping around. The real thing is, it's kind of hard to jump around in size 12, 14. Thank you very much for giving us a call, man. Let me get caller Miracle 214. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Winston in Dallas.
By the way, the previous caller, and do not take that heifer back. I don't even know why you're in contact with her, but do not take that heifer back because she's starting the praying mantis strategy again. She's back in contact with you. She's telling her issues. You know about her relationships. She thinks she can weigh you down again. So you need to be careful, fella. You're already showing some signs there. That's not good. All right, Winston, what's on your mind?
I'm mad at you, Jason, because where were you 25 years ago?
I was doing my own messing up back then, brother. So I was learning all this back then. So that's where I was. Size 6 waist, size 12 ass.
It is painful, and I mean it with all respect. It's painful to listen to you describe my marriage because everything you're saying is 100% correct. I will say this. I was in a hurry. The sex was good. I was blinded. She's a good woman even to this day, even though we've been divorced for 5 years. But I was blinded. I was the bag. And when the bag disappeared, when I started my own business, she divorced me. Now, let me tell you why that's my fault. I did not vet her. I did not realize, have other options in addition to her, and wait. I got married too quickly. We were long distance. The sex was good. She was 37. I was 40. I was on my second marriage. I wanted to have kids. And I was the bag.
This is red flag after red flag after. Oh, this is terrible.
I know.
More red flags than a used car dealership. This is just bad after bad after bad.
I know.
Now,
I started my business.
Let me back up again here. She had kids?
No kids. No kids.
36-year-old divorcee?
Nope. She's never married.
Okay. 36 years old, no kids. She was younger than you.
Good job.
Yeah,
Pick her
but
job.
yeah, well, that's cool, but you ain't gonna get the benefit of that. So it's.
I didn't. How did you know?
Because women don't benefit us with their finances. Women don't pay for us unless we make them pay tribute, which is a new concept I've been trying to drill through the dudes now for over a decade. Like I say, Gilbert Arenas, I want to say the basketball player, he just did a video with Vlad, DJ Vlad, talking about women had to pay for him on the first date. And all I'm saying is, men are finally waking the hell up. Because understand something, if your girlfriend has a chance to go on a date with Michael B. Jordan, he ain't going to pay for a damn thing. This is the paradox of it. The paradox is the more money a man has, the more status he has, the more likely a female is to pay for things. The less money you have and the less status you have, the less likely she is to pay. That's the great paradox of it. So women paying money is actually an expression of their value of you. And fellas today are living like they're in their grandfather's time, and the world has changed, and the playbook hasn't been updated. They're using outdated information. The females have evolved, and the fellas are outdated. So yeah, definitely, the money gonna dry. A woman doesn't make money to benefit you. She makes money as a insurance policy for herself, not for you. When it's time to buy gifts, she ain't trying to figure out how to splurge on you. When it's time to buy gifts. They don't do that. Now, let's go over some of these other issues here. All right. So you were older than she was, and we're going round and round on this thing here. There are warning signs all over the damn place, but the sex was good.
Yes, sir.
And what I'm saying here is, how did she graduate beyond that?
I was tired of being in the streets. I had been married early at age 30, divorced at 32, no kids. I filed for divorce, and for the next 8 years, I was in the streets, and I was tired.
Yeah, like I say, fellas understand something here. I want to back up for a moment. The reason you all get into trouble, and what I say is just so verboten, and people just so shocked about it. By the way, I pissed some other folks off. They can be upset about that all they damn well please. I'm telling the truth. It is what it is. A man doesn't do himself any favors having only one female option. That type of isolation leads you to make decisions out of desperation and not out of actual calculation. Here's the great irony of it. Men usually marry a woman only having one option to marry. Women marry a man after she's cycled through several options. Women just don't tell you about it. She looked around at her job. She looked at the FedEx driver. She looked at whoever the supervisors were. She looked at whoever the contractors were. She looked at the guys who were trying to holler at her at Walmart. She's gauging all those people. The biggest lie in the world is your woman telling you she's not. Biggest lie in the world is your woman telling you that she's not. Y'all want me to go ahead and throw some on you right quick here? Okay, let me go ahead and fire up the call. I've been doing this a lot lately. I'm only supposed to do this on Patreon. I'm not supposed to do this here. I'm not supposed to do this here, but I'm going to go ahead and sprinkle it a little bit right now. You know what? Nah, let me not do that. Let me just say it like this. Let me say it like this instead. I remember a time I had a girlfriend and she was at the gym. She was at the gym. She was working out. She was nagging me to be damn before she went, but she was at the gym. She was working out. And while she was there, a fellow was trying to spit. He talking about his girlfriend. He got with a single mom. And so he's trying to talk to my girlfriend because she doesn't wear a wedding ring or anything like that. So, okay, all right, there you go. I wasn't the least bit upset about it. That's why she could come back and talk to me. I've never had a problem with any of my girlfriends saying anything. They can come back and talk to me about that because it's like, I know nothing's going to happen. I know nothing is going to happen. I'm ultra competitive, and I'm pretty secure about that. So they have no problem saying that. They never have, and they never will. But I also recognize, by the way, she at the gym with dudes trying to holler. She at the gym trying to keep that muscle tone together, so I'm pleased. And can't do it because dudes is trying to holler. If your chick is at the grocery store, somebody trying to holler. If your chick is at the mall, there's too many, and she knows, even if nobody initiates contact with her, she saw that dude making eye contact. There's where a lot of guys get messed up at. You think that a guy trying to holler at your chick is talking to her. If he made eye contact with her, she knows he's checking her out. And I want fellas to understand, your woman knows when she being checked out. How can they keep themselves from being sexually assaulted if they don't? So they have to be aware of their surroundings. Okay, this dude is checking me out. This dude been kind of following. This dude is looking. They see that at their jobs and everything else. So fellas tend to be willfully blind to this. Fellas tend to be willfully blind. The next thing you know, this is how your female has orbiters, and you didn't realize why she was able to break off the relationship as quick as she did. Now
I know,
you add social media to the mix, and she got DMs, nigga. You add social media to the mix, your female is never single, dudes. Your woman is never single. She got options, and she gon' keep trying to get access to them options. Now, the only thing that disarms that, and I'm never going to say that it's 100% disarmed because women love attention like men love respect. The only thing that can really minimize that is if your game, and by game, I don't mean talking to them. I'm talking about the way you live your life and everything, and your value and status is just so solid above anything else she got, that's going to make her think twice. I didn't say it will stop her. But that is the only deterrent that a man has, is keeping your own value where it is. If she's just not finding anything that even comes remotely close to you, now she starts backing up and she's like, let me cling to you more because I've investigated all my options and there ain't nothing there. Now there's nothing. I'm a big believer in, if a chick starts getting kind of flip at the mouth or whatever, I'm a big believer telling her, yeah, you need to go back to the streets and go see if you can find something better. Once they go wallow around for a while and realize it wasn't as nice as they thought it was going to be, and yeah, these fellas don't really compete or do anything, that goes a long way for a lot of fellas to break that kind of behavior. When she goes to investigate, it's like, yeah, I got to go test my options. Yeah, like the guy who just got off the phone. Yeah, they're not fair. Now she wants to be back over here. Yeah, she tried to go test the waters. And a man serves himself well, I think, if you allow that, but you serve yourself better if you're aware of it.
A year after the divorce, she wanted to get back together.
Of course.
And to your point, there was an orbiter that she kept mentioning as our relationship deteriorated, but I didn't pay attention to the work husband that she kept bringing up. I just thought it was a guy that she worked with that she felt sorry for, and I'll be damned if he ain't blowing up her DMs after our divorce.
There you go. Because they were already talking before you got divorced. So, age-old story. A woman doesn't make that leap unless she got somewhere to leap to. So what you found out, the marriage was already over. She was doing like Shawnee O'Neal and the rest of them. She was preparing to jump. See, with men, we're different. This is once again why I say men have that type of volatile reaction. Men don't operate that way. If a female is on the outs with us, we let her know. Or she finds out when we laid up with somebody else. Men don't operate that way where, okay, I'm going to spend 6 months preparing to leave or something like that and telling you everything's okay. Women do that without thinking. Okay, when it's time to leave, okay, let me start socking away some money. Let me make sure my car is fixed. Let me start pricing apartments on the other side of town here. Oh, yes, and Ronald at the job here. Let me go ahead and start doing that, brother. This is the same story. The same thing.
Listen, let me tell you real quick for interrupting. Everything you said happened to be. Here's how it went. When we sold our house while we were, having our problems, when the closing document was prepared and we got the equity of the house, she immediately wrote a check for half the amount. And I was thinking like, wait a minute, what are you going to do? And she had her own checking account. I paid all the bills. I was like, wait a minute, when did you get a checking account? Oh, this is for our daughter's college. Okay, honey. Damn.
And what I'm saying is that men can't afford to be naive. Men cannot afford to be naive because it makes you easy to take advantage of. You're sitting there telling yourself that females are infallible and don't lie. Females lie much more than men because that's the weapon that women use. Women use that. Women can't beat your ass like a man does. See, as men, we can be brutally honest. You got an issue with somebody, we can walk up in your face and tell you. A woman's not going to do that unless it's another female she's being catty with. And she's not going to do that with a man at all. Consequences could be dire. So what women do is, okay, if I got an issue with a man, lie to him. Deceive him. There's all's fair. That's what they'll say to you. So men tend to be naive in this regard, not realizing this is standard operating procedure for females is to lie to you. If she needs to get over on you, I can't beat your ass with my fists, but I can beat your ass by deceiving you. Men cannot afford to be naive. You must go into situations assuming that that's the case until you have confirmed that it isn't. Women can tell you anything. Your job is to confirm that what she's saying is true. It's like, okay, she said XYZ. I'm now going to test her truthfulness to see if this is true or not. If it turns out she's right, damn, I got a good one. And if it turns out she's wrong, if it turns out she's lying, well.
I thought I had a ride and die because I started my own business, even though it was successful in the beginning and it went downhill. It's doing better now. I thought I had a real one. But when the money disappeared, she was nowhere to be found.
Y'all, this is not a new story. It's not. You were focused on she's young. You were focused on younger. By the way, was she light skinned? I got a feeling we got a caramel thing going on.
No. You know what? I like them dark skin. She was a pretty dark
Oh,
skin.
that's even worse. Oh,
Yeah.
that is
And
even worse.
She was a size 6 to 8, Jason. She's not overweight. She's a physical specimen. She works out. She runs. She's in good physical shape. But, buddy, she was a bait and switch on steroids. She was so demure, so feminine, so submissive. And buddy, when we signed that wedding document, it was a whole different woman.
Let me tell
And I
y'all,
didn't even
man,
realize it.
shiny dark butts are irresistible. If they get shiny round dark butts are irresistible. So that'll catch you up every time. If she is that Simone Biles thing will catch you up every single time.
Yeah.
It's catnip.
And I ain't gonna hate on her. I ain't hating on her. She's a smart woman. She's brilliant. She is brilliant, and she played me. Like I said, I like you, Jason. I know you get a little defensive because I know you've never been married. But I say, damn, how is he able to know these things without being married and no kids? But he's describing my life to a T. How is that possible? I don't get it.
Well, I don't think I'm defensive, but my whole thing is I just want folks to be honest. I don't have anything against marriage. I think marriage can be a very good thing. I don't advise anybody against it. Certainly, if you're going to have children, you need to be married. I want people to be honest, and this is where the problem comes in, is people start subscribing things to marriage it doesn't do, or they're entering into these situations completely naive. And it should be mandatory. You know what the stupidest thing in the world is? They talk about getting marriage counseling before you get married and this, that, and the other. Man, get the hell out of here. If you want to get married, the first thing people should be required to do is talk to a divorce attorney before they can get married. You should not, it should be illegal in the United States to get a marriage license before you've talked to a divorce attorney. And as a man, you need to talk to a divorce attorney by yourself. And that divorce attorney needs to ask you, by the way, how much do you make? Uh-huh. All right, how much does she make? Uh-huh. How long have you known her? Uh-huh. Where's she from? Yeah. Somebody whose job is to deal with the worst case situation of other naive people who made a bunch of assumptions. When that happens, you find out things go a lot differently. There's the problem. It is not really a lack of knowledge or information. It's really that fellas go into these situations with a very short list. Look, is she sexually available and is she cool to talk to? And what I'm saying is, she says she's a smart woman. Yeah, well, my mama taught me that smart women are calculating. And I've been warned since I was a child, be careful looking for a smart woman. A smart woman is calculating. And I didn't understand what that meant as a kid. But what I realized later is, that means that she thinks steps ahead. Well, that's great when she's at her job. But what if your woman told you one day, by the way, I was thinking 2 steps ahead of you yesterday? Now, as a man, your survival instincts would immediately kick in. Problem, a woman ain't gonna say those words to you. She's not gonna tell you I was thinking 2 steps ahead of you. She's going to show you when she whips out that secret checking account. By the way, I'm 3 steps ahead of you.
She was 5 years ahead of me, Jason.
So in other words, she was planning the divorce while you planning the damn honeymoon.
Exactly.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. Folks, I don't know how to give it to you any straighter. Let me go ahead and get over here on Zoom. Let me see. Let me close this window up here. So, all right, I got Chili over here on Zoom. Point your camera down a little bit, brother. You way low. There you go. All right, what's on your mind?
What's going on with you, JB?
All right, brother, what's happening?
Nothing. Now I want to ask, when you think if she was with Shaq, wouldn't you think she'd be trying to get with somebody on that same level? I don't know how much. But
if that's not available, brother, that's the problem. It's not available. She cracked out 5 kids. And plus, you got an old. Remember, them guys want something in his 20s. So it's like once you cross that Rubicon, you're not eligible to go back to that world anymore. Those guys have options. You were their option then. You only get one turn at that. Brother, you don't hear about, you hear about athletes taking a second baby mama who slept with another ball player. You don't hear about a chick marrying one major league athlete and then jumping to another major league athlete. with the kids from a previous athlete. Now that's the part young. And by the way, the baby mama thing is for young chicks. That's not an older chick game neither. You know that too. So that's why they immediately nasty hoes on Instagram immediately hop from one dude to another because she knows I can't wait. I gotta go bag this guy now. I can't wait till I'm in my 30s and do that. So you gotta jump. You gotta strike while the iron's hot. So no, you don't get 2 or 3 major players. You don't get to do that.
But don't she? I know it probably was over or whatever, but don't she get alimony and stuff from Shaq? Or something like that?
No, because they were only married for like 5 years and they got divorced in Florida.
Oh.
So in reality, yes, she was, but it's not like in California, he might have gotten lifetime alimony even with 5 kids. I mean, only 5 years. But he was able to get the divorce in Florida. As I understand it, she was trying to undo that, but they got the divorce in Florida. So he didn't have to pay for a few years because they were only married for 5. Now the kids and child support is a different matter. Child support is a different matter. Alimony, however, they were only married for 5 years.
Okay, so she wanted the divorce because I don't know what he was doing unless he was trying to kill her or something. But what was he doing so bad? You know?
Well, according to her, he was doing what ball players do. When he was on the road, it's like, hey, you the home wife and I got a little thing over here and things. He was doing what they do. So it just she want to act like it's a foul now for doing what they do.
I don't get it. I don't know what they want.
You know exactly what they want. They want to have their cake and eat it too and vomit it out and rebake it and eat it again. That's what they want. They want to, whenever I want it. And until they run out of options, then they start pretending they're okay with their lesser options. And now you're in real trouble.
Don't get me wrong. I think dude, he seemed cool. I seen somebody in the chat. They say his snap was a little zesty. You know what I mean? I believe him on that. But he seemed cool. But I wouldn't leave no. I don't know how much Shaq got. I wouldn't leave no $500 million there for. I don't know what bro got. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't think it's about money necessarily. I think that she's an egomaniac, and the real problem with her is that she wants to magnify herself over you. And that's not going to go away. You have a woman who wants to be the center of attention, and she doesn't like you getting more attention than her. Now she's off doing the damn book tour and got her husband out here looking crazy for yelling at folks in the choir. But she won't stop. So the real issue with Shawnee is that she may not be money motivated. She may be worse. She might be ego motivated. And the money is just a perk of that. And she will blow up your marriage over ego, not even over money. Now, money you might be able to resolve. What do you do if you were the female who's willing to blow up your whole marriage and your whole life over her ego? Now, what do you do? How do you disarm that? I'm telling y'all, don't even ask me. You can't disarm that. You can't.
It seems like all of them like that now.
Well, I mean, we live in an age and a time that bloats females' egos across the board. There is plenty of money to be made in bloating females' egos. If folks said, Jason, why come you don't have 1 million subscribers? Because I don't do a bunch of ego stroking and female ass kissing. If I chase that audience or whatnot, I can do what Kendra G does. I can do some simp ass mess out there. I can do the Derek Jackson thing better than Derek Jackson. Okay, but I ain't trying to. My dignity matters to me, as it obviously did in the Derek. So I'm saying is, that's where the money is, bro. The money is in kissing women's asses and telling them what they want to hear. That's where the money is. That's what the audience is.
Nah, you're right.
Why do you think they're all pastors in church?
That's what I'm saying. I don't get it. It seems like the pastors would have more game than the average.
No, man, most of your pastors are sucker ass simps too. They made their money by accident. Well, they made their money and their status by accident. They just woke up one day and realized they had the gift of gab. But for most of them, for most of them, they have pimps in reality. Most of your pastors, especially today, you used to have some solid pimp pastors. Shout out Reverend Ike. And the rest of them there. So you used to have some solid ones. You don't have solid ones anymore. You got metrosexuals and a bunch of, beta simps trying to do an imitation of it. And they don't really got the bones for it. So they're just doing a weak imitation. It's gotten worse and soggier and more diluted as time has gone on. It's just a weak facsimile it's a weak shadow and a weak shell of what it used to be. So you end up with Keon at the top of the food chain, and then a bunch of really weird-looking, crazy religious zealots beneath him. I'll let you have the last word. I'm from Louisiana.
Nah, not you. I'm talking about the pastor dude, her new husband.
Oh, well, their church is in Houston.
Oh, okay.
Their church is in Houston. So, like I say, it's just he's in the right place. And their church is pretty good size. So, he's trying to get his mega pastor thing on. And so far, he's on his way. The females are responding properly in that regard. So, I'm pretty sure he thinks he has options in females. My problem is that's not who you married, though.
Yeah, he done for it. He married her. He done for it.
Well, okay, here's the issue. He wants status, too. Creflo Dollar's wife is not competing with him for status. TD Jake's wife, husband, ain't competing with him for status. The rest of these guys, their wives are not competing with them for status. This fella has married a woman who's competing with him for status. Somebody for status, for attention. Somebody tell me how this ends well.
Shame how they do the game, man. But you know, I learned a lot from you, man. I'm going to keep on learning.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. You play that game at your own peril. Call America 773. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, what's up, Jason? I'm calling from Chicago. This is D calling from Chicago, brother.
All right, south side or west side?
South side, man. I've talked to you plenty of times.
All day. What's on your mind?
South side Chicago. Southside Chicago, 1974, when Nazis lived in the neighborhood, man. We had to deal with Nazis and right around 71st and Western in Chicago. But I just wanted to ask you a question, Jason. What's the difference between what you are saying about these women than literally a pimp?
Okay, I don't understand in what context you mean.
Okay, I understand. I know I have to be... Listen, Jason, everything you are saying, it's like I'm sitting here listening to you and I'm saying church. So, like, these young guys today, and the pimps in the, like, 70s, because I'm from the west side also. That's why I was originally west side of Chicago, around Madison. And we saw pimps in the 70s. Now, I'm not glorifying when they would slap them around or beat them up, and never that, if that's what they did. But the control that they had, like, I am the star, baby. If you want to be with me, then do something, baby. Make it do what it do. And it's the total opposite now. It is just, and man, you blowing me away, Jason. As usual, it's like,
let me find out here. Who are we comparing to the pimps? The women or the guys?
Well, just like how the pimps got a bad rap is what I mean, Jason. I apologize. It was like all those guys, but they had more control, is what I'm saying. It was a whole different era. I understand that, but it was just they had more control. You know what I'm saying? Versus now, and the women were competing to be the best. Just like you are saying, it does you no good to have one girlfriend, man. I ain't never been married, Jason. I'm 55, and I remember telling you when I was 14, I had a woman who was 8 years older than me who had my daughter, and she was married. And when I asked her, why are you cheating on your husband? She told me never trust a woman. And I was told she messed your mind up, but that's not what she did. And I remember you telling me, hey man, I don't know if she messed your mind up or either, made you more aware. But, it's just like they have more control. And, these guys are just like the guy, the truck driver. I felt sorry for him, man. I was just listening. And, it was like, hey, man, and then you still giving her props after what she did to you. You know, I'm listening to these guys. They are still, well, you know, she.
Yeah, I mean,
cool after she manipulated.
right. What I'm saying is that the women know how to pick them. These women are not naive. These are survival mechanisms. Fellas sit up here and tell themselves if they're not a multi-millionaire, they don't have to worry about that. And what I'm saying is, no, that's not true, because this is female nature you're up against. To varying, to more or less of a degree, depending on the female, but this is female nature. So that's what you're going to be dealing with and wrestling with, if that's the case. And these, if you're naive, you know you're a naive male if you just automatically assume that women are telling you the truth. That the women are dealing with you in your best interest. Because what you're doing is you are projecting your mother and how she does things, the primary female in your life, you're projecting her onto all these others. And these are not your mama. They don't want from you what your mama does. Your mother is the only woman who can't, well, for most men, because some of y'all, it ain't like that. But your mama's going to be the only female in your life who's going to give you something and expect nothing in return. Ideally. I understand it ain't all like that, but ideally, your mama, if there is a female, your mama and your grandmama, if you got them, look at your aunties sideways.
That's right.
Because I can't vouch for them. For your aunts, I can't vouch for them. But your mama and your grandmama are the only two women in your life who are going to give you something and not expect anything in return. Every other chick, nigga, pay as you go. That's what it is. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight here. Let me get caller from area code 405. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Okay. Caller from 405 has been abducted. Caller from area code 260. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, it's Jordan again from Indiana.
Okay, Jordan again from Indiana.
Oh, you don't remember me, I guess. Well, Jordan from Indiana.
Okay, I remember the phone. What's on your mind, Jordan?
Well, you told me to call back when I have graduated my undergrad, and I just graduated.
When you say just graduated, exactly when?
Like Sunday. I graduated Sunday.
Okay.
So a couple days ago.
You're about to say he didn't just graduate. You called me a few days later. All right. Well, at least you made it that far.
Yeah.
Now,
yes. And then
I'm glad to hear that, which means I'm also going to be glad for you to email me proof of that, sir.
Okay, I can do that. What's the email?
handlethebusiness@yahoo.com.
Handle the business. Okay. You want me to do that right now?
Sounds like you're driving, so I would hate for you to cause an accident. But as soon as you're not on the road, or as soon as you're able to do that, it's not an emergency, but I certainly need to see that. My man Dijon and some of the other truck drivers, they understand that this is what I do. When folks tell me they got paperwork, okay, I got to check the paperwork.
Should be sending.
Okay.
Well, I'm on the phone.
Yeah, that's gonna slow you down right there. But just go ahead and send it to me. When I get it, I'll let you know. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. I didn't think I could get to this point, and I dropped out at one point. I went back. I flunked out, withdrew, and years later, I've finally done it.
I want you all to understand something that folks didn't explain to you in school. You thought that the whole reason for you getting your high school diploma was so that you could go to college. Or you think that having the high school diploma has some sort of social value. In reality, your high school diploma has no social value whatsoever. It's just a piece of paper. It has no value whatsoever. It doesn't give you special perks in society. You know, even the military doesn't require it anymore. So how are you walking up to other people flagging around your high school diploma and it has value? Let me tell you the only value that a high school diploma has It demonstrates that you can start something over an extended period of time and finish what you started. That's what a GED represents. That you can start something and you can finish what you've started. That matters to an employer. That matters to a military. That matters to anybody who expects to give you a task to complete. Can you actually finish what you have started? It sounds simple, and yet most people don't get that far. So something left up to your own discretion that nobody's going to whoop your ass over and nobody's going to force you to do, can you hold yourself to it until you finish it? And that tells us about your character as a person. And then it goes on to college from there. Can you finish this? Or are you a person who starts things and then halfway through it finishes it? Do I want to hire that guy? Do I want that guy working on my car? Do I want that guy balancing my books for my taxes? I don't think so. He can't finish high school. Why would I believe he's going to do anything great for me? So do you see the real purpose now? The skill that you're learning is not to get a piece of paper. The skill you're learning is to demonstrate that you can show up every day, learn, and demonstrate that you finished what you started.
Yep, I get it now. I'm in an internship right now, too, and I'm loving it.
Well, there's the part I was waiting to hear. Now, that was the next part I was waiting to hear. So, we will see. Now, how long is our internship?
I have been there for a year, and I was going to have to leave because obviously you're not in school anymore, so you can't be the internship, but I got accepted into a master's program, so I got a pay raise, plus I'll be able to stay until then, and then in this meantime, I'm going to be working on just some other things to try and upgrade after this is done.
Okay. I would like to have an update here once after I look over the paperwork or something. I'd like to have an update here in 90 days. If I need to change that number, I will email you to let you know. But I need to have an update here in 90 days. We're going into summer, and I need to see how you're going to handle a summer at this time that you can't go on vacation for.
Yep.
This is not the end of the beginning. This isn't even the beginning of the end. This is just the beginning of the beginning.
Noted. Ironically, I'm in automotive right now, so I know you like automotive.
Contrary to popular belief, it's going to be around for a long while.
Yeah.
It's not going anywhere. We'll be waiting.
Thank you for the call.
Thank you for finishing what you started. I hope it becomes a habit.
Did you get the email?
I haven't checked it just now. I'm hosting my program right now. So if you say you sent it, I will get
okay.
it. Unless you did, unless you just didn't send it. So, but if you
I sent it.
If you send it, I'll get it. Well, at least I better get it, because if you didn't send it, then that'd be a different matter there. Let me go ahead and take a look at that real quick here. As a matter of fact, because you're on the road, okay? Yeah, I got it.
Oh.
Well, what are you waiting around here for?
All right, see you. Thank you.
Work to do. I don't build prima donnas. I build builders. No, you get to sit on your laurels and you get to take one victory lap. We do not take the night off. We don't get wine, woman, and song. We don't get fat off of cake and ice cream. You conquer one mountain and I expect you to get immediately started conquering the next. We have no days off. You're already behind the 8 ball. You've already underachieved. The way of life here is once you're finished conquering one mountain, we got to the top of that one. Okay, I got to get down off this mountain. Yeah, because I got a bigger one to go climb over here. This isn't a one-time event. This is a way of life. So We finished it here. Okay. We got our paper. Great. We got to graduate. That's great. Have we started on the next one? Yes, we have. Okay. Well, don't waste around. We got things to finish. Can't stall around here. We got things to finish. No days off. Call from Air Code 708. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Sean calling from Gurney, Illinois.
All right, Sean is out there turning and earning them wheels. What's on your mind, Sean?
You said something about Shawnee competing for likes against Chanel O'Neal, whatever dude name is that's out here like a wild boar trying to holler at all these young girls. So Shawnee out here doing her thing. You just rather her be old bum girl, not doing nothing but sitting around with her hand out that will make you all happy. Because that's all y'all do is bash women all day. And the ideal man is really Russell Simmons. I mean, not Russell Simmons. Russell Wilson. Let me talk. Russell Wilson is actually the ideal man because he's not out here running around like an old wild boar trying to holler at all these youngins. You know, his old lady. So, and most women, all y'all men really is good for is a bag, some money, because y'all don't even have no real personality. That's why y'all lay up with each other so y'all can talk about football, because y'all lack personality. And that's why y'all lay up with each other, and it's the LBGYZ community out here, because all y'all want to do is lay up with each other and bash women. And what else I had to tell the Black channel today?
Sean.
This business channel.
Sean.
What?
Baby,
what?
Are you on the road right now?
It don't really matter where I'm at.
But yes, it does. I don't ask questions for no damn reason. Are you driving right now?
What's up?
Okay, where are you on the way to?
Here and there.
Okay, how big of a trailer are you carrying this time?
Enough to pay my mortgage and my monthly duties.
But you're hauling a load right now.
I'm hauling what I can weigh. That's right. What's up?
Okay, I just wanted to make sure everybody knows that she's a hard-working woman. She ain't telling me where she at exactly, but she's a hard-working woman, and she's pushing an 18-wheeler as we speak. So she's putting in work.
But this has been frequent around on these YouTube streets that every time a woman comes, even Jada Pinkett Smith and Shani and the little Asian lady that was dealing with Jeezy, every time these women working and they fit, they don't weigh 1,800 pounds like you be talking about. These women are fit. They got education. Imagine if Shaq broke his leg and couldn't do nothing. Who gonna help him pay the bills? So we should be happy that these women out here working to support their man.
Shawnee wasn't helping pay no bills. But here's the other thing right here. I don't mind people calling in to disagree with me. I know y'all think that, Sean on the phone here is having schizophrenia because she ain't got the names right. She don't even, it's like, okay, Jason, no, we even talk about the same people. It's an approximation of the same people, okay, everybody? It's an approximation. We're approximately talking about Shaquille O'Neal. So just think of it in those regards there. But Sean, here's the issue here. You have a negative opinion of men, and tell me what we have said tonight that has been factually inaccurate. Not what you disagree with, you don't like the feeling of it. Just tell us, where's the lie that we've said tonight?
The lie comes with Shawnee competing with Mr. O'Neal in regards for life. So when the lady was born, she was born to be the best she could be. So she shouldn't have to dim her light because somebody's ego is hurt because the lady is doing her thing.
Okay, but but what if the best she can be is Shaquille O'Neal's wife? What if that's the best she can be?
What about the husband aspect? He out here trying to slang his thing
Okay,
all around
no. Back up. You're the one who said that was a lie. Back up and address what I said. Second time. What if the best she can be is Shaquille O'Neal's wife? Now what?
So, you said what is the question?
You said that she shouldn't have to dim her light. She can be the best she can be. Okay, but what if the best she can be is being his wife?
Right. What is a wife's duty? What is the wife's duty? The duty is to support her man, and she's doing that by out here working and not being.
But she wasn't working. She wasn't working. Her financial contribution, man. When you married to Shaquille O'Neal, your financial contribution to the marriage is irrelevant. It literally doesn't matter. This man making $100 million, and you're like, here's my 100,000. You can't pay the property taxes. You're not. He don't need you contributing financially. He's blown. He is in another dimension financially. The issue is she wanted attention, and she said as much. She said that. She wants to be seen. She wants to be recognized.
Feel like she wanted attention? Why does she feel like she needed attention?
Because
that should be the real topic of the.
I've been talking about that all night tonight.
Like she needs to get some extra attention.
I've talked about that all night tonight. A woman who wants attention, the problem with it is she doesn't want it from the man she's married to. She wants it from the rest of the world. And that means it's a bottomless pit of feeding her ego. No man will ever be good enough. She wants to be worshipped.
The attention he probably was providing probably was garbage.
You can never give enough attention to a narcissist. Sean, you can never give enough attention to a narcissist. It's never enough.
Got tired of the situation.
If he quit the NBA and stayed with her full time to do a Will Smith and tell her how great she is, she would dog him out even worse than saying, "You all up under me all the time. I liked you better when you were productive." That's what it would be.
Them words don't mean nothing if you showing her something different. Even the young boys out here like, oh, Shaq out here to text my baby mama talk about give me this kid and blase. Talk is cheap.
Okay, you know, but she literally said I was never in love with the man. I don't think I was ever really in love with him. That ain't got nothing to do with Shaq. The man got a personality. You keep talking. He had enough of money. There was nothing wrong with his personality when she wanted to marry him.
Okay, it probably was good from the get-go, like on the honeymoon stage. But as time goes on, then what did they learn? What did you learn from your spouse,
his personality was good enough to marry and have 4 kids with.
It was good in the beginning, and then they tried to work it out, and it still ain't working. They still stuck in a wreck.
Okay, well, she never said his personality was a problem. So you can't raise that as an argument.
What did she say? What is the personality is the problem when the dude is a compulsive flirter? He probably flirts.
And she married it.
And now they're ready to separate. That's why they have a divorce. People are tired of the situations and.
Okay, did you say that they're ready? Did you say that Shaquille and his wife are ready to separate?
Are they separated? Are they divorced? I'm really not sure.
Baby, they've been divorced for over a decade now.
Who knew but you?
Did you listen to the whole first hour of the program? You've been listening to all these hate videos on YouTube and didn't even see that it says it's his ex-wife? You just no attention to that. Sean, how much you been drinking? Baby, is you lit tonight? Tell the damn truth.
No, I ain't lit. I'm good.
Okay. Where's your man at, Sean?
You You know where he at.
I need to get that nigga on the phone to come. That nigga need to get on the phone and come get you.
On this broadcast. That's probably where he at.
Okay,
sitting up under you on this broadcast.
Hopefully I can talk some sense in his ass after all these years. I'm doubtful, but maybe I can talk some sense in his ass after all these years.
We'll be waiting. We'll see.
I hope he can get you out that 18-wheeler, baby, so you can get on the beach and fun and sun and get a better attitude.
Probably.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you for your time.
That's Chanel O'Keel, whatever the hell his name is. Chanel O'Keel? Chanel O'Keel, whatever his name is there. That's the problem. Y'all know she got like young female relatives. Come here, baby. Let me tell you what's wrong with these men's. Call America code 205. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
It's Kim from Seartown, Alabama.
All right, Kim from Seartown. I haven't heard from you in a minute here, Kim. What's on your mind?
Well, I wasn't going to call, but me and my husband both have been listening to your broadcast tonight, but I wasn't going to call to Sean call, and I'm like, what has Sean been listening to? But obviously, she has been, like, completely in a whole nother world. So
she's making up her own fiction news. Chanel O'Keel divorced Shantae, and they just filed, and if he would stop cheating on her, she wouldn't have to, she got a whole new husband now. Really? Oh, is she polygamous? And so just, this is running consciousness here.
I mean, the whole take I get off Shani is the fact that you then went on from Shaq, but yet you marry another man, and the only way you still able to really bring money into quote-unquote the household that you have now is still off your ex name. Like, even by now, you should even move on. The simple fact that you married to somebody and he okay with you doing a book like you single, talking about your past life, that's something, and not trying to be funny, but that's something that a woman or a man would do if you still single. That's something she could have did maybe a year after you signed them papers.
Well,
but you got a whole new husband.
It's also something that you do when you are simply conceding your life didn't really move on. The problem I have with it is like last week, the big lie here is just crazy to hear people talk as if somehow marrying somebody transforms your life. You're a different person. It's not the way that works. It's not some magic panacea here. Stop this garbage. It's just another event in life like anything else, and then you get over it. Hedonic adaptation. You get over it. And then now it just becomes something else. You're going to be, whoever you were before you got married, that's who you're going to be after. Stop telling people that somehow this is some magic portal that transforms the both of you. It doesn't. And what she's showing you is the woman that Shaquille O'Neal got divorced from is still sitting right there. And now she's got a new guy. And we'll see if he does any better at placating her grossly bloated ego than the last man with 100 times the resources and fame and notoriety did. What most likely will happen, if she does stay with him, she's only going to stay with him because she's gotten too old to trade him out. If she does, that's what it'll be.
And like I had, I'm sorry.
I mean, if she does, it's just going to be because she got too old to trade him out, that's all. That's all. If she gets too long in the tooth because she's about to turn 50, if she just like, okay, there's no other options, she'll just stick with him simply because, you're the only thing I have left and I ain't going to work to pay my bills on my own. So, here we go. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, like I mentioned to my husband, I said, Shaq ain't even in the NBA no more. But yet, he's still relevant. So anybody that's really watching, he got his broadcasting going on, he got his other business going on, and yet you still see him doing commercials. So he's still actually elevating, like you say, with most men, if they still got that drive on them, it ain't no such thing as retirement. So he's no longer on the basketball court, but he's still making moves and doing this and doing this and doing this. So he's still relevant, but she's not. And the only way she can still stay relevant is continuing to bring up his name. But I'm gonna land my plane right
that's an ego buster for the man you've married. You're conceding that the man you were with is more valuable than the man you are with. And everybody around you keeps reminding the guy you are with of the man you were with. And yeah, you all think this ends well? Now, why is it that people sit up here and wait until way late in the program and then they want to slam the phone lines with a bunch of calls here? It's like, where were these people 2 hours ago? All of a sudden, I got like a dozen folk just jumped on the line. Call America code 702. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
What's up, brother? This is Leon calling from Las Vegas, man.
All right, Leon from Las Vegas. What's on your mind?
Man, my thing is like this, man. A woman is only going to listen. A woman is only loyal as her options, man. And you got these brothers out here, men out here thinking that, well, don't no woman really love you, man. B.B. King making a song that said, only person love me is my mama, and she may be jiving too. Y'all get in these relationships with these chicks, have kids with them, and think, oh, this is the love. You know, she, you think she's fine. You know, you having good relations with her sexually. She have pop out a couple babies. These chicks, man, they always on the same stuff, man. I don't doubt that she did love him. She was convenient. He had some money. He's a paper, some fame. It can promote her. And yeah, she got with him. That's why all these lame dudes that play professional football and basketball, they leave with their wallet. Oh, I'm so-and-so. I play for the Lakers. I'm so-and-so. I play for the New York Giants. That's how they get most of these women. They don't have no game.
But the real thing is these are guys leveraging money for sexual access, because the truth is most of your professional athletes are complete lames. They don't have any game. They can't talk. They can't converse. And women know that they're an easy mark. So a female who is lazy and doesn't have much, she doesn't have any development going for herself, they know professional athletes are an easy mark. Brittany Renner was not lying.
Yeah, they're professional mark, man. And it's just like, I'm surprised people think that, you know, this is something like devastating that she said she didn't never loved them. I'm not surprised about that. I mean, you know, women are the ultimate survivors and opportunists, man. They're going to survive. They're going to monkey branch. They're going to do whatever they got to do to, you know, the hypergamy, the next best thing. And, you know, you just a meal ticket. And I don't care if you got $1 million or $2. You know, if they think they can get something out of you to advance themselves, they're going to do it. They don't, I mean, I think just the men, brother, y'all, you got to get out the mindset that somebody really listen. I love my woman, but I'm not in love with her. I got love for her, but hey, I can come home from work and I can come home. She done packed up her stuff and out of here. What I'm gonna do?
Well,
I mean, you can't control nobody.
Here's the issue that I think it is. I think that, in my opinion, most men don't get a woman who admires them. They get a woman who likes them, or at least likes them enough to have sex with them. But he hasn't actually tested that to see, does she admire me? But then that requires you to take a look at your accomplishments, because you're not judged in a vacuum. Your woman is looking at every other man on earth and comparing you to them. And that's going to determine where you fall. Most men are not very competitive. Thus, you're not really giving a woman anything to compete for. And you're not giving her anything to admire. If a woman doesn't admire you, respect is going to be difficult. Because now she's going to be relying on whether or not she needs you. And you don't want a woman to have to admire you from the standpoint of, well, I need you to pay these bills, or I need you for financing, or I'm financially needing it. You want her to admire you as who you are as a person, what you've done. You want to be somebody that she looks up to in that manner. The second thing is, men have to stop making sex the damn, you know, that's their goal. That's where it becomes real, real bad. Because what happens is it clouds their minds and thinking to what the woman's real motives are. Most women are not lying to men. That's the real problem. Most women are making their real motives very clear and obvious. Well, you're waiting on her to spell it out. Yeah. As opposed to, did you take a look at her actions? Did you take a look at her exes? Did you compare yourself to them and see what she really likes? Hey, was she laying up with them and demanding nothing? Now with you got to buy her a house and a car? It's like, wait a minute, the last 5 niggas didn't. So how is it all of a sudden I have to? She's showing that women don't really deceive us. Women take advantage of it because they understand most men, all they really want is sexual access. And so the woman just says, okay, let me see how much I can get for it. As opposed to a man having a real life, real accomplishments, something he's really doing that really makes him admirable, which gains the attention of other people. Now you've brought not just money, but money and status. And most men are trying to figure out, how do I leapfrog and just avoid that altogether? And what I'm saying is just understand, you're not giving women anything to admire, thus there's nothing to respect. Thus, you're just a walking paycheck. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. And that's the worst place you can be in, fellas, is just, well, she wants your money, you're good for money. As opposed to you are admired, you're a standout, and that the value comes from being able to have your name. That's what men really need to check on is, wait a minute, do other people get value from your name? That's status. Okay, does she have value for hanging on to that name? Call from area code 470. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Luke from Lithonia.
All right, Luke from Lithonia. What's on your mind?
You know, you are listening. It's very easy to get despondent when you listen to these modern day women. And I sure hope that it's as a whole and not just black women that we're talking to. You know, you can see poor men waiting at Home Depot, and oftentimes they're going home to wives. You know, and the fastest growing homeless and eviction is black women, and that's why when you get older, you turn into a whoremonger, and you just you pay them to leave. Take care. I love your show. I love your podcast.
Thank you for giving us a call. The black pill had to call in. Caller from area code 909. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, my name's Neo, and I'm from California.
All right, Neo from California. Where at in California?
San Marino.
Okay, Neo from San Bernardino. What's on your mind?
Number one, Jason, I want to thank you for all the work that you do, background, and making this program accessible for us. I just want to thank you for that and all your work. I wanted to get into, I guess I want to tag onto the thing about the legacy, the name, and stuff like that. And so it seems like a big issue that's happening with Shawnee and stuff like that and modern American women is that it's the mentality that's kind of changed over the last 50 years or so. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you said that you're not against marriage, you're just kind of against the people, men not being aware of what could happen in marriages.
Yeah, I'm not against marriage at all. That's silly and stupid. But you got folks out there who they don't like the fact that you're exposing the truth of the fallacies and the deficiencies, and they don't like that. No, I'm not against marriage at all. I think marriage is perfectly fine. What I am is anti-naivete, and I'm anti-gaslighting. So if you're going to talk about marriage or promote marriage, all I'm saying is, okay, let's have an honest conversation and you can make your decisions with your eyes wide open. But don't tell people things that are lies.
Yes, and I'm with you. I even like the idea that you mentioned about people, especially men, going to a divorce attorney before getting married. I thought that was great advice. So I'll just land my plane right here because I know there's other people. So as we know that more women are having more sexual encounters than men are. So how do young men who are growing up able to protect themselves from this mindset of women who may just use men and they don't have the experience, like you were saying earlier, about having multiple girlfriends to catch the red flags? How can men prepare themselves?
I mean, but you can't without that. If all you have to compare females to is your mama and one girl that you used to know in sophomore year in high school, you don't have anything. See, females have had guys trying to talk to them from elementary school on. They have a lot of experience. The males, however, have little to none. So no, experience is what you're missing. The females have you at a disadvantage because they've had more experiences. So no, you can't bypass that. Attempting to bypass that is what you start jumping on the first female who'll say hi to you. But you're in no position to vet her. So no, you have to have experiences. This is why being a little pocket protecting nerd is a huge disadvantage. You're an easy mark. They can see you're socially awkward. You don't have any experience. You don't know a deceptive female from an honest one. You have no way of detecting the difference. So you're an easy mark. If you have more experiences, now you can start detecting whether there's a problem. So no, sir, you got to get out in the field and you have to have experience. Without that, you don't have anything.
And I agree with that. And so I'll go after this last question. But so, because I've heard from other people saying that, men shouldn't wait too late to have marriage and kids. But it seems since men are becoming less sexually active and involved in a dating relationship, then they would have to have experience later on into like their late 30s and even early 40s before they can actually be prepared enough to get married. Am I on the right?
Well, my issue is not so much men waiting longer to get married today. My issue is why. That's the thing right there that really catches my appeal is, okay, it's one thing if they're making this from a conscious decision because they've been out there and they've decided, yeah, I have female options, I just don't want to get married. It's another thing if you're an incel and you don't know how to talk to women to begin with. So the women, it's not that you're choosing not to be, it's just you're kind of stuck in the wilderness and you don't have the option. That's the thing that concerns me. There's a bunch of guys who don't have any options. Because Professor Scott Galloway was right.
Gotcha.
Those men are dangerous. They're not just annoying, they're dangerous.
And options comes with finding your purpose, developing your finances, developing your confidence. All that comes with options.
Yeah, you have to look. If I could say it to you all in one sentence, I would say if you're going to be a man, be an interesting one. You know the Dos Equis commercial is about the most interesting man in the world. That guy has no problem attracting, retaining females. He has no problem doing that. I'm not saying necessarily Dos Equis guy. I'm just saying if you're an interesting man, you're doing interesting things, you have an interesting life, you're accomplishing things, you know how to talk to people, you smile when you need to. If you're an interesting person, females are a given. We got too many fellas out here who want to be bumps on a wall or lumps on a log, and there's a where the hoe at? They're with the interesting guy. Now, if you're stupid and you try to get money to substitute for being interesting, now you're just going to get taken advantage of. I'll let you have the last one.
And interesting can vary between what a girl finds or what a female finds interesting, because some women might find bass fishing interesting, and other person might find dirt biking interesting or bungee jumping interesting. So it just depends on that individual.
Okay, but here's the thing. An interesting man has a wide array of things he's interested in and involved in and explores, not a singular area of expertise. Your professional alphas, these are men who are doctors and nothing else. Your professional alphas, they're ball players and nothing else. An interesting man has a wide array of things he's interested in, not just one. That's what makes him interesting. It's like, oh, you do scuba diving and skiing and anthropology and yeah. The nerd's doing the computer programming. He's a computer programmer and nothing else. That's not interesting. Mm-hmm. A computer programmer who is also a painter and, also a race car driver. Well, that's interesting as hell. Because the first question is, how the hell you end up doing all this? People ask me that question all the time. Jason, how do you know so much about so many things? That makes me interesting. Yeah, I've done a lot of traveling and I could pay attention. I've done things. I paid attention. I have a number of different interests. So you see, it doesn't matter what her interests are necessarily. I have a lot of interests, so it's mathematically very, very likely that hers and mine will converge. And I'm not faking it. But if you're a guy who puts himself in a little corner and has a little niche for yourself, just understand your options are going to be limited because you're waiting for a female for a similar niche. A niche male hoping for a niche female, as opposed to a wide array male who doesn't have a niche. He just has this broad range of things. And that makes you ultimately, not just a little interesting, that makes you ultimately interesting. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. I'm going to run through these last few calls here real quick, folks, so pay attention. Let me get a call from area code 310. You're on Live with the Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Brother Jason, it's Jeff Brown. How are you, man?
All right, Brother Jeff, what's on your mind? You're out on Zoom.
Seconds. Man, well, first, thanks for reminding me of how interesting I am. Number two, I think something, and I hope I don't ruffle too many feathers here, but we gotta look at Shaq's choice. Shaq's choice was driven by the same thing that you're talking to these brothers about. Stop trying 60 seconds to fix your mama. Shaq's mother, and no diss to the type of mother she was, because I don't have any evidence of that, but she was a single mother. Something you said earlier in the program was, why was Shaq so attracted to her? She came with a kid. The Sarge fixed Shaq. It's my turn. No, it's not. No, it isn't. Your life is your life. Number two, we can all agree that Shaq is a king. Bad news, ladies. In human history, can somebody pick me out a monogamous king? If you were the king, he don't owe you monogamy. He's keeping you if he's a king. And with that, you're going to have to turn your eyes. 10 seconds. Why do you think Coretta never remarried? Why do you think Sister Betty never remarried? Because they married kings. They were married to kings. There's no filling them shoes with a regular dude, which is what she's trying to do. And generally, I'll say this and ask you this question and get out of the way. Do you think this pastor fits the definition of what I call a himbo? A himbo is a male bimbo that women generally with positions of money and power get a hold of, so that the dude they get is not in a position to correct them on their bovine feces. I think that's what this dude really, really is when you look at him. What do you say?
Keon asks, he strikes me as an opportunistic individual. He's trying to build out his church. That is his goal. He's not trying to be a STEM researcher. He's not trying to be, an anthropologist. He's not trying to be a rocket scientist. He just wants to build the biggest, bestest church he can. That's what he's trying to do. So that's his forte. And I think that he's trying to put in place the structures that matters. And I think that he told himself that being unmarried was not a good look for him. And so she's checking a box, and he made it a priority to get married because, well, as the leader of the church, that's what I need to do. And I think in the process, he's tried to take a shortcut. And we all know that shortcuts rarely end up well.
Yes, sir. All shortcuts run through the devil's backyard. I'll say this, and again, bro, another home run with this show, with this program, another home run with this program. I think the best thing is the cautionary tale that you are giving to young men. Don't be, before you set up, which is what incels do, before you set up sex, set up legacy. Set up legacy. Be about your purpose. The woman that is for you actually wants to be in a threesome with you and your purpose, but she needs to see you wearing your purpose out first.
Couldn't say it better. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight here. Let me get caller from area code 504. You're on Live with the Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Jason. I'm calling from Las Vegas. Wonderful program tonight.
What's your name,
and my name is Corey. Calling from Las Vegas. Corey calling from Vegas. The brother just took my my spiel with the single mother, but also I want the men to understand what's going on is that if you meet a woman and she already gave her womb away to another man and he's not there, the likelihood of that working out is very, very low in percentage. Why you say that? This is why I say that. Because if you do anything to remind her of her ex, she gonna look at you and be in disgust. Yeah, she'll have business with you, and she'll do everything you think she's doing. But the minute she see a crease like she did with Shaq, she took it because he was a reminder of where she came from, even though he was Shaquille O'Neal. And that's why it's very dangerous to take women that already let their womb go away.
Well,
and it's just.
I don't think that's the issue here. I think you have another Jada Pinkett, because this woman wrote this thing here, and she's running down her dad. You know, she wrote this book. She didn't just talk about Shaquille. This will be her life story. So she writes this book, and she's running her father down. Oh, he was unfaithful to my mom, and my mom never forgave him. And this. Okay, so she's going full blown with Jada Pinkett. What I'm saying is, when you have a female who's competing for attention, that's the real issue here. You have a female who sees herself as important, and that the rest of you are in the way of her getting the adoration she should really get. So that's a very dangerous potion to have sitting in front of you, because when a woman is demanding that you be her fan, how can you be her leader? Mm-hmm. No matter how much, imagine you got more money, more notoriety, you done lived your life, you doing a hell of a whole lot better than her, and yet she says, yeah, but I'm smarter, or I'm better. Not even I'm smarter. Well, yeah, you got all the money, but that don't mean nothing. I'm better. And what I'm saying is, you can't fix that. That's not something you can fix or rectify. When you have a female whose ego is just starved and out of control, when you have a female who's doing all these obvious things to show you this was she about. And my real thing is, by the way, that I think what we're going to find is that unless she just financially can't get anything going for herself and she just gives up and gives in, I think that Shaquille O'Neal was the appetizer, and Keon's going to find himself the main course.
Ooh. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, or maybe he'll just find himself seconds. I don't know. All right, let me get a call from Miracle 405. You're on Live with the Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Melvin Paxton from Oklahoma City.
All right, Melvin from Oklahoma City. What's on your mind?
So, I had a question. So basically, since the pastor Keon, he's seen what happened to Shaq. I'm kind of like, man, don't you see what's going on? I mean, you know, you see how she did Shaq, and then you're going to go ahead and, you know, marry. But you kind of answered it because you told me it was more of an opportunity thing to kind of grow his church.
Well, yes, but also because he believes her when she says that ain't going to be you. Oh, well, he cheated on me. Here's the issue right here. Fellas, women know this too, that men believe whatever women tell them. So you're so eager. Women understand this. And that's why I tell you guys, you have to ask more questions. Women understand that you don't actually want to hear about her ex. You want to hear about you. So she's perfectly fine not to bring up her ex. And that's why I'm like, no, Heifer, let's talk about your ex for a while. Because if you got with somebody who liked it, there was something about him you really liked. So let's discuss what you liked about him. I don't let them sit up here and demonize the fella and keep going, nah, y'all was there, you was laying up with him for 2-3 years. You must have liked something. We gonna get to the what you liked. You're not gonna sit up here and sell me your image. Guys don't usually do that. So what ends up happening is when the woman starts talking bad about the other fella, you start making a catalog of that. Women, this is a subtle form of manipulation by women, because they know that by naming these things, you think, okay, well, as long as I don't do these things over here on this list, I'm winning. Well, guess what? One of the things they throw on that list is, and he never took care of me. He didn't spend no money on you? Well, baby, don't worry, I can take care of that. A whole bunch of fellas get caught with that one. So what I'm saying is, when you go simple-minded and she's like, okay, here's the list of things I did. He was so bad at doing all these things here, and that's why I had to leave. He was cheating on me. Ooh, he was beating on me. Ooh, he was running around on me. Ooh, he was underspending on me. Ooh, he was listen to his mama more than me. Ooh, next thing you know, you make that your checklist. Okay, as long as these are the things I gotta stay away from. And what I'm saying is, now you've been put into a trick bag. Because do you notice she said all these things about him, she didn't say anything about herself. So you were just perfect little Miss Golly, Miss Molly, and everything was perfectly fine. Here's the standard, by the way, for the young fellas who are just tuning in and never heard of me before, and you're gonna get misled by these other people. When you ask a female what went wrong in her previous relationship, they're always gonna give you the same answer. I was too loving. I was too trusting. So in other words, she didn't do nothing wrong. My only flaw is that I'm too good of a person. And every man out here who's had a relationship knows that's a damn lie. Y'all's problem was not that she wasn't no perfect person, but when she gets to the new fella, she's going to tell you, well, wasn't no flaws, it was all him. And the real thing is, if you're stupid enough and naive enough to fall for that, and you didn't ask any more questions, you let her tell that lie, and you left it at that, because you're like, okay, well, because you're sitting up here saying, okay, as long as she's demonizing him, that means that my position's solid. She ain't gonna go back to him, so she think he trash. Oh, good. I just want to make sure the runway is clear for me. And what I'm saying is, if you're confident as a man and you have options, you ain't sitting up here so desperate that you fall for that one. It's like, yeah, I know the runway is open for me, but yeah, let's talk about that dude a little bit more, because yeah, I don't believe you. Yeah, let's find out what you liked about him. Then, well, what about that? Well, I mean, he did a little drugs on the side. Oh, really? So you're comfortable with dope boys? Okay, there you go. Well, he had too many women. Oh, he had swag. Okay. You knew about them chicks when you got with him. Yeah, okay. Now we're uncovering the real you. Not that camouflage. I'm wiping the camouflage off of you. Now we're getting the real you. And what I'm saying is, most men don't do that. You want to hear her run down her ex because you believe that's giving you security. Oh, she thinks negatively of him, so my situation is more solid. And you couldn't be more stupid. Women do this with every single man they meet when they meet him. It's the same script that they run every single time. The only difference between me and most men is I don't fall for the damn script. I'm like, yeah, I ain't believing nothing you say. I do more investigating. And I keep asking, and eventually, okay, there you go. There's the real thing. There it is. He was cheating. Yeah, you were too. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, you didn't want to talk about that part. I go over names, dates, locations, chronology. There it is. There it is. Yeah, there you go. And then from there, it's like, yeah, you're not wife material, but you'd be excellent girlfriend material. Most men don't ask any questions. They're so desperate to get their turn that they're sitting up here getting upset when they realize the female they're with only gives out turns. She doesn't invest. She doesn't admire. It's just your turn. Well, yeah, because you got a chick who only gives out turns.
It's pretty good. Thank you, Jason. I'm going to land my plane right there.
Thank you for this call tonight. Let me get the last caller here. Caller from area code 786. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you for calling. Let me get the last caller here. Caller from area code 786. You're on live with The Business. Boy, he waited all that time to get on the phone with me here and wasn't paying attention. So the night is over for you. Phone lines are closed here now. So yeah, you waited all that time there. Just wasn't this brother just struck out. All right, let me get over here on Zoom. Let me get Dan on here on Zoom. Okay, see if Dan gets his Zimbabwe mobile going here. I won't wait all night for that. Waiting to see if Dan wakes up here. Dan is on that Southside broadband. He got to reconfigure this newfangled audio.
You hear me?
All right, Dan, what's on your mind?
What's going on? I kind of want to chime in on that a little bit. I think the only reason why she said that, I really think she's still feeling salty. I mean, of course, they all say that. It's either I'd never really loved him, or they talk him bad to the point, or that person did something wrong to her. But I think she's just salty because the dude who she's married to, I don't think she really want to be married to him. I think she wants somebody. I think she want her cousin. I think she want her current husband to be like the Shaq, but that's just something he will never be. So I don't understand how he didn't see that. I don't understand how Shaq didn't see that coming. But then again, he an old nigga. He an old.
I mean, but it was 20. I mean, it's like 20 years ago, though.
Yeah, but and then of course we all know that she got to throw his name in there just so she could sell books, to sell a product. And then you got then your husband sitting right there. Of course that's not a good look for him anyway, because no dude want to sit there, want to let you listen to you talking about your ex-husband, like.
And the thing, that's why I wanted to play for you all the video there, because when they did stroll her husband out there, they're talking about, by the way, you ain't in control of your church, and look at the incident at your church. So we're talking to her about Shaq, and when they finally do unveil you, some things went wrong at your church, didn't it? So I'm like, that's a hell of an unveiling. You didn't even bring him there to talk to him about how great her and him get along, how he's leading her, making her a better person, whatever. Okay, now we're going to bring you out here and talk about some message of church. That was the part that got my attention. This was the moment where at least you could have some balance. Okay, we all know about Shaquille O'Neal and what he's done. You brought this guy out here and we didn't get to see, that was not very glowing or flattering of him. What you brought him out there, that in no way balanced. None of us saw that and said, wow, this guy, I can see why she's with him. I can see why she would divorce Shaquille and get with him. None of us saw that. Nobody saw that interview and thought that when he was out there. That's the part for me that's damning. The one time that you are out here talking about her book, now we're doing a direct comparison between her ex-husband and you, and nobody thought that you were knocking it out of the park. Nobody.
Hey, if I was him, man, ain't no way in hell I would have been on TV and discussing it. I wouldn't even be nowhere near on the scene. Ain't no way in the world, bro. Ain't no way in the world. I don't know. Maybe I'm built different. But I can't do it, bro. I'm sorry. I just can't do it. But I do agree with the part what you said that his reason being married to her, you know what I'm saying, because she's a good image to try to build his church up, even though he don't want no more kids or get her pregnant, by the way. But yeah, I could definitely see that. But chicks like Shawnee, she do kind of look like Fannie Waters a little bit, don't you think? But I think chicks like Shawnee, who's ungrateful and who thinks like that, we see that on the streets every day. Hell, some of you our own parents. Hey, truth to be told, some of y'all mamas like that. So if she can't get to the daddy based on how they feel, hey, they talking to children. Especially if you look like daddy. So that's just what it is. That's all I got to say on it.
I think most men end up in these situations, and I don't think that most of them, like I say, most men are single-minded, and that makes them very easy prey. And that is a dangerous position for a man to be in, is to be easy prey, because there's no shortage of predators. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Let me go ahead and see if I can get my man Prince up. There he goes. All right, Prince of the Richmond, what's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, brother.
Prince up. Okay, he's messing up my program here.
I got that other mute on, brother. Let me mute that. Sorry, I thought I had it mute, brother. Yeah, I want to ask you, in your opinion, is this a hit piece on black men? And I say that because is Shaq just being, they're using him as a proxy for black men or successful black men, the way that her husband was brought out after they talked about Shaq and the way Tamron Hall presented him, that was quite interesting, given the fact that she's with a white man and seems like she's really eager to criticize black men but not white men. And the fact that her book, she criticizes her father. Is this a hit piece on black men? Or what do you think the objective is?
Well, I mean, everything gets twisted to go at us, so that's just part and parcel of it. Right now, there's a big movement, and there has been for a while. Oprah told the women that they didn't need no man.
Yes.
And after 2 decades of trashing themselves, then what ended up happening was now they've admitted that they do. But now you got all these ragged out, aged out ass baby mamas. So what they're trying to do now is sell the lie that you can trash your drawers out as badly as you want to. There's a handsome, intelligent, well-to-do man who is going to overlook all that and take you off the market. Which is why everything, with Ciara, that's why that got so much play with them, is because it's the only thing they got, but we just going to run it as much as we can. What I'm telling you is nobody ever said that Shawnee wasn't going to get another husband. What we said is you're never going to get another Shaquille. That's what we said. And Shaquille, as you know, Shaquille is not a person. Shaquille's a brand. That's a representative. You are never going to be Mrs. O'Neal again. Never. You can use Keon's name as much as you want to. Baby, ain't nobody holding reservations at the Ritz-Carlton or bumping nobody out their room for Shawnee Henderson.
No.
They do it all. You sit up here, you want to get your room reserved. I don't give a damn. Prince, you know how it is. You in Houston. You're in a major city. You know how it is. Shaquille called up the hotel. Yeah, you told my wife you didn't have any rooms. Can I talk to the manager?
Exactly.
Yeah, this is Shaquille O'Neal's. Yeah, we wanted to reserve a room, but they told my wife we didn't have one. Oh, really? Well, Shaq, let me see if we can look into that for you there. Now, for those of you from major American cities, y'all know that's the get down.
Yeah.
Los Angeles, Houston, New York, D.C. Especially, for example, now, let's just say he plays for the Houston Rockets. Ooh. Brother, can you imagine playing for the Houston Rockets and your woman can't get a room? In Houston. In Houston. Come on, y'all. Now, for those of you who might live in mid-sized cities, you're like, what Jason's talking about? My folks in the major cities, y'all know damn well. That's not going to work.
Never.
At all. That'll make the damn news in a minute. That will never work.
That would hurt business. That would, man.
So when your woman call up, that's it. That is it. That name means something. You get real valet service. Not this bull crap the rest of us get. You get real valet service. You get real comps if you go to the damn casino. They following you around with the damn cameras. You get real stuff there. So it's like, no, she is never going to be Shawnee O'Neal again. Ever. That's over. Which is why she's trying to keep her name out there as much as she can, and now she's trying to bootstrap it to Shaq. But it's like, no, baby, you're Shawnee Henderson now. Doors are not open like they used to. And other than hanging out with your gal pal, Tamron, who's been a longtime friend of theirs, other than that, baby, they ain't got no shot outside of it. So the real casualty here is not Shaquille O'Neal. You ain't heard him. Shawnee is the side casualty. The real casualty is Keon, who thinks he's in charge of it, but it's so obvious he's not.
I didn't know his church was in Houston. I didn't know that. People don't realize, quiet as it's kept, Shaq has always just drove around Houston. He owns a house in Sugar Land. Shaq will go to different black restaurants, soul food restaurants, and just show mad love to the people. Take pictures with everybody. He's driving around by himself just because, in Houston it's not as big as a paparazzi thing here. But this man he just be low key, taking pictures, whatever you want to do. Just easy going, man. You know what I'm saying? And I want to ask you this question, Jason. If you were able to talk to some young NBA players or any type of pro athletes or young men like that or successful men, period, that have a serious mindset, what would you tell them if they want to ask you, how can I deal with women? How can I detect when a woman is trying to center herself in my success? And I hope that I put the words right. If she's, how you've dealt with that. If a woman, she can be supportive and play a role, but she wants to center herself. She's jockeying for position.
I mean, it's always the same. There is going to be an expression of hostility toward it. The real problem is that men try to look for hostility as a hateful thing, as opposed to indifference or lack of enthusiasm. Men need to be hypersensitive when their female is lacking enthusiasm at something that matters to you, something you've given your life to, and she's trying to dodge it and sidestep it. You see, when you talk about women being passionate, I don't just talk about burning desire. You're talking about a woman being passionate. That woman wants to know everything you're doing. She wants to be a part of everything you're doing. She wants to be there for that. She wants to, because she digs you. That's the reason she wants that. She wants that because she digs you. And that element cannot afford to be missing. However, if you are sex motivated, and as long as I can get sexual access, are you overlooking that, by the way, she's not very enthusiastic about this? She's not very interested. Well, if you didn't notice the lack of enthusiasm, you certainly didn't notice when contempt started seeping in.
Yes, sir.
Because you're not watching anything. So first, if you didn't see the lack of enthusiasm, I know you didn't see the contempt. I'm looking for lack of enthusiasm.
Lack of enthusiasm.
You know, like you heard the pimp talk about, don't get the woman who that you like, get the one who likes you. Well, I would make an addendum to that. Don't just get the woman who likes you, get the woman who loves your life.
Yeah, that's real.
Get the woman who like as men, like you and me, Prince, we know, because this registers to a man. You know you are all the way in. You know this female is all the way into you when she wants to wear your damn shirts. You know you all the way in. What I'm saying though is that you don't make that extension to your life. You do make that extension when she wants to wear your shirt, or when you done bought a damn new car for her and she wants to drive your truck instead. That registers to you, but did it register to you about the rest of your life? That she should be the same way about that?
Yes.
And most men disregard that. It's like, well, she wants to wear my shirt, that's it. I'm looking for all those things. I want to know how interested you are in everything I'm doing. I want to know about that.
And you know what's so key about that, Jason? If she's representing you, she'll be your greatest spokesperson. I'm not saying necessarily that she speaks for you as a man, but she's saying what your mission or your purpose is. She's out there. She knows how to articulate it to others, and she does it with enthusiasm. And brother, I just really appreciate you. And I'm gonna tell y'all something else. Please, guys, stop when you're getting ready to break up with a woman and they want to go on these vacations. Stop doing these breakup vacations. She's just sucking you to get you some spending money. That's not going to save your marriage. That's not going to save a relationship. And that's all that's going to do is give her more incentive. That made me think of something else that was said earlier. Now, let me ask you this, Jason. How can a man tell if a woman, in her mind or in her beliefs, because that's something she's thinking, or by the way she expresses herself, how can you know if a woman feels like she's settling with you? Even if you may be a producer, she feel like you're a step down from what she was with before.
This is the trick, one of the trickiest of all to be able to discern, because it requires discernment. Here is the damnably difficult part about this. A woman is never going to tell you this.
Can you
No. A woman is never going to tell you that, because she knows you can't say that sentence to a man. I don't care how much contempt you have for him. You can't say that. You tell a fella here that you settled for him, relationship over. Done, because he knows there's no way to walk that backwards. She's letting you know the whole relationship is a lie. So a woman will never say that, especially if you're paying bills and she's depending on those. She can't afford for you to find it out. So it's something you have to discern. This is where you have to watch actions, but you have to become a student. Okay, what does I settled look like? Not what it sounds like. Because if you're depending on her to tell you, you want to know what it sounds like. That's not going to happen. It's just like, for example, for a man telling him, how do you let a woman know that you settled for her? I'm talking about just for sex. A man don't let you know that. You're not, no. She can't find that out. The evening's over already, damn it. I just got here and the evening's already over. No, she got to think she number one.
Always.
She got to think I've been waiting a week to get over here. It's just like, baby, you just don't know. Everybody else didn't answer the phone. You just didn't know. I thought I lost cell phone service for a little bit. No, they out busy. Okay, well, you answered the phone. Oh, guess what? You're a winner. Oh, baby, I've been thinking about you all week. I've been thinking about you all hour, not all week. But my point is, yeah, you're not gonna get a confession. You have to know what it looks like, not what it sounds like. Well, Jason, what does I settled for you look like? Once again, did you ask about the exes?
There you go.
Y'all sit up here, you're flying blind. Because what I'm telling you is settling is based on the guy she was with, not the guy she gonna be with.
They feel insecure like they don't measure up, Jason.
Well, what I'm saying is you can't look for where she gonna go after you. Settling is not something she does after you, it's something she does before you.
Okay. Yeah.
Too many guys are trying to look forward. No, you have to look backwards. That will tell you whether she's settling. Not where you think, not where you're trying to prevent her from going. Where she's already been. That determines settling.
Okay.
So that's why you need to know about this dude. You need to know what he does. You need to know, was he smart? You need to know what they talked about, how much of an imprint he made. You have to learn all of this because this is to make sure that what you have is the genuine article in this female. Or whether she is simply giving you the script that she wants you to hear.
But isn't that an awkward conversation a woman does not want to have, telling you about the qualities that she enjoyed in another man?
Okay, here's my whole issue about that there. You can't afford to be naive.
There you go.
A man cannot afford to be naive. So what happens is, it's an uncomfortable conversation. I have no problem having uncomfortable conversations, awkward conversations, because I tell her, we'll only need to discuss this once.
There you go.
Jason, how you handle that? I gotta talk about this. We'll only need to talk about this once, but there's something I need to find out. So let's just get, I told y'all about this before, let's just get this out the way conversation. Let's get this out the way. But don't expect me to trust you, and I don't know about who you've been with. I don't know nothing about them. Ain't nothing for me to trust with you. Now I need to know what them niggas was, because I'm like, okay, you with me. So if you are attracted to them and you're attracted to me, I want to know where the level of similarity is here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is it about him and I that you and him that you have in common? What do he and I have in common? And if you just got where he's just totally different from you, you trying to get saved, heifer? You've never had nobody like me before. You just trying to get saved. It's like, all right, I'm glad we got that out the way. Now, if it's a fellow who has some similarities to you, but it's like he was smart, but he wasn't driven.
Right.
You know, he was telling me about his plans, but every time I turn around, it's like he got a new one. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And it's like a year later, he ain't moving. It's like, okay, I just got tired of waiting and hearing what's going to be. And, you know, he just half does things. And eventually I thought he was going to fang. Okay. But it's like, yeah, this guy, he smoked weed. And it's okay, I don't do anything. I'm totally the opposite. You were comfortable with that? No. Now, when it comes to settling, however, the conversation sounds different. Settling is he was driving this, he was wearing that, he had these kind of women over here, we would go to this place and that. And, you know, settling is when you start hearing admirable traits.
Okay.
I don't care how negatively she tries to paint them. Ain't that right, Shawnee O'Neal? Don't sit up here and tell me, yeah, he was always taking me to Turks and Caicos as a negative. Don't try to tell me you're going to spin that to be a negative. That's not a negative. You're saying that for my consumption. That's not a negative. So you're trying to downplay that as if, it wasn't that great. How the hell could it not be? Here's my thing. Well, Jason, how do you know it wasn't? How do you know it was great and that it wasn't bad? Because if Turks and Caicos was a bad trip, she'd be telling me about what happened bad there. And she would lead with that. He took me to Turks and Caicos, but he was cheating on me with the barmaid. He was cheating on me here, and then when he got there, he was running up on them. Oh, okay. That trip sucked. That sucked. Okay. When she's talking about Turks and Caicos and they ain't got a bad thing to say about it, it's like, oh, you liked your trip there. Yeah. Stop letting these chicks run game on you. She's trying to paint it as a negative. And don't worry, I've actually told chicks about that. Like I say, there are other folks out there who have tried to teach y'all to say negative things about it. You shouldn't do that because you're lying. And you won't remember what lies you told. The problem with lying to men is that if he actually starts listening, you're not going to be able to keep up with your lies. Tell the damn truth about it. But if y'all broke up, you need to be honest about that. Because you're not going to remember what you lied about. Settling is when a guy was outdoing you. That's settling. But I'm talking about settling is not one-dimensional. Great sex is not settling. This is about the guys about Shaq's shoe size and whatnot. That matters none. That's not settling. Some dude being better in bed is not settling. As long as you're not a dud, that's not settling. Settling is when a man is head and shoulders over you. Settling is when this dude is next level and she done had to come down a couple steps and be with you. That's settling.
But would passion be a question that you would ask about?
Settling, you can't ask about passion. Women can't define passion. With all of their emotions, they actually can't define it. So once again, you have to recognize passion when you see it. This is why a man cannot afford to be emotionally naive. You gotta recognize passion when you see it. Usually dudes don't recognize passion until they see their chick dancing to another man on the dance floor. Then he recognizes it. I'm saying you can't afford to be that damn dense. So what you're looking for is, settling. He's head and shoulders. He was statements like that indicate he was more admired, more looked up to. My family got along with him. Him and my dad could talk for hours. You see what I mean? Things like that. He would take me places or whatever, and he knew how to light up the room. We're talking about status now. We ain't talking about sex. We talking about status. She's naming things that you simply can't do. That ain't you.
If he had more female options, do women consider that? And this man has less. Do women consider that as settling? Meaning,
not if it doesn't come with everything else.
Okay, that's clear.
If all he's got is chicks he lays up with, that's not settling. If the chicks he lays up with are a side effect and the result of his status, now she's settled for you. But the real thing is, remember, there's going to be a direct comparison. That's why you need to know about that man, because you're being compared.
Yes, always.
And your job is to find out what the comparison really is. Don't let her lie to you and fool you and think there is no comparison. Yes, there is. Where sex is concerned, sex is something you learn. That shouldn't be something for you to worry about. It's all these other things that are the problem. The reason why being with Pastor Henderson is settling is because Shawnee Henderson does not have the same ring as Shawnee O'Neal.
That's cold.
Mrs. Keon Henderson does not have the same ring as Mrs. Shaquille O'Neal.
No, it does not.
They're not anywhere even in the same hemisphere. That's settling. That's settling. When you go to a restaurant and they know you. You go to the car dealership and they know you. You call Visa and Chase and they know you. When you show up, things get taken care of with mastery. And then the next guy's like, you ain't got it like that. You don't have that. You don't know what you're doing. It's amateurish. It doesn't have the same ring to it. If the female is making it clear, it's like, I'm being with you, I'm not where I was. Or here's another thing men need to watch out for. When you start noticing signs, and this is why you have to be honest with yourself. It's like, wow, I don't see anything bad about how this guy was moving. This guy wasn't moving raggedy, and yet you're over here with me. When the female starts trying to console you about it, when she starts making consoling statements, oh, that's all right. I didn't even like that Lamborghini.
Whatever.
That's all right. I got tired of that condo and that beach house. I got sick of all that.
That was too much. Yes.
No, I'm perfectly fine here with your Geo Metro. I didn't need all that. And the heifer is a decade later writing books about the nigga. while she's telling you what she don't miss. And yes, she literally just, I'm telling y'all, there are deadly things in that book, Prince. You done got divorced. You know damn well there's some deadly things that she says, some things you should not be hearing if this is in your past. She's not indifferent. She sat there and said, quote, I enjoyed those sweet early years being a mother and raising my children. My days were always busy with kids and family, and every now and then I got to travel or enjoy a little of the NBA high life. She's sitting there trying to downplay that. A heifer who started a show called Basketball Wives, trying to downplay it.
No. Stop the cap.
Did she look uncomfortable with the rest of those basketball hoes on that show? Or does she look like she fit right in with them?
All the way.
While she's trying to convince you that she's not an NBA wife and she ain't one of the NBA gals. And what I'm saying is, do you recognize that? She's not going to tell you that she settled for you. She's sitting here telling you, and the Christmas parties and at the Hilton, Beverly Hilton, whatever it was, and you have no such stories like that with Keon. You're not saying anything similar to that with him. Nothing. What are you saying? I enjoy being the first lady of the church. Yeah, right after you said that, by the way, the thing I like about my husband is he doesn't really badger me about the church.
He's a worldly woman.
I'm a first lady of the church who doesn't have to do any first lady of the church stuff. Dude, she settled for you, nigga.
Ain't no such thing. That's supposed to be, the pastor's wife is supposed to be the one that's setting the example for the women. Well, and I'm not saying I haven't seen her dressed provocatively. I can't say that. When she's seen in pictures with him, don't seem like she's doing that.
No, she talks about attending church. She doesn't talk about living it.
So almost like Russell Wilson's wife. She don't really say much of. She on her Facebook and not Facebook, on the Twitter.
No. Russell is the one who talks about God. Ciara don't. Russell is the one who talks about converting people and turning your life to Christ. That woman has never put up a post talking about thanking God for something and how we need God for this, that, and the other. And I need Jesus Christ. She doesn't talk like that. Her husband does. Keon talks like that. His wife, Shawnee, don't talk that way. She talks the way she did with Shaquille.
Oh, so he left his impression on her.
Pastor Keon talks about how Jesus has made an impression on his life. Shawnee don't talk about that. Shawnee talks about how her husband allows her to just be her without imposing any of that. Dude, y'all ain't on the same page. You're not on the same page. And what I'm saying is, you're going to try to push that line one day and she's going to push back.
Right.
And then you're going to have to make a decision. You're going to just admit that your woman is not with it and you're going to have to pay for it, or you're going to have to dump her.
Oh, you saying she going to treat him the same way? She going to use that same technique that she used on Shaq. She going to use it on him.
Eventually, the phony first lady thing fails. So he's going to have to leave the church, or he's going to have to leave her.
Oh, it could get that ugly.
I'm predicting it will get there. She sat there in front of Tamron Hall and told you what she loved about her husband, didn't say a word about the Bible. As a matter of fact, when she did mention it, she said, oh yeah, and I thought he was going to be a guy quoting scripture to me all the time. Did you hear that damn negative, sarcastic statement? Dude, she is invoking the Bible as a negative.
As a negative.
She's telling you what she thinks about that. So if he ever tries to push that line, she's already letting you know, oh, she's already dismissive and downright derisive of it.
Now that's contempt right there. He's a preacher, he's a pastor, and she talking about she don't want to hear from her own husband. She don't want to hear about the word of God.
Thank you. So my whole point there is you can't sell that. So, see, Russell is the one talking about Jesus. Ciara is not on her page introducing nobody to Jesus, talking about how Jesus made an impact and a change in her life. She only talks about that on Russell's page. She talks about that literally nowhere else. Now, Russell talks about it. If you talk to Russell, you will not get through an interview without him talking about his religion. Keon Henderson, you will not get through an interview without him talking about his religion. Right. These men's wives, you can talk to them for weeks and never bring up Jesus for their religion. They never invoke that as anything important in their lives. If that's the only thing your man is offering, then how the hell do we end up here? That's the only thing your man was allegedly offering. Oh, I'm sorry. He did also bring a pretty good salary, and this was the last damn train leaving. Only this dumb sad sack don't get it. So he's going to sit there and be humiliated and listen to Future.
Yeah.
And hear about Shaquille O'Neal until you've been totally emasculated. Only now you've lost 10 damn years. Because these women are going to hang in there for a minute.
Yes, they are. They going to drag him to... I don't know what she want out of him. I'm assuming it's not the money. Because, it's a downgrade. No, it's about the money. No, with Keon it is. It is about the money with him. Yeah, I mean, he's doing good as a pastor. He's doing very, very good as a pastor. I mean, he's on his way to that TD Jakes level, and he's made it very clear that's where he wants to go. So he's very good in that capacity. Here's the bottom line, Prince. The bottom line is that she's not eligible for another baller. She's not eligible. So that's off the table. She's aged out. Too many kids. Too many problems. There ain't no NBA prospect looking for her. No. So she got to get in where she fit in. This guy was eligible and vulnerable. So she didn't grab him. She got a name. So I think that's what drugged him in. Okay. Everybody knows who she is. So, okay, we make a good power couple, even though she ain't got no power. All right, fine. He's dismissing all of that because, okay, and he's okay with her having less power because, like, well, that's okay, that's my job. Right. So he's totally dismissing all this talk that lets him know that, by the way, she's a usurper sitting right next to you. And what I'm saying is, so long as this serves her interests, she'll be sitting here. If this ever stops serving it, she'll have a problem. So that first lady routine, it's like, dude, she don't even act like one. But he's like, he's doing what guys do. Okay, I'll make up for that for both of us. What's going to happen when eventually she gets tired of that? And the real thing comes out where she's like, you know what? I think this would be so much better if I just live over here like this and you keep your religion thing over there. And eventually it gets around to that because that's what she really wants. She is not becoming more of a Christian. No. Remember I told you that before. A woman's supposed to get involved in your life if she admires you. Shawnee Henderson is not becoming more of a Christian. She's not becoming more of a first lady. She's not. Any more than Ciara is becoming more of a Christian. You all show me. She become more of a football fan, not a Christian. Somebody show me where Ciara is becoming more of a Christian. Sharing her Christian faith, spreading the word of Jesus. What do you call it? Ministering to people, witnessing to people. Show me where Ciara's witnessed to anybody. That's what you were trying to say about social media. Show me where Ciara has witnessed to anybody on her social media. No. She got her latest twerk video out there. She has not once used her social media to witness about Jesus. Now her husband does on a regular basis. But then again, he was doing that before he met her. But the woman that he married is no closer to witnessing for Jesus today than she was when she met him. And he okay with that? Well, I mean, because there's a part of him that wants that. He want the worldly woman. That's what I'm saying. These guys, they want to present one way, but you're bringing up a woman over here that's more worldly. I'm not saying. No, I mean, look, Prince, it's like this, nigga. We just in there. I got to get gully with it. It's like this. For men, we give the women a hard ass time about the bad boys, but let's just keep it 100. Sometimes them hoes be winning. It's just you deal with some square chick. You got the skirt down to her ankles. She eats peach cobbler. It's like your brain cells is falling out. It's just like, oh man, she listening to old music. She might have some gospel playing. It's like, oh man, here we go. And this, she got the old lady music playing and stuff. And it's like, if I could get some ass shaking in here. I could really use some ass shaking for about 30 minutes. Where's Cardi B when you need her? Where's Cardi B when you need it? So, brother, I'm just saying, I know the struggle. I know this. There's only so much of that straight-laced stuff. You need it. But it's like, damn, do I need it? 365 days a year.
Can I get a hoe in here for about 30 minutes today? Can I get one in here for about 30 minutes? That's it. We straight laced right after that. We can go right back to it.
Gonna beat us up, Jason. They gonna send the mixed signals.
I just need a stomp down hoe about 30 minutes here. Baby, can you pull that off for me? And if you can get it, it'll work.
Want to be a lady in the streets and a little freaky in the bedroom. That's all, baby.
Well, I mean, sometimes you need freaky at the mall, too. But I'm just saying, it depends on how they dress. But dude, it's just like there's only so much of that you can take. It's like, wow, there's no balance. There's no variety. It's like you're married to the nun. It's just like, oh, boy. It's just somebody, what's wrong with her? She's an excellent woman. Yeah, that's the problem. So that's what I mean. It's like, if we give, for all the hell we give the females about, I've been talking about this for years and years. Fellas, that's the flip side of it for you too. It's like, there's only so much of the nun that you can take. Your mom might be a wonderful woman, but unfortunately, she registers as an asexual being for you. There is no desire component. So what I'm saying is, it's one of those things where where if you're Russell Wilson, it's just like, you've been with these milquetoast broads forever. Can I get a bad broad in here for a minute? Yes, throw them butt cheeks on that Broncos. Can I get a bad broad for just a minute? Okay, put the jerseys back on. Just for a little bit. I've been on bread and water. It's just, he been with that damn straight-laced Becky all them years. You're like, oh, y'all don't know. It was rough on me, man. He's like, getting in bed with her was like being with a beach towel. It's just ain't nothing happening. You done got some Ciara? She's like, oh, nigga, let me show you a broad know what to do with it. And he's like, all right, well, it's just, I feel we got balance now. And she's like, okay, good, now you got to marry me. I'm like, okay, well, I could do this the rest of my life. Okay, I can do that. Okay. She shows up to the football games. She at least goes through the motions about church. There's the thing that's going to screw him up. She's going through the motions.
But is she disrespecting him publicly? Do you consider that disrespect, some of the things that she do publicly? If he's okay with it, that's not a problem. What are you saying?
What I'm saying is when that happens there, he's dismissing it and he's talking about, oh, she doing her thing or whatever. So what I'm saying is that that's not as far as he's concerned, she's under his control.
Okay.
And so long as that's the case, when she does that, oh, well, see, that's some of that bad boy energy he ain't never had. He ain't never had a chick who her ass cheeks were able to get other men to respect him or other men to envy him. He ain't never had that. He has never had a female who she wear them jeans and other dudes. He has never had a female that made other men wish they were him.
Let's not get out, but he's a ball player. He should have met several.
He's a square and a lame.
Right.
Oh, he's a square and a lame who learned to play football. And there's plenty of those. So he's just like Keon. He never had a chick who made men stop before. Now he gets attention with the one. Hey, ain't you Shaquille O'Neal's ex-wife? That's not the sentence you want to hear. Oh, ain't you Shawnee? And hopefully they don't say Shawnee O'Neal in front of your new husband. Wow. He's not used to being with a female who gets positive attention.
Oh.
These guys ain't used to that. They're used to a female who is forgettable or dismissible. Russell never had a female who stopped dudes before. Now he does, even if she's secondhand. Now he does. Okay. And he's like, I ain't never felt this before. I never had a chick who got this kind of reaction for us before. This is what he's been dreaming. I was like, wow, this is what it's like. This is damn nice. Take a look at all these fellas. Boy, I love to lay up with that. And Russell, yeah, but she's mine. He's getting off on that right now. What I'm saying is he's dismissing all the warning signs.
That's a dangerous thing. Now, Jason, you said that, talk about the most interesting man in the world. Are you saying that women have to be interesting? That just being, it's good to be a decent woman, a respectable woman, but she has to also be interesting, being able to hold a conversation, being able to, how can I say this, draw the attention of other men. I don't mean it in an inappropriate fashion. By the way she carries herself, being able to, like if women that deal with you, sometimes you say you send them to the airport to go pick up some of your celebrity friends. So they have to be able to hold a conversation, right?
Well, yeah, being able to hold a conversation is important for me. For other men, maybe not. But then again, I guess I'm not going in life where he is. So for me, you can't be monosyllabic. You can't have just one skill set. You have to be a well-rounded person. So that matters. Now in the chat room, Janae Williams said y'all like hoes, at the same time cursing her out and saying that she ain't this because she is doing it all too well. No, the issue with hoes is when that's all she can do.
Yeah, one trick pony ain't getting it.
I mean, the reason that you're looking for hoes is because you got a chick who already does one trick and that's it. So it's like, okay, that's why I said, where's the balance?
Yeah, it's got to be balanced. They don't understand. You can't just gravitate on one thing. I'm gonna just use my sexuality. I'm gonna just use that. After a while, that burns out. Oh, I'm a conservative woman. I don't want a woman sitting up all day, a Bible thumper. Yeah, we talk about the word, that's cool, but she gotta have some kind of diverse things that we can communicate about. Remember, what's old boy's name? You said it earlier, the fakester and his wife, all she did was thump the Bible, and she started using that to threaten.
Yeah, Derek Jackson. And what I'm saying here is that, it can't be a situation where it's just one thing. That don't even work on the streets. A chick can't just be all sex. She can't be. It can't be that everything you do relates and refers to sex. There's nothing sadder than a middle-aged woman sitting up here trying to make you believe that her sex is so great and wonderful. And what I'm saying is that that's why for hoes, that's why I'm saying it needs to be an avenue to it. Just like I don't care how straight-laced a man is, he got to have some gangster in him.
Gotta have some.
If you are too harmless, that's a problem. So just like a fella can be straight-laced, he got to have some gangster. A female can be as honorable as possible. She needs to have some hoe in her.
A little hood in her too, Jason. There's nothing wrong with that every once in a while. I'm just
saying. She needs to have. If you don't, you haven't fully developed as a woman. Just like if a man doesn't have an element of danger about him, he is not fully rounded as a man. You're not. Okay, if a female does not know how to master her sexuality, because that's going to be a major portion of your relationship with a man. What I'm saying is that if your femininity is not on, women are supposed to be seductive, but that also means physically. A woman who fails to be physically, if all she can do is be loyal, one of your dimensions is missing. Just like being an alpha male. Okay, you make money, but that doesn't make you an alpha. Okay, well, you're dangerous, but that doesn't necessarily make you an alpha either. Do you have the intellectual, the social, the financial, and the physical? Those four dimensions are what, in balance, are what compose being an alpha. If you're a female and, okay, you can parent, that's one thing, but man, look here. What I'm saying is you're not rounded. You're not developed and fleshed out.
The perfume, I'm not picking on Derek Jackson's ex, but she just dressed
she dressed awkward. What I'm saying is she dressed awkward, and when she did try to put it out there and stuff, she looked she looked like what she was, faking it.
That wasn't her.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying is that's the other thing right there. It can't be fake. If it's fake, that's not going to be very interesting or very attractive when we see this ain't you.
Can you groom an awkward chick, Jason?
I believe you can make micro changes. I don't think you can make macro changes.
Okay.
And that's with all females. You can make minor changes, but I'm just saying if she's not, and it also depends on their age. If she's over the age of 35, forget about it. Without some major changes, because it's going to take a lot of time. And how much time do you want to devote to that?
Not at that age, no.
If she's in her 20s and she's still learning, that's one thing. If your chick is 37 years old wearing sweatpants, nigga, this is what you got. This is what you got. This is it right here. And you might be able to bludgeon her sometimes and badger her into putting on something, a little more sexy. But other than that, that's not who she is. And that's not who she's trying to be. So this is what you got. And what I'm saying is that as men, women know this when they want to get a man. Then they play dumb when they got one. But the bottom line is that seducing a man is physical. You know, femininity is physical. Communicating that is physical. And if she lacks that physical dimension, you can't express your full femininity between your damn ears.
No.
There's only so much feminine conversation that confirms your femininity. There's only so much talk can do that.
Yes.
If there's no physical confirmation, if your seductive powers can never be physically manifested, then you're only a fraction of a woman. And we just got to be honest about that. So I put it in the language that everybody can understand, because I'm going to get street with it, but it's taken into a language that every single person in here, from the guttermost to the othermost, understands. Hey, men like hoes at certain times because hoes are comfortable with their sexuality. Hoes are not boring. Hoes are outgoing. And what I'm saying, having a little shy, recessive Myrtle Urkel female, it's like, okay, that she's not very confident, and as a result, that hurts your confidence. A female who is confident with herself, it expresses itself mostly physically.
Okay.
Not some legend in her own mind talking about what she could do, but we ain't never seen. I can talk to people. Heifer, you don't talk to anybody. I've already taken you out. You don't talk to anyone. Hoes are not boring. Guess what? Bad boys aren't either.
No, they're not.
Okay, guess what your daughter, you trying to be the little nerd in school and whatnot with the Coke bottle glasses on. Okay, that's not what's killing you. Being boring is.
That's what's killing you.
And you're refusing to acknowledge that because you're like, yeah, but take a look at my test scores and my report card, and I'm a law-abiding citizen and all that. You're law-abiding and boring.
Jason, I may be asking more about this on Patreon, but I want to ask you this question. You talk about passion, a woman having a passion. Is it dangerous for a man to have passion for a woman?
For the wrong woman? Hell yeah.
How can, because, Jason, you know how dangerous that can be as a man. Because people talk about your woman, you might, if somebody disrespect your woman, a man wouldn't put his life on the line for that. How can a young man, especially when that testosterone is running heavy, how can he control that? Because a woman can use that passion against him, right?
Well, a man who has control issues to begin with will find himself out of control. So it's more about that. Passion is a dangerous thing because, as I've explained to you all, passion isn't something you control. That's why it's called passion. It's biological, it's physiological, so it's involuntary. So trying to use logic to put reins on passion, that's going to be hard. So if you're not disciplined, that's going to be hard. Passion takes on a life and a mind of its own. That's why you have to be careful. A female who knows how to inflame passions in you, it is most important that you have a female who uses it wisely and doesn't make a problem for you. So ideally, she would be a safe place for you to pursue your passions or express your passion, as opposed to a place where she sets off a grenade and now it's blowing things up. There's where we get into trouble, is when you're with a female who's reckless.
Yes.
She knows how to make you passionate, but she's not disciplined. She's reckless.
That's real talk. Jason, what was it? My last question here. My last question is, you talked about jealousy. A woman being jealous of the man. I'm assuming because they're in closer proximity, is that different than a dude being jealous of you? You know, hating on you? Are they hating the same way a dude would hate on you? If you get a nice car, she your woman, she right in with you. What does it, if a woman's jealous of you, how can she be jealous and she's enjoying the privilege? But you did state earlier, it has something to do with the fact that you're able to bestow these things upon her.
No. Look, where men make their mistake is you all don't see women as women. You see them as your mate. You've got some preconceived notion in your mind about what position and place this woman's going to take in your life. And so you sit around waiting for her to settle into her position, as opposed to starting from the standpoint of this is a person. This is another person. Now, when you walk into Walmart, that's how you treat everybody there. You got this woman here, and now you tried to separate her from that. You just let your defenses down. You just dropped your guard. And now you're just praying against praying that this is not going to turn out disastrously. You dropped your guard. And if you approach this as this is a person with their own independent desires, their own independent preferences, if that's the way you see it, then that stuff didn't catch you off guard.
Right.
The other thing is the biggest mistake I see men make today, the single biggest mistake I see men make today is they do not have a woman who is as invested in them as he is in her. This is the reason, the cause for all heartache. This is the cause of all one-itis. This is the cause of all the red pill issues. It's not war brides. It's none of that. It's a very common modern thing. You are more invested in her than she is in you. You did not take out any time to require her to. You believed her when she said she loved you. You did not stop to make sure she invested and sacrificed. You didn't do that. You said that, well, my job is make her life easier. Bull crap!
Whoa, you don't want her to get in her comfort zone.
Your job is to be the best person you can be.
Man.
And that she is a beneficiary of that. Your job is not to look at her life and find out how many of her problems you can solve. Or how many things she has difficulty with that you can walk in and extinguish.
It never turns out well.
No. All you become is head simp. And you let women talk you into that. Well, your job is to make my life easier. No, my job is to provide a plan and structure. And just like I get out here and I have to overcome difficulties, that's your job too, because aren't you supposed to be my female counterpart? You start trying to give her things, and then next thing you know, you're getting took, and that's the way it always happens. Women don't come in the door saying, stick them up.
No.
They ease you into that. And then next thing you know, you look up one day and you doing everything and she's doing absolutely not a damn thing and expecting you to do more tomorrow than you're doing today. That's where men get themselves into trouble. That's why now you have a drizzle movement. The young men are waking up. The old niggas, they sit up here still mortgaging their damn souls. But then again, he has nothing else to offer. He's okay being disrespected with your female settling for you. And he's just hoping that he live long enough. He hopes he doesn't die before she gets up and leaves. But as men, fellas, paying tribute is an essential element. If a woman is adamant that she will not pay tribute, I'm just saying, understand, she's telling you what your value is. She's telling you, yeah, dude, you ain't worth that. I see where you can be of value to me, but I ain't doing all that. I came to get what I can get. That woman, if she is investing in you, and investing means spending money she don't want to spend. Investing, fellas, it's not about you make more money than her. Stop being a dumbass. Investing is spending money she don't want to spend. But she gon' spend it. When they talk about breaking rules for an alpha, it's like, yeah, she knows she ain't supposed to spend this on you. She got something else to spend, but she gonna drop it off. She gotta drop this off. Yes, because you mean more to her than getting that bill paid over there. Now you upset because like, after you got a bill, gotta go get paid. What the hell? Baby, I had to give it to you, though. On the one hand, you're like, she's stupid. On the other hand, I'm in control. All right.
But don't believe her when she say, I ain't never done this for a man. I don't do that for men. Yeah, she just said,
well, okay, I will give a caveat to that.
Talk to me.
That's why investigation is so important.
Okay.
Because, like, for example, you can find out she bought to do the car. And you can find that out. Like, oh, she ain't never bought a nigga a car before. Okay, well, all right, I get that.
Right.
You know, so there are certain things that you can verify. Generally speaking, don't believe it when you hear it. You need to, whatever she says she ain't did, you need to check on that. When it comes to sex, don't believe it if she did it. If she did it, don't believe it. No, you are not the first. Don't believe it. Just don't. But, you know, the biggest mistake that men make is they don't require any type of investment. Shaquille O'Neal married Shawnee and said up here, okay, you ain't got to do nothing. Things that people don't have to sacrifice for, they don't value. Period. If she didn't have to sacrifice for it, she doesn't value it. She just went to sleep one day, and when she woke up, there was a mansion. Yeah, he was already in the league and making millions of dollars.
Already.
He never required her to fight. Most men don't have the value to be able to require a female to fight for her position. That's why you have more than one female. First, she needs to show that she wants to be the top dog. First of all. Second of all, she needs to show that she's going to work for that position. That she sees you as being worth fighting for. You wake up 5 years later, she never fought for you. Well, yeah, but nigga, she was never fighting for you. You believed her when she said that was toxic. Now you having to fight the damn world every day ain't toxic.
Ain't toxic at all.
That's being a man. Her fighting anything for you, oh, that's toxic. You want me jumping through hoops, so you jump through hoops, or you supposed to do that, nigga. Okay, fellas need to stop being stupid. If you got to jump through hoops, it's like, okay, well, if we both gonna be track stars together. If I'm jumping through hoops, I need a chick who jump through hoops
together. Jason, what if it don't line up when you tell me how you feel about this, and you talk to a family and you're listening, but the personality that they talk about what she is somewhat different than the way she presents herself to you. Do you ever confront that, or you just observe?
Fellas need to be careful when they have loving eyes. You know the old song refrain, loving eyes can never see. So fellas, and where that comes from is that males have a idea in their head of what this female is supposed to be and what she's supposed to do for. And so once he gets attached to that idea, he lets everything else go. So he's got this preconceived notion, and females do too, which is why they chase weddings and not being good wives. But if he has a preconceived notion in his head about what this is supposed to be and how it's supposed to be, then he's just looking for you to check those boxes. And if you do, then he starts disregarding everything else.
Yes.
And that's the worst thing. That's one of the worst things a man can do, because now you're willfully blind. So this is why men cannot afford to be naive. You can't afford to be limited. You need to have experience. You need to talk to more than one female. You need to get yourself fully fleshed out so that when you do start talking to women, now you actually know what you're dealing with, and you can start separating the real from the phony quickly. But you can't do that without experience. You also can't do that if you've got one-itis is not something that happens after you meet a female. It's something that happens before.
Yeah.
The red pill guys didn't teach you all this. Fellas don't meet a female and gain one-itis. He had one-itis and the female is here. Because what you find out about fellas with one-itis is they go from one to another. But there's the other thing. He's way up high, and then when that happens, he crashes down low. He's ready to knock himself off. If he ever meets another female, he starts it all over again.
And before you move into, you said this a little earlier, Jason, how dangerous a woman can be in close proximity to you. Before you move a woman into your house or in your space, you need to have experience with women, because once they get in a place where they're fixed in, it's hard to remove them, whether you're married or not. When they start bringing clothes, talking about they want to wash clothes at your house, and then all of a sudden they leaving stuff, putting panties in the drawer, and putting, I'll come get this later. No. Don't let them just say, it's okay to make a few things. Women are territorial. They like to mark their spot like cats.
Yeah, and let me tell the fellas one thing. Fellas, watch out for these chicks with they damn rubber hair ties. What? They'll leave that damn thing in your truck. You ain't looking. Fellas, I'm warning you. Watch out for that. Watch out. Like if you got chicks, if they got long hair or whatever the case may be, fellas, watch out for that. Them rubber hair ties, I'm telling you, that is a scam. Rubber hair ties, bobby pins, hairpins, whatever it is. Watch out for those. Watch out for those.
That's a message to the other woman.
No, in the chat room, they're talking about earrings. No, not earrings. I'm talking about the problem with the hair ties and the hair clips and stuff is those are cheap little things.
And they can just throw them down.
They're cheap little things that she can just leave, and it didn't cost her anything. But if somebody else hop in there in the passenger seat, that's going to be the first thing they see. So, like I say, it's in the chat room there, they say lipsticks, earrings. I'm talking about little cheap things. Little cheap things, little bobby pins, little hair pins, little hair clips, hair ties, things that are female specific, but they're cheap. They're cheap, they're small. She got 100 of them at the house, so leaving one in your truck is not going to cause her any issues.
How you deal with the women with them loud perfume, Jason?
Man, look here. Okay, I've never been a loud perfume person to begin with, so I've never really had that issue, Prince. So it's just, I don't know. The chicks you deal with, that's no matter.
Hey, you know, she's sexy, but them doggone loud. Every once in a while, she want to wear them loud perfumes. This in the past, of course.
Well, all I can say is, I mean, I'm the one who usually, if I get with a chick, she's going to be wearing what I want her to wear. And that stuff is not cheap. So females understand. It's like, okay, you know, you need to be sparing with it because this stuff is not cheap. Because that's the other thing right there. I give them like one bottle. It's like, don't think it's going to be I didn't say I was going to get refills. So I suggest you act like you got some sense with this stuff over here. So things like that are more important. So cheaper perfume, women will bathe in it. More expensive stuff, especially if you bought it, she going to go sparingly.
But Jace, let me say this, man. Now, you know when women get to your house, if they start hanging around, they going to want to put their little touch on things. You know that. They like, oh, I'm going to buy something, and I'm going to put this over here. I want this little...
No, you're not.
Huh?
No, you're not. You're not redecorating. No, I'm cool just like I am. Everything is good right here. No.
Because a woman can tell when another woman decorating your house for the most part. They'll know, oh, a woman did this or something.
No, she can wash the dishes. She can wash the clothes. She is not redecorating. No, none of the above. None of the above. Doesn't happen that way.
And leave stuff out, fellas, like unimportant information. Leave it out, see if she's a snooper. Because I believe that most women are snoopers. Am I wrong about that, Jason?
They try to be. But it depends on how valuable you are, though.
Okay, right.
That depends on how valuable you are.
Yeah.
So if she's into you, yeah, they're gonna be snooping. So that's a sign that she's into you and stuff. If she's looking for things. So I mean, and it depends if it's something worth snooping over. Now, I'm a little bit different. My stuff's an open book.
Right.
So I'm a little bit different in that regard, but by the same token, I don't have anything to hide either. So there's the big difference. Most guys and stuff like that, I've never been a lying person.
Right.
I can't sit up here, like I say, it doesn't matter who it is. If you meet me, like if you listen to my program, if you ever met me or anything like that, I can't lie to you because I'm sitting up here telling you what the deal is here. So, I don't believe in exclusivity like that. That's not really my deal. I do X, Y, Z, and it's like that. It's like I'm not going to move on it. So I have no reason. There's no reason for us to have a subsequent conversation about it because I've already told you. Don't tell me about looking through my phone. It's like you giving yourself headaches. You giving yourself. Do you feel better knowing what her name is now?
Advil.
Prince, do you think she feels better knowing what her name is now? It's like, okay, now you know what their names are. You feel better about that now? You gonna sleep better tonight?
Don't look for things that you don't want the answer to.
You were doing real good when all you saw was a phone number. You were doing real good. Now you done mess around with the text messages. Oh hell, now you know a name and the faces. You should have left that alone, don't you think?
Let me ask you this, Jason. It could be a single woman, or I'm assuming, what's the rule you think for the young men will be some good advice as far as if you have a woman that you cool with that comes around your family. Now, it's not good to bring more than one around your family. Or what's your suggestion on that?
I don't really do that. I think that's a big issue right there. I don't really bring females around the family like that. Like if there's a time that I'm with one or whatever, that's one thing. But I don't really make that a family affair. I'm much more concerned about meeting their family. But as far as me and mine, no, dude, I don't like to do the sleepover thing. I don't let them know where you live. I don't let them hang out like that. You don't need to meet my family. Especially, fellas, it's not a good idea for them to meet your family because if things go south, now they know where they at. So it's just like,
And
okay,
they'll start showing up.
now she's scratching up your car and theirs. So it's no, you don't need to meet the family, no reunions, no nothing. It's good like it is. I'm fine like it is. No, and I stopped doing that a while ago. I stopped doing that a long time ago.
What was the deal breaker? You say, you know what, this is not a good idea. It's just something that just came to your mind, or it's the way women are trying to get in good with the women in your family, and they'll be trying, I can cook this, and especially, I'm gonna tell you something, my ex could cook the best cake cooker you ever. My grandmother loved her cakes.
Women don't want to meet your family because they want to be good to the family. They want to meet your family because they were with a previous Negro and they didn't have enough hooks in him. And they know that meeting the family is going to make it harder. So she got more sources of information than XYZ. So women don't want to meet your family because they give a damn about your family. They want to meet your family if it gives them more hooks and more connection to you. Just in case things go south, because it gives them leverage. Because, Prince, the first thing a female does, like if you do something she don't like, she's going to be on the phone with your damn mom.
That's not cool, though.
Okay, well, how did she do that? Because you introduced them.
Exactly. I learned that early in the game because I remember what my mom said to her. She said, this is when I was younger, man. She said, I didn't put y'all together, baby, and I'm not going to say anything to break y'all up. And
but these new modern women ain't like that.
See, ladies, if you got a son, you got to stay on code. You can't go with that female code. You got to stick with. And she didn't take no side. My mama didn't take no side.
Yes, she did.
Why you say that?
She took yours.
Well, yeah, but the way she said it to her, the girl didn't seem offended by it.
No, when mama like y'all take care of that, she took your side. If she did anything other than I talked to him about that, she took your side.
Yeah.
Period. If all mama did, if mom's reaction was basically to leave it alone, she taking your side.
Okay. So my mama never said nothing to me. The girl said something to me, and she said, "Yeah, I called your mom. What you called my mom for?" I said, "That's not cool."
Okay, that should be a lifetime lesson.
Yeah, man.
No, if you give them entry into your family and this, that, and the other, next thing you know, it's like, no, they want that so it gives them leverage. They want that. Usually it's because they had a past relationship and the dude left. He broke it off with her and she was having one-itis and she was heartbroken, but she didn't have anybody on his side of the fence she could go to.
Wow.
So the first thing she does is say, okay, with the next fella, I'm going to correct that. Next thing you know, she wants to meet your damn family and this, that, and the other. Well, yeah, the only thing she can do with that is make trouble for you. That's the only thing she can do with that is make trouble. If it's time for her to meet your family, you going to take her.
Right.
If she needs to meet your family, you will take her. If she wants to meet your family, she's setting up for a future chess move.
I got you.
That's what it is. She's like, let me get this set up now because the last fella I couldn't do this. Let me go ahead. Prince is less suspecting. Let me go ahead and set that up. Next thing you know, now you try to do something and now your family is calling you, which of course puts pressure on you. I didn't know y'all was having problems. Now you got to deal with that. It's like y'all didn't know because I didn't tell you.
You always got one of them loudmouth family members. I'm just checking on you, making you, man, just be quiet.
I'm just saying, just understand that's what the female's aim is there. She ain't good with the family. That's what will make it harder for you. So you go make that move, and next thing you know, you got your family on the phone. You don't want them in your business. Okay, but now she's got the ability to circumvent you and put them in your business. Okay. Now, if your family is solid, it's probably not going to go nowhere, but even still, you don't want that. Regardless, like, I don't want them in my business. They solid, but I don't want them knowing that anyway. It's like, okay, so how do you deal with that? It's like, yeah, she don't need to know all that. She don't need to know all that at all. They over here, you over here, and that's it. Period. I'm a firm believer you don't do that. If you're not thinking about marrying this chick or something, why has she got to meet your family? Especially if you know you a dude who got more than one female. It's like, okay, no.
It's not a good look anyway, especially when you got family members. It's not. That's not something. What is the purpose? If their purpose is to be in your life, and I know some women are not going to like this, but no, you just really can't bring women to your house. Really, you really can't. That can't be a common occurrence, guys. They will show up with another woman at your house. Guys, you got to think about these things. The women. That's why women are cheat at their married women are cheat at their house, because that's somewhere they feel comfortable. A woman is gonna go where she feels comfortable, and if she developed a certain amount of comfort level at your house, once you got in there, she ain't gonna want to let go. And be careful when they try to start having mail come to your house for whatever reason, a magazine or whatever. Don't play that.
Oh, Prince, I've never had that issue before, dude. You living that dangerous life.
No. That was my homeboy. He did that. The woman asked him. Now tell me, this is real talk. I don't know what type of relationship he have with women, but she was talking about moving in with him. And I said, hey man, are y'all even in a relationship? He said, I don't know. I said, what you mean you don't know? He said, I said, go ask her. And he was one of these cafe women he was dealing with. I said, go ask her. And you know what she gonna tell you? She gonna say, relationship? We ain't in no relationship. And you gonna get your answer right there. And that's almost word for word. That's what she said. But she was having mail delivered to his house, you see. She was establishing residency.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Mail shows up. Oh, nigga, you got a tenant. Saying, okay, this is not good. So yeah, she must have been a single mom. But this is not. When I guessing our way through this, so yeah, it's just like, okay, she like, the last nigga got away. I'm putting the law on you. I'm just saying that's some devious stuff right there, dude. That's some devious stuff right there. It's like, yeah, let me go ahead and do that. And fellas will sit there long enough, and next thing you know, you got a problem that won't leave. That's what I meant by fellas. Men don't want to believe that a woman will meet you and she hates you. Things didn't go well with the previous dude, and now what I teach y'all about single moms, the modus operandi is always the same. With the next relationship and the one after that, I gotta get you before you get me.
So the ones that have been burnt are the most dangerous, in your opinion. Would you say that?
Whatever her definition of being burned is, yes. And going forward, her operating procedure is, I gotta get you before you get me. So she's gonna smile, throw the sex on you, butter up the family, cook, clean. She got to get you to drop them defenses so that when she slides that knife in, you just accept whatever in the world happens because, well, she's throwing down the sex and she's making things so easy. And next thing you know, you're in a bind.
Don't see it coming.
When she finally does something that you don't like, there's where the turn happens. She's eventually going to do something that she knows you don't want, but that's where she's trying to go. And what's going to happen when you do that? You're disarmed. She got you. Now she's going to go to war against you. Now she's going to war against you. Now she's calling them people. She's doing this, that, and she's like, yeah, I got leverage now. Now I have leverage. And that's what I meant about, yeah, dude, have you ever thought that she's showing up for the purposes of, yeah, I want somebody to bully. I want somebody I can punish. Okay, well, I can't whoop your ass in my hands. Let me start bringing mail to your house. The courts are on my side, so let me see if I can whoop your ass with that.
And in Texas, there's no time limit. People think it has to be 6 months or a year. It could be 1 day, and they'll be considered common law marriage.
Yeah. Texas is a villainous common law state.
Ooh,
Texas is a villainous common law state. It is not bad, it is villainous. So sitting your ass in Dallas and don't understand, it's like it can go down. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, fellas, understand this. This is not to make you fearful. That women want to get you comfortable so they can get in their comfort zone. Okay? Part of it is human nature, but a woman that's been burnt or scarred, her thing is to get you, Jason said before, you get them. This is their mindset. And if you're not trying to get them, they see you as something that they got to discard eventually anyway. And thank you for the broadcast, Jason.
Thank you very much for checking in with Good Night Prince. Like I say here, folks, there's lessons to be learned. This is not a Shaquille O'Neal issue. This is not a Shaquille O'Neal problem. It's the biggest damn thing in the world to see this. Fellas, you don't have to be a multimillionaire for this. I posted this on Facebook earlier today. It's gotten hundreds and hundreds of likes on it. Shawnee O'Neal is proof a woman with nothing but a kid that she bringing with her can marry a famous rich man and still thinks that she is the one settling. She didn't come to you with somebody else's kid, nothing else, no other accomplishments in the world, and she's coming to y'all talking about she's the one settling. She's treating you like she's the one doing. She's doing you the favor. That's the kind of thing I'm telling you about. You don't have to be Shaquille O'Neal for that. There's a whole bunch of you guys right now. You getting set up behind the 8 ball for that. Mother's Day is coming up here. Are we already there? But fellas, I want you to understand, I'm bringing this up now because a lot of you, that's where you sitting. You sitting up with some chick right now. Okay, we got Sunday, so that'll be tomorrow. Losing track of my days. Got a bunch of fellas sitting in here right now. That's why if I opened up the phone lines and had the real sob stories happen, y'all, I don't know, maybe I should do that and say, I'm doing today's program for all you fellas who've been messed over. You took a chick in and she done got all the way over on you. She got the kids, she got the child support. Man, look here. You made sure all her Mother's Days are lit. And there ain't nothing getting done for you. There are a whole bunch of mechanisms out here that try to convince men that, boys, that's what you need to take. Maybe I need to have a program where I'll open up the phone lines and let the fellas call it with their horror stories about how good you were to her. About how you remembered all the birthdays and the anniversaries and you walked that slut to her car and you took care of the kids and bounced them on your knee and taught them how to read and write. And then next thing you know, she left you on the curbside for pickup. She's disrespectful. She's smart at the mouth. Oh, she just totally disrespectful after that. Maybe I need to have a program where I discuss that so these fellas can let us know. By the way, how'd you spend your Mother's Day? Bringing up all these bull jive ass holidays and stuff like Mother's Day and Valentine's Day, and you just breaking the bank. And you have a society here that invokes these things and all this to make you drop your guard and that this is expected of you. Hell, we got a bunch of fellas in here buying gifts for chicks on Mother's Day and she's not even a mother. We got a bunch of you dudes here. Y'all buying gifts for Mother's Day for a chick who ain't got no kids. Do you realize that you've been conditioned and institutionalized now? No, seriously, let's stop that. There's a bunch of fellas who buying gifts for females on Mother's Day because, well, she could become a mama. No, we got to do some straightening out here. Get your head together. Recognize that, hey man, you're being institutionalized. No, Neo. Buying things for a female on Mother's Day, that's because fellas, show of hands in here. How many of you have had a female who asked you if she was going to get a gift for Mother's Day? Come on now. Give me the hand up emoji if you've had a chick who she got a gift for Mother's Day and she corrected you and said, no, I shouldn't get one. And that includes you, Neo. If a fella bought you a gift for Mother's Day, you'd be like, oh, this nigga's stupid, thank you. You ain't giving it back? Come Come on now. No, Mother's Day is what, did she have some kids? Well, could she have some kids? No, it's become this honorary thing. And the females are here for it. They ain't handing back nothing. They're not handing back a damn thing. And like if you work at an office or something, I'll be damned. You give a gift to some of the mothers there, the damn single hoes are sitting up in there looking at you all crazy. How dare you get the mothers a gift and not them? Do abortions count? No. It counts against you. Oh, fellas, y'all know how it is. If you work around 6 females, if 3 of them are mothers and 3 of them ain't, you get some gifts for the 3 mamas and the other 3 chicks are sitting over there with their damn lips poked out. Hey, women don't buy other women gifts for Mother's Day, do they?
Deal with it, nigga.
Fellas, how many women buy gifts for other women on Mother's Day? Who, I'm not talking about their own mother. I'm talking about their friends. Oh, I'm busting up all the damn misconceptions. Y'all ain't never had a nigga ask you this question before. Y'all never thought about that. You thought all the game I was going to give you was Galentine's Day and that women don't buy each other gifts. How many females in here buy Mother's Day gifts for their female friends? You bought one for your mama and your grandmama. If your grandmama's lucky, you ain't even buy nothing for your aunts. You damn sure ain't buying nothing for your girlfriends. You gonna tell her the same damn thing you told her on Valentine's Day. Heifer and what? You a female like me. Get you a nigga to buy you a gift. What the hell I look like buying a gift for another broad? It's Neo, you don't buy gifts for the baby mamas or nobody else. Friends, baby mamas, whatever. You don't buy gifts for other females. Y'all don't do that. Y'all do not do that. And for Mother's Day, you ain't gonna buy a damn thing for anybody but your mama. The females at your office, you gonna give them a pat on the damn back. You ain't giving them nothing. And if she look at you crazy because you haven't, you gonna look at her crazy back. It's like, what the hell? What is this? And we'll be defiant. Y'all are not gonna buy another female nothing. You're gonna tell her Happy Mother's Day. If she's lucky, you'll give her a card. There's your gift. You ain't giving her nothing else. Like, that's the men's job. But women don't do this, fellas. As men, we are all extra. We do a bunch of extra stuff. And the women know we do it. So for Mother's Day, no, it's going to be a bunch of single chicks with no kids. Fellas going to be putting money on them. Giving them congratulations and talking about, well, you know, when you do have kids one day, the women, Neo, why would you even say that? Because you know that's what dudes do. You know that's how fellas treat y'all. Every single female in here who got a pair of ovaries, you done got a gift on Mother's Day. If you work at an office, they ain't gonna leave you out. That's Woman's Day. Mother's Day is Woman's Day. Father's Day is Father's Day. What? Ain't nobody ever gave me nothing on Father's Day but an attaboy or a maybe one day. Father's Day is just Father's Day, and most of the fathers don't get no damn gift neither. Mother's Day is just Woman's Day. Every female is supposed to be entitled to something. Every female in here has gotten something on Mother's Day, including those of you who ain't got no kids. You're like, yep, if we show up, we get free goodies. Father's Day, they don't even acknowledge that damn thing happens. Hey, ladies, you know, for Father's Day, y'all could save up and go buy us a damn riding mower one time, don't you think? Damn! Wouldn't that be nice? You know, y'all could do that one time, ladies. Wouldn't take too much time out of your busy day. You know, a toolkit. Not for your mama's boys. You look at the toolkit and what the hell am I supposed to do this? But you know, that would work out, ladies, you know. All kinds of things there. Some power tools, you know, that'd be nice. Fellas, y'all been buying these chicks big screen TVs, and this heifer ain't even got you a damn stapler. You work in the office and she hasn't even bought you a stapler. But you didn't see a whole lot more than that. So no, don't tell me about what the females don't do. On Mother's Day, if you got a pair of ovaries, you're expecting something from somebody. Man, look here. Do you want to get your ass slapped in the face with that damn tie? What? I've never had a female bring me a damn tie as a gift. I wish she would. I'm like, nigga, please. I wish I would look up and she coming at me with a damn necktie. I'll be like that thing with Bruce Lee where I'm whooping her ass with that necktie, you know, using like a pair of nunchucks. She's sitting up here running around like Kung Fu Theater. Jason is wearing her ass out with that necktie. You're like, I'll be damned. He done took the necktie, soaked it in water, and he's back out here wearing her ass out with it. Oh, next time I better bring him an Android. Yes, sir. She like, oh, hell, next time bring that nigga an Android or something like that. Let's do that instead. See the next dumb heifer come walking down the hallway coming to Jason with a damn necktie. It's like, oh, somebody stop her. All the other females, somebody stop her. Tackle her real quick. She don't know what about to happen. Oh, Gabriel or a thread ripper. Man, I'd have to marry that chick. I'd have to marry that chick. I said that there last year. That was the pass for the single moms right there. I'm like, hey, by the way, you know that thread ripper, they just came out with a new one. You know, if a chick wants to make an investment in a relationship with me, by the way, the new thread ripper just came out. Hey, look here, ladies, just in time for the holidays. Ain't no excuses. The new thread ripper came out. Hey, I'm like, hey, even for the single moms, line up. Line up. Oh, for a thread ripper, we can make that happen. For a thread ripper, that's investment. A chick come to me with an AMD thread ripper? Oh, that's investment. Dude, that's investment, sacrifice. That's the whole 9 yards right there. How could I say no? How could I turn that down? Oh, how could I turn that down? Look at that. All the females in here now are going to start going Google Threadripper. Then they're going to see the price on it and be like, this nigga crazy. Oh, no. 32 cores. No, you behind. Oh, you're behind. We're up in the 90s now. No. There was a new one just came out a couple months ago, as a matter of fact. No, go back and check that again. We way beyond 32 cores now. We're way beyond 32. Way beyond 32. We're past 32. We past 60. We way beyond that now. Way beyond it. No, man, don't you know? I got to rethink that broad. Oh, I got to rethink that broad. Man, I better not talk too damn much. I got a couple exes who be like, well, okay, well, which Threadripper? Oh, hell, not you again. She's like, nigga, do you want to do this yourself or you want a gift? I'm Like, I can write you in for 6 months. We're gonna take this on a month by month basis because you messed up so bad last time. We gotta take this month by month, but it's a thread ripper. You got to do the whole system too. You got to buy the whole system. You ain't gonna just buy a processor and then leave it on my doorstep like an orphan. You got to buy the whole system. Female's gonna go try to price that thing right now. They're gonna be like, I'll be damned. This nigga wants a Birkin. I know my worth. I know my worth. Oh, Neo says she looked up South African cost for it. She said, wait a minute. She took a look at that damn thing and said, what? She said, I priced that in South African currency. She said, hell, you be a king over here for that. What? No, y'all don't even want to know some of the prices on these things right here. But I am saying, by the way, hey, Gabriel, that was good. That was actually pretty good. You remember that one. That's actually pretty good. It's like, by the way, hey, ladies, if you want a hell of an icebreaker, say, hey, Jason, about that thread ripper. About that thread ripper. Like, who you playing with? She's showing that receipt on the phone. I ain't playing about nothing. Now, what you trying to do? Like, oh, hell. Just be sitting here hoping she don't look like Red Fox in the face. I'm like, yeah, she saw an opening. It's like, okay. Trying to avoid that. I'm like, all right, we'll see if we can talk here for a minute. I'm like, all right, baby, I might give you a chance. You don't look like Bernie Mac, do you? You don't look like Bernie Mac, do you? All right, see what I can do here. All right, what's your number? Y'all in my DMs. What's your number? We can take it day by day. I'm not making no big long plan. Day by day. Just touch and go. See how it happens. No, do not get on social media posting about Jason's your man. No. You're getting carried away already. Me and Jason are dating. Whoa, heifer, back up. No, I didn't say all that. I did not say all that. Just look here. I said one step at a time. This heifer done took 1 foot at a time. She already advertising, just already promoting this. The rest of y'all hoes need to back off. You know that one ain't gonna work. I got him a thread ripper. The rest of y'all hoes just back up. Okay. No, ma'am. Just don't get carried away now. Don't get carried away. Now you see what it's like to be a man. She gonna be like, I'll be damned. I done had to pay $25,000. Nigga, you gonna do whatever I say. Okay. Now you sound like men now. And I think you can spend money you owe me. All right. Okay, Aria, really? Wish? No, you can't get Threadripper on Temu. No, baby. There is no Temu version of Threadripper. No, you gotta, either you get it or you don't. This is one of them things you can really play with. No, you gonna get the real thing or you don't. There's nothing on Temu come even close to Threadripper. She's like, Jason, can I get the Seam Ripper instead? I don't know if I can do that Threadripper. Can I get the Seam Ripper? Do they got a Seam Ripper I can get? Can I do that one? Do y'all see how hard it is to be a man? Now, on the serious side, if we as men were talking like this about the females when they wanted to get a gift, oh, don't you know they be telling all the females here, these men don't take us seriously. We need to stop giving them sex. They don't take us seriously. Okay, the females quick to say, I ain't buying nothing for you niggas. Okay. But for the men, what you mean? This ain't no damn joke. Well, I ain't joking. Blue bottoms. You know it's red bottoms, nigga. Blue bottoms. The females will check us real quick if we try that one there. All right. Just saying. Oh boy. Did we do this again? It's been over 6 hours. Folk are going to wonder what the hell's wrong with my program if I keep doing that. Okay, yeah, let me make this announcement now then. Folks, if you're going to call into the program, y'all got to call in earlier. I can't do a bunch of 6-hour programs. Folks going to think something's wrong. So, folks, I'm going to start limiting how long we're on here. If you're going to call in, y'all got to call in early. I had like a dozen people wait until the 4th hour. I don't know what the hell they was doing. Was it NBA playoffs or something? They waited till the 4th damn hour, and then 12 folk called in. Been on for 4 hours. They didn't call till we get to the 4th hour, and then it's 12 people. So, yeah, I'm going to have to start cutting down the time frame here because I know most of y'all like it. My long-haul truckers, my night shift nurses, my warehouse workers. You know, oh, by the way, was it Nurses Appreciation Week? Hey, I got a few of y'all who are RNs. Y'all been trying to shoot your shot. Hey, Nurses Appreciation Week. I would love for the nurses to appreciate me. Hey, baby, you can swing that thread ripper. What do you get? What's the gift you get for the man who got everything? He ain't got the thread ripper yet. So, by the way, some of my night shift nurses, Jason, you be talking bad about us. You be calling us hoes. Well, I mean, yeah, but if you want some redemption, heifer, I'm giving you an opportunity. You say we all easy. I don't say that. The hospital says you are. But I ain't worried about that right now. Is we gonna work out this deal on this thread ripper? I might get some amnesty. You and your Nissan Altima. So I might be, you might be able to persuade me to get some amnesty right now, and overlook some of this stuff you've been doing with the damn housekeeping staff, and some of the orderlies. I might give you a pass on some of that. We just ain't gonna talk about it. We just ain't gonna talk about it. You got to come right though. You got to come right. But like I say here, no, folks. Next time, yeah, we're gonna have to cut down that time frame here because I know most of y'all like that, but a lot of folks, like I say, it's just my audience likes longer form stuff, and I get that. It's just I want to make sure we try to keep things concise. You can't do a 6-hour program every time, so. Let's go ahead and take care of that here as well. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we are here. If you are not a member of our Patreon, the link is in the description. We'll be doing this here tomorrow. Well, today, 12 noon Central Time. So you definitely want to join us for that as well. I want to thank, by the way here, I want to thank everyone who has contributed for tonight's program on PayPal, Venmo. Thank you very much here as well. Miss Harrington, as always, thank you very much here. She's going to become a bae here in a little bit. My man Jean, I thought you had gotten kidnapped for the longest damn time. I don't know where the hell you were. I thought you got kidnapped. But my man Jean is out there, so we appreciate that as well. And everybody else here, I don't want to go down all the names, but y'all know who you are, so thank you very much for your support. We appreciate that as well. I want to thank all of you for joining us for tonight's program, and this concludes this broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business, or your business will handle you.
Damn.